What's up, y'all? Time is it? It is 8:28 p.m. where I'm at. I'm on the West Coast. Watching me from Israel right now? Wow, you're an early bird. Like 6:30 in the morning in Israel? Either that or you're a very, 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 very late bird. You saw this shirt at a shop in Alaska? Donnie got me this shirt some time ago. I folded it and put it like in a different room, and I was like missing it, and I was like, oh. It was here the whole time. She got it because of the Ka. For some of the more OG fans, you guys know what Ka is. Actually, even some of the newer fans, I mention it once in a while. Donnie's the one that came up with that, actually. And then she got that. And here she is. Speak of my wife.
He's wearing the shirt I bought him.
I was gonna say speak of the devil, but I don't say that.
You know, he got baked by Libiano.
Okay. Let's just start off normally here, all right? You guys all come up here with your fucking non-American accents, and you guys come up here to talk about how some Muslim guy that I don't know debated me and baked me. It happens every single time. But just, how about we just get straight into you and I debating?
Yeah, I'm a Muslim.
Mashallah, Habibi. So let's just go. All right, well, let's see. If I got baked, let's see if I get baked again, I guess. My problem with your religion is antithetical to the West.
Okay, it's anti the West. That's why it's
antithetical to the West. Yeah.
Okay, good. So that's the only reason.
I think that's a big reason to start a debate. Yeah, I'm sure I can mention other things, but I don't think. Oh well,
I don't
think
it's compatible with the West.
Okay,
so yeah,
great. So I guess I didn't get baked. I guess you agreed with me and disagreed with whoever it is you're talking about. 1 second, baby. Why are you interrupting me, dude? I said 3 words. Come on, dude.
Because you're a no-hide.
Okay,
you're a goy.
But it doesn't fucking matter. Who cares? Like, this is what I probably... Alright, dude, listen, dude. Why are all Muslims like this? Why can't you guys be civilized? Like, I'm not being rude to you. Okay, it doesn't matter. It doesn't... I don't care. It doesn't matter at all. It's just like how you guys all act. This is how you guys... I don't know who you're talking about, but this is how you guys always say, oh, this person baked, this person won. You guys don't actually win. You just act like this. It's extremely crazy. If you guys actually won any debates, you wouldn't act like that. You want to know? I know. Because people who are actually winning feel confident, right? They don't want to interrupt. In fact, if anything, if my opponent's saying something very dumb, I generally like to go down that rabbit hole with them or even let them continue to speak because they're saying something wrong, right? Why would you want to stop somebody from saying something if they're wrong? You know what I mean? Be like if you were playing basketball and the same guy just kept missing over and over and over, right? You probably would put more effort into guarding someone like Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan, LeBron James than the guy that's missing over and over and over, right? All right, let's get this out of the way. So,
thank you guys.
Go ahead, Rabbi.
At least the first guy who you debated on the 12v1 mentioned me. You're like, how many Jews are they? They're there. He's like, the Holocaust is fake.
This is the best running inside joke ever. This one.
Oh, I'm not joking, Danielle.
I know. I was just gonna say
it's the
that,
ones
but
who are
I
close
was
to
just
you
gonna
who
say, but I don't
betray
think
you.
you're joking, actually.
Betrayals come from inside the house. It is those who you support
Thank you,
and help and introduce to people who will always stab you in the back.
I don't even have anything to argue against. I mean,
the absolute betrayal.
Oh no.
I feel like my heart is an Arctic sea.
How can we fix it? How can we make
Nick
your heart feel
Matau is
better?
just flying his submarine of betrayal into it and creating nuclear disruption.
So for those that are wondering, Rabbi's real mad at me because I went on a Hasidic podcast and I didn't mention him by name, but I mentioned Hammer, which probably would have been worse than not mentioning either, to be honest.
Forget mention me by
Oh,
name.
boy.
A reference of any kind.
I just
Said, do you have any Jewish friends? Nick's like, no.
Did not happen.
There are no Jews I like.
They all think I'm cattle.
Are there any Chabad rabbis who contributed to your spiritual growth? He says, no, I've never heard of the movement. Did you say Chabad? What is that? Is that a food?
Is that the Candace Owens thing that she talked about?
He said, is there any rabbis you admire? Nick's like, yeah, Shmuley Bateach.
Oh, God, stop.
Oh my god, no.
All right, this is going too far. It's going too far. Got to put a stop to it.
Okay, do you know this fellow, the first guy that you debated in the 12v1?
No, I actually didn't know any of them, honestly. I was like thinking I'm going to know at least some people there. I didn't know who any of them were. People reminded me after that the Arab guy I debated was the one on Rudy's Jubilee, but I didn't really realize that at the time.
How many Jews are there in the world? Holocaust never happened.
He wasn't actually really even the first one, but I get why the editors put him as the first one. He was like the third one to go up, I think.
Thank you, Jenny.
They definitely watched it, and the editors were like, so what if we put him first? Honestly, smart move. Anyways, I quit my Hebrew lessons because turns out it's not actually Hebrew, it's Ivrit. So just thought maybe it's really not worth it, to be honest.
So I have a new term that you're welcome to start using. I was at a rally following the attempted murder of a Jew in New York on the urging of Mamdani. The new term that we're using is his honor killing.
We need to make merch, babe. Like, there's just so much merch ideas that people are like,
I know.
we definitely need a shirt somehow incorporating Ivrit. Like, we have to.
I should make a shirt where I like am me mentioning everyone and just not include Rabbi Litvin. I think that'd be a good shirt.
Thank you, Nick, for carrying the map of Palestine.
1 second, Z, hold on. AJ, go first because you're here before him.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, sure can.
I'll make this nice and quick.
Nice.
Professor Dave just uploaded like a 1.5 hour video that's like quite anti-Israel and very disgusting.
Gotta be honest with you, don't know who that is.
He's a quite big YouTuber. A lot of like the claims and stuff he's made I've never like really heard before.
Professor Dave.
Dave explains.
Right? Yeah, I've never even seen this guy. Sometimes I just don't know him by name, but I don't know this guy by face or name.
No.
No.
But like he made a lot of claims I've never heard before, so I'm just wondering if, I don't know, you're probably the right person to go over them and respond to them.
You want me to watch an entire hour-and-a-half video? Jeez. All right. Can you give me his best claim, or at least most interesting one?
To be honest, he just like launches claim after claim for like an hour and a half straight, so it's
you don't remember
really hard
like
to
the
absorb anything.
You don't remember any of them?
So,
I mean, it could
AJ,
have been
I
that
would
good.
point out
Oh, go ahead.
a lot of people are comparing him to Nick Matau because neither one mentioned me in their video.
Actually, I'm looking at the video right now. He does mention you. Actually, you're like half the video.
That's his primary claim.
Yeah, it's you. You don't remember like anything that he says?
I mean, they were
You
like
said he
points
made
where
interesting claims. Like what? Well, I don't really remember.
Okay. I mean, at points he claimed like the deaths in Gaza were in the hundreds of thousands.
That's not unique. I've heard that before.
I haven't. But like
what?
he's known as like known as like a science educator, so people listen to him and just assume it's fact. He said a lot of stuff about Israel like spying on Americans. And how it's going to be like
none of this is
Israel's
unique, dude. These are all very generic claims that I hear almost on a daily. In fact, there was a Middle East Eye report that came out said 680,000 Palestinians had been killed. And they were debunked because they said of that 680,000, 380,000 were people under the age of 5. And then they got debunked because the Palestinian government themselves had records of how many people under the age of 5 existed in Gaza, and the number was 341,000. So it wasn't even possible for that report to be correct. Like, it's literally impossible. So, I've heard it before, but it's been debunked.
Hey, baby, that gentleman
Nick,
that came yesterday.
can we put
said that he was
Gaza
a
on
One
the
Muslim.
second,
side?
Z. You're acting like every other Muslim dude. Come
No,
on, dude.
I haven't
It
talked.
doesn't matter. I have to make sure we're good with AJ. And also, my wife was speaking, and I get she's a woman, and you're probably Muslim, so you're like, didn't hear her at all, but you just completely cut her off. So just, calm down, stay in your corner for a second. I promise I'll get to you. All right, babe, what were you
We have
saying?
the guest from yesterday who called himself a Muslim Zionist that wanted to come up today, so he's here. We did tell him he could come up. So.
It was funny, though. Z did say, you want the chosen one to speak first. Yes, my wife is the chosen one.
Thank you, you
So,
got
yeah,
it.
you're correct.
Yeah, so, yeah, Hussam, you'll definitely be able
Alright.
to come up. Just, yeah.
AJ, you good? Got to get to
Yeah, there's one more
the...
thing.
Got to get to the... Oh, go ahead.
He also made a. Do you know anything about the unmanned machine gun cranes?
What?
Yeah, I have no clue. He talked.
No, I
about
just
how
didn't hear what
there's
you said.
Unmanned machine gun cranes
Like cranes? Like...
with guns that are
With guns?
shooting children.
Okay, did he produce a video of it? Because that'd be the easiest thing in the world to produce a video of. Everyone in Gaza has a camera, so did he produce a video? Maybe I haven't seen it.
I don't know, but I looked it up and there's some articles.
Is there a video of it?
Not that I saw.
Okay, my guess is it's that would be the easiest thing. You don't even have to get close to it because it's a fucking crane. You could be, a few blocks away and be like, there it is. Look at it shooting down. Like, that would be the easiest. Like, of everything in Gaza to film, that would be by far the easiest one.
No, of course, yeah.
Yeah, so my guess is probably not true.
Okay, thank you so much. I won't take up any more of your time.
Mashallah. Gotta get to the uncivilized. All right, Z. Now's
Are
your
you
time,
sure?
Habibi. But you gotta
Are
act
you
civilized.
sure?
If you don't, I'm gonna drop you, okay?
Are you sure you want to talk to a
If
Palestinian?
you say, are you
Let
sure
me
one more
ask you.
time, I'm gonna drop you, okay?
I'm gonna ask you one question, and then you drop me because that
All right,
question.
make
you
it
need
quick.
to
Hurry up.
answer.
Yalla, yalla.
What the fuck is going on the West Bank with your thugs?
Hopefully, expansion. Okay, I answered you. And you said to drop you. Hussam.
Hey, peace, guys. How's it going?
Oh, good.
Good. Yeah. Can you give me big screen? It's like both of us are on the center.
I don't even know how to do that. Let me see.
Oh, you
Oh, wait. I think I figured it out. That's close as I can get.
You sure?
Yep.
All right, hold on. Let me just post this on my story.
I'll just do this so that they can see just you two.
Make it to where people can see it on YouTube. Hold on one sec.
Thank you, Mark.
Guess we could do it like this. Ooh, yeah, that works. And then... Let's see here. There you go. It looks a lot better on YouTube. We're like side by side on YouTube.
Okay. Cool. So yeah, peace. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right. Let me know when you're ready so I can introduce myself to everybody.
Yep, we're good. Let's go.
All right. So yeah, my name is Hussam Speaker. I'm a submitter, right? I follow the Quran alone. I reject all the hadiths. We support Israel because the Quran says so. 5:20 through 21, 17:104, 247, 7:137, 26:59, and many more.
Okay. I mean, that's an interesting concept. How long have you been a Muslim for?
So I was born Muslim, as a Sunni Muslim, but then I converted to Quran alone last year, which is basically just submission. I don't use the words Muslim or Islam because, for one, they're not even English words; they're Romanized, right? Same way, like you have to translate like you have to. Jesus and Moses, none of them said Allah or Islam. They spoke their own language, and so should we.
Right. No, yeah, that's fair. Okay. I mean, I guess in English though, it'd be okay to say Muslim. I get what you're saying. I think that's a fair point.
I also wanna make a distinction between me. I want to separate myself from the Sunni and Shia Muslim communities, because when you say Muslim, they assume you're a Sunni, Hadith, Muhammad worshipper. When you say no, I'm not a Sunni, I reject Hadith, they say, okay, so you're a Shia. So that's why I reject the term completely.
Okay. What do you think about I mean, I'm gonna be kind of tough on you, just to be honest with you. I like you. You sound like a nice guy. And I appreciate the fact that you're like, hey, I am a Zionist. I can always appreciate that, and I want peace. That's great as a human being, but you still follow Islam, or you agree with Islam. I assume you believe in the Quran, yes?
Just the Quran, yeah, Quran alone. I reject all the hadiths. The Quran even condemns the hadiths. Yeah, are you aware that the Quran actually condemns the hadiths by name?
Like by name, like the hadith? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, it says, so in chapter 45, verse 6, in the Arabic it says, تِلْكَ آيَاتُ اللَّهِ نَتْلُوهَا عَلَيْكَ بِالْحَقِّ فَبِأَيِّ حَدِيثٍ بَعْدَ اللَّهِ وَآيَاتِهِ يُؤْمِنُونَ, which means these are God's revelations that we recite to you in truth. So which hadith after God and His revelations will you believe in? But in the Sunni translations, they say message, but if you pull it up on your computer with the Arabic, the word in the Arabic is actually hadith. So it says, which hadith after this will you believe in?
Okay, I didn't know the Arabic said. I do know that verse. I didn't know the Arabic said that, so I'll look into that. But what is how many times a day do you pray then? Just out of curiosity.
5 times. Yeah, the 5 prayers are in the Quran.
No, it's not.
It is.
Okay, show me.
So in 114.
All right, hold on. Let's pull them up. Let's pull them up one at a time. I know the Quran mentions certain prayer times, but it doesn't mention 5.
It doesn't say like in one verse there's 5 prayers.
No, I agree. You add them up.
Yeah.
Right, and it adds up to about 4, I believe. But okay, let's look it up. Let's just look it up. So you said 11, 114?
Yeah, that's the first one.
Okay, I'm gonna pull them all up one by one. Or we'll just read them and then we'll go to the next one so we don't pull them up one by one. Hold on, I'm in Surah Hud. Let me go to 114. Where is it? Dude, TikTok Live Studio has been really dragging stuff down. Ever since I've been like TikTok Live Studio, everything gets a little more laggy. Anyways, okay, so 114, just so everyone knows, it says, I'm going to read Sahih International because it's the most, I think, like authentic, direct translation. An established prayer at the 2 ends of the day, right? An approach of the night, right? So that makes sense. So we got the ends of the day. I'm going to go ahead and decide that's 3, okay? Just because it says and at the approach of the night. So I would assume that's like dusk, right? So we got dusk, let's just say the end of the day close to midnight, and then the other end of the day being the beginning, so the morning. So that's 3. So we got morning, last, and I guess evening, we'll call it.
Yeah, so that's 3 and 11, 114, but then 2458 is also for the dawn prayer.
Okay, let's go to 2458. One at a time. So, sorry, it's loading a little slow for some reason.
You're good.
So we got morning, evening, night. Okay, at this point, I just think it's the website. Hold on one sec. Let's just type it in like this. Quran 2458. This is Surah An-Nur. Okay, so it says, "Oh, you who have believed, let those whom your right hand possess." Or, wait, is it this one?
2458, yeah. And I can explain the right hand possess thing too.
Yeah, that's the one that tells you can have sex slaves, right?
No. It doesn't. Like when it says those who your right hand possess, it refers to a legal marriage or a common law marriage, like who you possess legally. It's not referring to, because in the Quran, in chapter 4, verse 25, it says you have to marry the woman before being able to do stuff with them. So that completely just destroys.
Okay, so no, it doesn't. So a couple things. So it says in the tafsir, let your slaves.
I don't use tafsir. No. I don't use the Quran says it's the best tafsir in 2533. In the Arabic, it says ahsan al-tafsir, the best tafsir.
What's the best tafsir?
Yeah, in 2533, it says the Quran itself that God has given us the best tafsir.
So like Ibn Abbas, you don't accept, even though he was a companion?
I don't accept any of them. Ibn Kathir, Ibn Abbas, Bukhari, Abu Ish'ata, Ibn Kaza.
Well, why not Ibn Abbas? Why not him?
because he's not God, and also you can't trace anything back to him, and like there's no proof that he wasn't lying.
Well, okay, but he was a companion. He was a companion
He
of.
wasn't.
Yes, he was. Ibn Abbas was a companion. 100%.
Where does the Quran say that? Yeah, where does the Quran say that?
Wait, what?
Yeah, where does the Quran mention Ibn Abbas as a companion?
Do you believe Abu Bakr was a companion?
No, they're not mentioned in the Quran. Sure, like if those are their names, that's fine. But all the stories we have about them in the hadiths are all fabricated. Because the hadiths, they came 250 years after the Prophet
Well,
died.
I'm not talking about the hadith. Ibn Abbas was not after the Prophet Muhammad. I mean, he did live after the Prophet Muhammad died, but he was with the Prophet Muhammad. But you're saying you don't believe that. Well, that's interesting. But do you believe in Ali? Do you believe in Umar? Do you believe in Uthman? Do you believe in Abu Bakr? Do you believe in Aisha?
And Aisha, like you could say those people existed, and sure, those are the names of the people with the Prophet, but you can't trace anything back to them. And,
No,
and even
I'll give you that you have like some questions about them, but you made it seem like you
Not
just
questions,
didn't believe them.
yeah, because all the stuff in the hadith that it says that they said is all fake.
I'm not bringing up the hadith. I'm bringing up tafsir.
Yeah, the tafsirs are fake. They're by the scholars. They came hundreds of years after, claiming to. It's like a telephone game.
Well, no,
Like,
Ibn Abbas did not come hundreds of years after. Ibn Abbas died not long after Muhammad did, and he was with Muhammad.
No, but I'm saying the stuff you have about Ibn Abbas came hundreds of years later. It's like right now.
He wrote stuff. But you know what? Let's move on. You don't believe he necessarily wrote that stuff because there's no proof he wrote it. I'll accept that.
I have no problem. I have no problem throwing him under the bus either, because the Quran says many people around the Prophet were hypocrites. 9101 says there was some he was not aware of them. So
I do have a question then that's going to be interesting, but before we go down another rabbit hole, let's go with these prayers. So far we're at 3 prayers. So let's just read. Okay. So O you who have believed, let those whom your right hand possesses and those who have not yet reached puberty among you ask permission of you at 3 times before dawn prayer, which we already got that one, so that's just a repeat. Okay. Yeah. When you put aside your clothing for rest at noon. Okay, so that's 4 now. Okay. And then after night prayer, which we already mentioned, I believe, because that's the other end of the day. So now we're at 4 because we've added noon. Okay, so we got morning, the start of the day, noon. We'll call it dusk, and we have the night or after night or whatever you want to call it. Yeah. Okay, what's the next verse?
And then 1778.
78. Scroll down to 78. 52, keep going. 62, almost there. 75, 76, 77, 78. Here we go. Establish prayer at the decline of the sun, which I think that's still the dusk one, until the darkness of the night. So that's just the same one. And the Quran of dawn. That's the first one. Okay, so we're still at 4.
And then chapter 2, verse 238 mentions a middle prayer.
That would be noon.
Yeah, but no, that would be that's not noon, that's the Asr prayer, the Salat al-Wusta. Because you can't, if there's a middle prayer, there has to be at least 3 prayers. It can't be 4 because there's no middle of 4. There has to be at least
a middle. Actually, no, the middle would actually be the one. That would make sense. Or you're saying 4 total, you mean?
No, I'm saying it can't possibly be 4 since there's a middle prayer. So it would have to be at least 3.
I just assumed it meant middle of the day, but let me read it because maybe I just forgot. What is it called? Quran what? Or Surah what?
Chapter 2 verse 238.
238.
Yeah, 2 verse 238.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pulling it up right now. It ever wants to load. Dude, what is with Quran.com? Why does it take so long to load? Maybe it's the website. I don't know.
I actually don't appeal to because those are Sunni translations. I use the Quran, the Final Testament.
I got you. That's I don't speak. You're talking about that's a translation?
Translation, yeah.
What's it called?
Quran, the Final Testament.
Maybe I'll buy that. Why, is it a direct translation?
Yes, because we believe that there was a messenger that came after Prophet Muhammad to confirm the Quran and clear up all the fallacies and all the false stuff in the Islamic tradition.
Wait, you guys don't believe the Prophet Muhammad's the last one?
He's the final prophet, but not the final messenger. The Quran says there's more messengers to come, especially specifically 381. It says that after all the prophets and are given their scripture and wisdom, God will send a messenger after to confirm what they have, and they must believe in him. And chapter 33,
Okay, hold on, hold
verse
on,
7.
hold on, hold on,
So
hold
I'll go on,
on.
sorry. Yeah.
Okay. What do you believe a prophet? You know what? Let us finish this prayer one. I really want to finish this.
Okay. One by one.
Yeah. Because we're going down a lot of rabbit holes right now. Okay, so what was it? So I'm just gonna look it up here. 2:38. Here we go.
Yeah.
It says, maintain with care the prayers, and in the middle prayer and stand before Allah, devoutly obedient. Okay, I don't
Yes.
read it that way, but I will say, for the purposes of moving on, I understand that you could be right, because that the way I read that originally, I thought it was talking about like the middle of the day, but you could
Middle
be right.
prayer.
Yeah. So technically, this is the al-salah, right?
As-salat, prayer. Yeah.
When is no, it's not, sorry, not al-salah, al-wusta, is that what it's called?
Wusta, yeah, that's the. It will
Right.
be the in Arabic the Asr prayer, yeah, which is basically just the middle of the day.
Okay, so when do you guys pray again? So you got morning when you wake up, you have noon as the second
Yeah,
prayer, right?
dawn, yeah, so dawn, noon, Asr, sunset, and then night prayer.
Okay, got it. So Asr, what time is that around? That's around like what?
After that's like later in the evening at like 5:30.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you have when the sun goes down, and then you have the night prayer. That's 5.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? Fair enough. I didn't really read it that way, but I'll go ahead and say that that's not an unfair argument. I'll be fair to that. So, and it also really doesn't matter. I was just wondering, how do you do wudu then? Because I know that one's different.
Yeah, chapter 5, verse 6. Wudu is only 4 steps.
Right. So, okay, so you don't do wudu like some people do. You do what the Quran says only.
Yeah, the Quran
Okay.
says in 5, 6, yeah, just wash the face, hands to the elbow, wipe your head, and wash your feet to the ankles.
Right.
So it's very detailed. And what the Muslims do, they add 10 extra steps.
Right.
So like you know how when they wash their nose, they say it's because Satan's sitting in your nose.
Yeah, no, 100%. So, okay, no, that's fair. That's because I was gonna say the prayer thing. Okay, fair enough. I see what you mean, but I know wudu is definitely different. So, fair enough. Okay, so I'm gonna go with the last thing you said. What do you define as a prophet in Islam? Like, what is a prophet?
Yeah. So yeah, according to the sorry, hold on. So yeah, according to the Quran, a prophet is one who brings a scripture. That's in chapter 2, verse 213, I believe.
2:13. Let me grab
Yeah.
this.
Even in chapter 381, it shows you the distinction between prophet and messenger.
Right. 2:13. My God, the God sent forth prophets as heralds of glad tidings and as warners, and sent down with them the book and the truth in order to judge among mankind matters in which they disputed, but their disputed concerning whom the book was revealed, and after clear signs were sent to them, they did so out of goodness. Then God guided the misbelievers. Okay, I got it. So anyone who just comes with a message, and that's the only prophets?
Not just no messenger. The with the
I meant
with the
to
prophet,
say
they-
scripture.
the
Scripture.
book. Scripture, yes.
Okay. And by
And then-
scripture, you mean like
Like
things that would
books.
later become a book? Because Quran didn't become a scripture really technically until after the Prophet Muhammad, or do you not believe that either?
No, it was finished during his time.
Right, but it wasn't compiled as a book. I get he got all the revelations, but
It was, and actually, the prophet was not illiterate. The word ummi in Arabic it means Gentile.
that one I
So this
know.
is something-
Yeah, that one I do know. I've actually told Muslims that all the time. I also said historically. Now I get you don't fully go with that, but historically it didn't make sense because he was a merchant, and for a merchant to be illiterate would be
Exactly.
like that would be
Not
pretty
possible.
much impossible. Yeah. So that one I did know. And I know you don't believe the hadith, but there is a hadith that actually says where
Yeah.
the Prophet
Bukhari
Muhammad said, "I
114.
wrote." Yeah.
It says he said, "Yeah, bring me a pen and paper so I
Yeah.
can write something down."
Right. Okay, fair enough. Okay, so the prophet's just the one that has scripture. So the only ones you believe are prophets would be, I guess, Musa, Isa.
No.
Go ahead.
No. So every prophet is a messenger, but not all messengers are prophets. Because in the
I got
Quran, yeah.
But you're saying a
Uh-huh.
prophet is somebody who gets revelations that became scripture.
Yeah.
So the only prophets would be Musa, Isa, and Muhammad.
No, because in chapter 6, verse 89, it gives you all the prophets like Noah and them, and says like that they all got the scripture. That's in chapter 6, 84 through 88.
What
gives all the
scripture?
names.
What scripture did Noah get?
It doesn't give the name, but it says that he got scripture. That's in 689.
Okay, but it wouldn't be. You don't believe he got like the Torah? It would have been like pre-Torah.
He
I
didn't get
guess.
the Torah. No, the Torah came after Noah. The Torah started with Moses.
Okay, that's interesting. I didn't know that. You're very well informed about this, so I'm very interested. But that being said, okay, so you believe Noah. What about Adam? Isn't he a prophet or no?
Yeah, he's a prophet.
So he got
He's a prophet.
scripture?
Yeah.
Really?
And like, yeah, and do you know that Aaron also got scripture according to chapter 21:48 and 37? No,
Thank you.
yeah, 21:48 and 37:17. It says that he received the book. So
Where
he
does
was
it
a
say
prophet.
Adam got a book?
Oh, Adam specifically? It
Yeah.
doesn't. It says that he was a prophet, and we already know prophethood is linked with scripture.
Seems like a bit of stretch, but to be fair, I'm going to accept it because in the end, it's just your belief. So it's not like you're giving me anything that's like ruining my world. Like I don't care, it's your belief, but it just seems like it just doesn't make a lot of sense. He's the first man, and he's already given like, okay, fine, whatever. Okay, so
That's in chapter, yeah, because in chapter, I think it's 237, it says that God taught him the words, and he was to deliver it to the angels.
okay, all right. So let's keep going. So back to the right hand possesses. I agree. It does say you have to marry them. For me,
425, yeah.
right. It says you have to marry them, but for me, where I have a contention is to me, it still would be a sex slave or grape, if you will, for TikTok language, because there shouldn't be any compulsion. And before you say there isn't any, before you say there isn't any compulsion, because I know this argument. Well, let me ask you, because you are different than 99% of Muslims, so maybe you'll give a different argument. Why do you think there's no compulsion?
In religion? Because
No, in her marrying.
Because you're not allowed to force them. They have to, chapter 4, in like verse 19 and 21, it says that you take a solemn oath, so it's like both of them have to be okay with it. Or both of them have to consent.
Correct, but the reason I would say that it's not really there is because consent can only come from free thought, okay, without any external stresses that is motivating that thought, okay? And for example, I get you're a Muslim, so you would never do it, but hypothetically, would you consider it to be grape if let's say a woman was drunk, okay, but she totally consented, like she gave the words, she was onto the guy, and he had relations with her. Would you consider that grape?
In most cases, yes.
Okay, why?
Because for one, yeah, they're not, like you said, they're not able to consent. They're not thinking clearly. But then at the same time, for like the small parts or the small percentage that would not be, because let's say there's a man and a woman that are both drunk and they do it with each other. Does that mean that they're both gripping each other?
No, I get with that. That's why I offered the first example. So I agree with you. I would consider it grape, and because you're right, even though she literally consents in like a verbal way, her mind's not in a completely free will aspect,
Exactly.
right?
Yeah.
So
Because like, let's say.
So back to
if I
real
give
quick, back to what your right hand possesses. So there are many stories. I don't know if you believe them or not, but nonetheless, there are many stories of Muslims going to war. I'm not even going to say that they were not attacking first, but they went to war and slaughtered some of these men, and then they later take these women. So, like for example, do you believe in Sophia bint Hunay?
Sophia, nope. And even regarding that story saying that Muhammad unalived 700 Jews and committed a genocide, what's funny is if you go to Jewish sources,
I wasn't even going to go with that. I was just saying, do you believe she existed?
No. You could say that, yeah, she was. You could say she was one of his wives, but again, like the name is fine, but the stories are fake.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go with fine. I won't use a specific story, but I think it's fair to say that it's happened within Islam, right? That you are allowed to marry the wife of someone whose husband you just slaughtered. Yes, I get it. She has to say, "I consent" or "I will marry you." I will normally I would bring up that Muhammad said silence is consent, but you're not going to believe that. I got it. You're not going to believe that because that's hadith. I just want to tell everyone else, other than this Muslim, that is what the hadith says, where he says silence is consent. But
that's in Bukhari 6946.
Yeah, something like that. Okay, so, but my question for you, right, is at the time, do you agree women, unlike today, at the time especially, women needed men to survive?
Back then, that they needed men to survive?
Even financially, because it's not like they really had jobs. They weren't. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, financially, yeah, because they were. It was not like today where women have all these rights and jobs. Yeah, I would say, yeah, they were more dependent on men.
Right. So if you hypothetically, again, we won't use Sophia specifically, but just hypothetically, if you were to slaughter out the men, especially her husband, what if she only says yes because the other option is effectively death? Not that the Muslims will literally unalive her, but that she won't have anything because you took out her whole village, and specifically her husband. So she says yes because that's better than making it on her own in a world that women couldn't make it on their own. Don't you think that that would alter her free thought a little bit?
If she's fully consenting, she's okay with it. She's like, yeah, I know what intimacy is. I'm fine doing it with this guy. My whole family is gone. But then when you
she consents, she says yes. But again, is she in 100% free thought?
So it's a little altered, but at the same time, since you're adding to the context and saying that the man she is looking at marrying, he's the one that unalived and done away with her whole family, she actually wouldn't be able to marry him because for one, okay, is she a believer in this context?
Like a Muslim or whatever? I don't know what you call them.
Believer, submitter.
I don't know what that means. Like, are you saying as someone in Islam?
Yeah, someone who follows the Quran alone and accepts them.
No, the Quran wouldn't even. I was still going by the times of Muhammad, so the Quran wouldn't even existed at least in full yet.
Well, but the Quran's for all time though.
Okay, but that's not true.
It is.
Okay. So you're saying like if someone lived during the time of Moses, they would have followed the Quran?
The Quran was. I'm saying all time, like from that time onwards.
Right.
I'm not saying from the time of creation.
Got it. That's what I thought you were saying. I'm like, that's not true.
No.
I'm talking about during the time of Muhammad this happened. So no, the Quran... The answer is no. She's not a believer in the sense of your religion. Maybe she's a Jew, maybe she's a Christian, maybe she's whatever else, a polytheist, but she's not a believer for you.
No, because I brought that up because women are not allowed to marry disbelieving men, but we as men, we have a little bit of extra space to go to marry Christians and Jews. That's according to chapter 5, verse 5.
All right, let's say she's a Jew. You slaughter her father, you slaughter her husband, and she says yes, but I'm saying subconsciously...
Why would she marry the guy?
I already gave the answer. I already gave the answer. Because the other answer... No, it's not just financial support. She lives in a world where women literally would almost certainly die without men. And so since these are the only men around, they give her... Let's say they give her the option. Whether it's Muhammad or one of his companions, it doesn't matter who. They say, hey... We just slaughtered your people, right? But I think you're pretty, whatever. I'd like to marry you. I will take care of you. I'll be a good husband with you and my other wives. And she, in her mind, thinks, okay, I either marry this guy who I'm sure she does hate, but regardless, or I have to figure out what to do with my life with a slaughtered village of men. She might say no still. She might be like, you know what, screw you regardless. But it's possible she might say yes, but not because she really, really wants to. Like, she's looking at this guy, she's like, yeah, I really love this guy. Like, no, she might just say yes or that.
Well, in bad circumstances, despite that being an altar, it wouldn't be great because as long as she's consenting, she's like, yeah, I'm fine sleeping with this guy. I'm fine, like doing the contracts. I know how it all works. I'm fine. I'll do it. It's like, let's say, if there's a woman, her father just died in a car crash, right?
Sure.
And then I help them from the car scene, and then I offer to marry her. I'm like, since your dad's gone, I can support you. What do you think about it? Go through the process. And if she's like, yeah, I'm fine with marrying you, knowing everything that's going on, like you wouldn't say that's great because her mind's because they alter from the incident. Sure, like that might be like
again,
a pushing factor, but you can't call that great.
Again, I get what you're saying when you're changing my words, and I'm not saying that's not something I'm
bringing a different analogy. I'm bringing a different, but same point though.
Sure, in that case, yes, but how about in my case without changing it? Because I'm not bringing...
Call it grape.
Okay, but I'm not asking would you call it grape yet. We'll get there. I'm asking, would you agree that her mind, more or less, is slightly or more altered based off of this decision she has to make based off of the example that I gave you, which is not a crazy example.
I mean, she's in bad circumstances, so that might be a little altered, but that by itself would not be enough to call it great, as long as
why not
the entire process.
Why is that? Okay, so real quick, hold on. Don't get to grape yet. We'll get there, I promise you.
Okay.
But we have gotten to a point where I think it's a little more than little, but just so we can move forward with the conversation, you say a little, I say at least moderate. But we got into a point where her mind is a little altered in her decision making. Okay, we've gotten to that point where we agree more or less, at least. So if she marries under those conditions with an altered, not at least full free will choice, then would the following relations, would that not be considered, at least at minimum, I would call it grape, but to find a middle ground with, yeah, I would. I think if you were to have relations with a woman in a way that has any compulsion against her, from whether it's because of the marriage or after, whatever, I would call that. But how about, I don't want to use a different word because I don't want to like water something like that down.
But is that the person going and doing away with with the family? Is he doing that intentionally so he can marry the person, or is it?
It doesn't matter. So grape isn't always because of intention. You're right. Sometimes it is, but it doesn't matter. Just like, for example, the guy that might sleep with the girl who's drunk, his intention might not be in his mind, oh yeah, I am definitely graping, but it doesn't matter. It would still be just as much grape as it would if he pinned her down while she was saying no. Like, it's still equally still grape, even if his intention wasn't the same as the guy that pins a woman down.
Well, for one, the Quran gives many marriage for criterions for marriage, like chapter 4, verse 6 and onwards. So if they're filling those criterions, and then for, like I mentioned earlier, verse 19 and 21 talks about them like taking a solemn oath, a solemn pledge, both mutual attraction. So
right,
like many. For one, like no serious marriage would happen just in a day. Like, let's say, yeah, the whole family just died, but like she's not going to marry you right away because there's still, you got to go through the process. So it gives her some time.
I just want to answer this comment because I found it funny. I don't normally look at the comments, but someone said Nick got a Zio puppet to pretend to be Muslim so he can get a clip. So first off, I actually I actually didn't know this guy until was it yesterday's live or 2 days, whatever, until relative
24 hours ago.
Yeah, okay. I didn't even know this guy existed until yesterday, but he's very interesting. I don't necessarily agree with everything. We agree on some things, of course. But I didn't even know he existed. He came to me, so I didn't get a Zio puppet. But second off, if this guy was pretending to be Muslim, he is so far the most knowledgeable Muslim I've ever spoken. Like, he is not just, he doesn't even believe in the Hadith, and he's like, that's Sahih al-Bukhari 6184. Like, and by the way, I looked at it, he's right. He's not like he's even wrong. So it's like, if he is pretending, then absolutely incredible job, because you are pretending way better than you're more knowledgeable than most people, which is why I'm very interested. I don't have to agree with everything, but I love these kind of talks because, one, it makes me smarter, but two, it's just interesting. So to the guy in the comments saying he's not really Muslim, well then fucking bravo, dude, because you're doing incredible. Anyways, okay, so. Okay, I get it. I don't fully agree, but I understand. I don't want to get lost in the weeds here. So, how do you feel about the attacking of polytheists, for example? I think it's in Surah 6.
Chapter 6?
Yeah, I believe it's...
Chapter 2, verse 190, it gives the criteria for war. It says, only fight back against those who fight against you, and do not transgress, because God does not like the transgressors.
Yeah, but what it says in... Let me just pull it up so I can read it to you directly from the Quran. I think it's 6... Is it 6? Yeah, I think it's
chapter 6.
Yeah, it's Al-Anam. I know it's at the beginning, so let me just pull it up. Maybe it's Surah 5, actually. I was off by one. Or, sorry, Surah 9, Ayah 5. Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta read the context.
Yeah. No, hold on. I'm gonna read the context. So let's go to Surah 9. It's not 29, although that's another one, but that's not the one I'm talking about. So yeah, so we'll read the context. We'll read 1 through 5. So let's say disassociation from Allah and his messengers to those whom you had made a treaty among the polytheists. Okay, this is actually the one that I brought up to that Cora girl the other time, and I told her exactly what it said, and then she ended up making me read it. It proved me right, and then she thought I said the opposite, and she like crashed out and said, "Oh, see, I told you." And I'm like, I literally said
I'm not trying to make you read it.
No, not you. I'm reading it for the context. I'm just giving people the reminder. This is the one that literally proved me right. Okay, so travel freely throughout the land 4 months, but know that you cannot cause failure to Allah, and that Allah will disgrace the disbelievers. Okay, and this is 3. and an announcement from Allah and his messenger to the people on the day of the greater pilgrimage that Allah is disassociated from the disbelievers and his messenger. So if you repent, that is best for you. But if you turn away, then know that you will not cause failure to Allah and give tidings to those who disbelieve of a painful punishment. And then here's 4. Accepted are those with whom you made a treaty among the polytheists, and then they have not been deficient towards you in anything or supported. Hold on, almost there. Anyone against you. So complete for them their treaty until their term has ended. Indeed, Allah loves the righteous. And then 5, and this last one I'll read. And when the inviolable months have passed, then kill the polytheists wherever you find them, and capture them and besiege them and sit and wait for them at every place of ambush. But if they should repent, establish prayer, and give zakah, let them go on their way. Indeed, Allah is forgiving and merciful.
Verse 6.
Right.
Yeah.
So
verse 6 says.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can read 6.
Yeah. It says the ones who don't want to fight, they want to seek. They just want to.
Yep.
They just want peace.
Yep.
So you have to escort them to a place. Of
I got
safety.
it. Trust me. Yeah. So I'll read 6 just real quick. And if any one of the polytheists seeks your protection, then grant him protection so that he may hear the words of Allah, then deliver him to his place of safety. That is because they are people who do not know. Okay. So like I tried to tell Cora before she did the crash out laugh, I said, hey, my issue is after the 4 months. And I said that at the very beginning, and then like 30 minutes later, I read that as it says. I just read it again, and she just didn't get it. She was too dumb. But you get it. So my question for you is, I get, as it said in the Quran, and I think it was verse 2, maybe it was 1 through 3. It says if they attack you during those, wait, do you believe it's 4 months? Because you don't really believe in that. What do you believe?
It does say 4 months. It says 4 months.
Okay, good. Okay, just want to make sure we're on the same page. So during those 4 months, if they attack you, it says attack them. I'm okay with that. I get that.
And even if you keep reading on to verse 13, it says that they're the ones that started the war with you and tried to expel you from the land.
Every single polytheist in the world?
No, it's talking about a specific story.
So there's multiple polytheists, right?
Yeah, so this about a specific story. Yeah.
Would you not fight against the people who broke their oaths? Okay, well, it doesn't really say that they did. It just said, would you not? But okay, and determined to expel the mess. Hold on one sec. Would you not fight against it? Well, let me read 10 through 13, just to make sure we're getting everything.
Yeah.
They do not observe toward a believer any pact or kinship or covenant of protection, and it is they who are the transgressors. But if they repent, establish prayer, give zakah, then they are your brothers in religion. What does it mean, well, real quick, before we keep going, does it mean that they convert to Islam?
Brothers in religion, yeah, it means like you're both of the same religion.
Okay, so when they repent, establish prayer, and give zakah, which that obviously makes sense because they're giving zakah, but you're saying that they are converting to Islam.
Yeah, I mean, even like, because the Quran says in 262 that there are Jews and Christians that can also be believers.
Well, we're not talking about Jews and Christians. These are polytheists, okay? So we're not talking about Jews and Christians. So the polytheists, for them to be protected, they have to convert to Islam?
They don't have to convert to Islam. They just have to not fight against it. Like verse 6 says, even if they're among the polytheists.
It says, but if they repent, establish prayer, and give zakah, that's a Muslim, right? They are your brothers in religion. So it says they have to do that first.
To be your brother in a religion, not for your safety, just to be of the same religion.
No, it says, okay, let's go back. I don't agree. I'm sorry, because it says right here, where was it? I think it was this one.
You were on 10 through 13.
Yeah, but I'm going back because it says, yeah, here it is. And when the 4 months have passed, kill the polytheists wherever you find them, capture them, besiege them, sit and wait for them at every place of ambush. The very next sentence, but if they should repent, establish prayer, and give zakah, that means convert to Islam, yes?
Should become, like start following your religion.
Right, then let them go on their way. So it's saying that if they do that, then you let them go on their way. But if they don't, you kill them.
If they're still trying to fight against you, according to verse 13, and even like chapter 2, verse 190 and 490, it gives you war criterions.
Okay, we'll get to 13 in a second, but I'm going to read it one more time. When the 4 months have passed, then kill the polytheists wherever you find them. Capture them, besiege them, sit and wait for them at every piece of ambush. But if they should become Muslim, effectively, then let them go their way. All right, let's keep reading. Let's go to 10 through 13. So I already read 10. Did I read 11? Yeah, I read 11. 12 says, and if they break their oaths after their treaty and defame your religion, then combat their leaders of disbelief, for indeed they are no oaths. I assume that's saying just like their heads, like the head of their people.
People at the top. Yeah.
Okay, so combat the leaders of disbelief, or indeed there are no oaths to them, they might cease. There, in parentheses, it says fight them that they might cease, but I'm just reading without the parentheses. And then 13 says, would you not fight against the people who broke their oaths and determined to expel the messenger, and they have begun? Yeah, that's
Exactly. So
yeah,
they
no,
started the
that
war.
all-
Yes, they started the war.
Well, no. I can tell you why
Yes,
I know.
that's
No, it says right
Okay.
here, and if they break their break their oaths after their treaty, so after the 4 months, if they break their oaths, it doesn't say they did. It says if. In fact, the word if kind of debunks the whole point that they did, because it wouldn't say.
it says do you not wish to fight against those
Right, we have to-
who fought against
We have to look at the context, right? It says that after. It's asking the question in context to the verse before it. The verse before it says, and if they break their oaths, ... would you not fight against the people that break their oaths? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like if I asked
Does
you...
Does it say it in the Arabic?
Well, okay. Okay, fair enough. I don't speak Arabic. This is what the Arabic
No,
says.
just click on the
It says wa'in nakatu. I'm sorry for my accent.
Give me just one.
I can play the audio. It says this. Yeah, wa'in. I don't know. Is wa'in, does that mean and if? Does anyone speak Arabic? I don't know if wa'in means... No, he didn't drop. He just paused, you guys. When he goes on... For those on YouTube...
Which verse is this? You said 13?
12. No. This one's 12. This is the verse before it. For those on wa'in means and if. Okay, so yeah, it does say if. For those on YouTube that don't understand maybe how TikTok works, when you see the little coffee cup symbol, it doesn't mean he drops. It just means he pauses, and when he goes out of the app, it turns him into a coffee cup. So he's probably just looking something up on his phone. That's what it means.
It says if they do this, you do this, and then
So,
13.
so with the
15,
context
so-
with the context of 12 and 13, to me that makes sense. Like if I said, hey Hussam, if somebody punches you in the face, would you not punch them back? Does that mean somebody punched you in the face, or am I asking you a question? If they punch you in the face, would you not do it back to them?
But I know. But the chapter already starts off by telling you that these people have violated the treaty.
No.
Like it already
No. The way the chapter
in the
starts,
beginning of the chapter.
No, it says disassociation from Allah and His Messenger to those with whom
Like
you
you
had...
agree that. I know you and Orthodox Muslim debated on this, but you know how there's a lot of violent verses in the Torah, right? You got to read it in context.
I am reading it in context. That's why I said you shouldn't read 13 by itself. I'm the one that added 12 because 12 gives the context. Because you said they definitely had broken the treaty. Maybe that's true, maybe that's not. But the Quran doesn't say that. Because if you read 13 by itself, you're right, it sounds like they broke the treaty. But if you read 12 with it, it sounds like how I asked you, hey Hussam, if somebody punches you, would you not punch them back? That's literally what it's doing. Look, I'll read it one more time. All right, I'll read it for everyone else then. I'll read it one more time. And if they break their oaths after their treaty and defame your religion, then combat the leaders of disbelief. ... 13. Would you not fight against the people who broke their oaths and determined to expel the messenger? And if they had begun to attack you the first time? Listen, I'm all for the idea of Muslims, if they're attacked, they attack back. I have no problem with that. I get it. And maybe that is actually what happened. I don't know actually what happened historically with literally every single tribe. I know some of the tribes, but I can't pretend like I know every single tribe that of the time. See if I can Google it. I don't know if he'd accept it though, because it'll probably come from like historical sources that he says he doesn't accept because he only accepts the Quran. So this might be kind of tough.
I want to know more about his like Zionism.
Yeah, I guess we can get to that. It's getting the call from the Mossad right now. I'm just kidding.
Sorry, I was just talking to someone. I think I'm finishing. So we're just gonna switch rooms. Just 1 second.
Yeah, no problem. Take your time, brother. have to look into this, but it says right here that early Muslims under Muhammad initiated offensive military actions, most notably a series of economic raids against Meccan trade caravans first, before being attacked. Manchester says, see, so there goes the see Islam can be good argument. Says, before the first Muslim caravan raid, the Al-Is raid, 7 time up. You there?
Sorry, I just had to switch.
You're good, dude. Except you might need to switch your internet now, because now you're paused and you're freezing. The Meccans had not launched military assault against the Muslims in their new city. I wonder what he thinks of the Al-Is raid. Because the Al-Is raid was when the early Muslims, Muhammad, actually attacked the Meccans before they were attacked. My guess is that they'll say, but they were persecuted for 13 years before that, via, oh, he dropped. I'm sure he'll probably re-request. I'm sure his internet just kind of got disconnected. So we'll just wait for him a little bit. No, I mean the guy's incredibly knowledgeable though, so I'm very interested in the conversation. I don't think this guy is in bad faith. And I think this is the guy. Yeah, I see you, Hussam. I figured your internet cut out. But I don't see your request though. You got to re-request. But this is the guy you would ask these tough questions to, right? Because if I ask the other ones, they might just either agree with it or they might, try to lie about it. I want to hear this guy's perspective in these. Hussam, you might have to close the app completely and re-request because I still don't see your request, but I see you in the comments. He's from God Logic's videos. Oh, he was speaking with God Logic? That's cool. Quest back up. Yeah, Hussam, I don't see you. Can a moderator invite him? Because I don't think it allows me to invite, ironically. Maybe it does. Let me see. Yeah, it doesn't let me invite, which is super ironic because I'm like the host and it doesn't let me. So somebody else can send him an invite. Or you can just click the request button, dude. That might be easier. Do you not see the request button? Oh, you don't see it. It might be because we're on this new little panel thing. Hold on, let me go back to the original panel. The fluid panel as it's called, and maybe you'll see it then. Okay, do you see the panel now? Or the request button?
Yeah.
There you are. Okay,
Yeah,
now,
I'm back. Yeah.
We'll change it back.
Bring it back then. Yeah.
Okay, there we go. All right, so I don't remember where we were, but what do you think of the I guess you wouldn't really think much about it. Okay, what do you think about pedophilia in the Quran?
It's not. Chapter 4, verse 6 says you have to wait till they're marriageable age. You have to handle money, wealth, contracts, property. Obviously, a 6 or 9-year-old cannot handle that.
Well,
and also it tells you got to marry a woman. Obviously, a 6 or 9-year-old is not a woman.
Well, okay. I mean, we would say it's not a woman. I agree, but that doesn't mean the people of the time wouldn't say. Maybe they did. But let me see. You said 4:6.
Yeah, chapter 4, verse 6 gives you the marriage criteria.
This has to do with orphans, though, right?
It's not limited, no, because there's already a concept of marriageable age, so it wouldn't be something that's only for the orphans.
Says, "O mankind, fear your Lord, who created you from a single soul and created from its spouse."
4:6. No, chapter 4.
I'm reading 4:1-6.
Oh, okay.
God watches well over you. Deliver their monies to orphans, and do not substitute corrupt for pure. Do not consume. Here it is. If you fear you will not be fair towards orphans, so too with marriage. Marry whoever please you among women, 2, 3, or 4. But if you fear you will not be fair to them all, then one only, or else what you own of slaves. Wait, what do you think about that before we keep going? The fact that it does say literally slaves, or is that a mistranslation?
Which verse was it again?
Let me pull it up on Quran.com because it has the
Yeah.
because at least it has the Arabic with it. I can click the sound. But that one where it says slaves is I think it's 3. Hold on, where was it? Here, I'll just read 3 and on. If you fear you will not deal justly with the orphan girls, then marry those that please you of women, 2 or 3 or 4. But if you fear that you will not be just, then one or those your right hand possesses, i.e. slaves, that is more suitable that you may not incline to injustice. So let me see what the word says with the slaves. Let me see which word it is. Yeah, it does say what looks like what translates to that which your right hand possesses.
Yeah, and again, which I said was, common law or legal marriage.
Well, it wouldn't be legal marriage because it separates the two. Because it says, if you fear that you won't be just to 2, 3, or 4, it says then marry just one or those your right hand possesses. So the first part is saying legal marriage. So what is the or for?
The or, so it's saying marriage or legal marriage because I said legal marriage or common law marriage. So like
Are you talking about like
legally
concubines?
Not necessarily, because 425 still says you got to marry them before.
Yeah, but it says right here, and I'm reading it. It says, if you fear that you will not be just, then marry only one or those your right hand possesses. If it was the same thing, marriage, then they wouldn't say or, because then it would effectively be saying marry only one or marry only one. That wouldn't make any sense, right?
Well, because there's marriage between a believer and a believer. But let's say before believing in the Quran, I marry an atheist, right? Like I'm still allowed to keep that marriage.
All right. So you're saying the right hand possesses would be if you marry a kafir.
Yeah, like legal possession. Like let's say you're already married to an atheist from before you were a Quran believer, or let's say you make a mistake, right?
All right, I think that's a bit of a stretch.
Even if you're repent after and stuff and reform, but you'd still be able to keep that marriage.
So you're saying what right hand possesses is if you are married to someone who is a kafir.
Like legal possession, yeah.
So you're saying if you're married to someone who's a kafir, that's what your right hand possesses means?
It's not just kafir, it's just possessing legally. So it's not limited just to kafir.
I'm confused. If you marry a believer, a Muslim woman, is that what your right hand possesses?
No. Because you agree, there's a hold on, what's the verse where you said there's a distinction in?
Yeah, it's 4:3.
One sec.
I'm just saying if marrying a Muslim is not what your right hand possesses, then you're saying what your right hand possesses if you're married to a kafir, right? Kafir means non-Muslim.
Yeah, so it would be just like others. It's a common law marriage. Like, let's say you were already married to a kafir in the past, you could still keep that marriage. Yeah.
Okay, how do you know it's speaking of kafir?
Because that's the understanding from when because it's talking about marriage. So we go off Quranic marriage, and then
yeah, but I'm saying it means slaves. You're saying it doesn't mean slaves. How do you know?
Because 425 rejects or condemns is against sex slavery.
Oh, I was just talking about. Okay, let's read 425. It says, but
sorry if I'm being confusing.
You're good. I appreciate the conversation. And whoever among you cannot find the means to marry free believing women, then he may marry from those whom your right hand possesses of believing slave girls. Wait, hold on. What's the Arabic?
Woman...
Hold on, I want to see what the Arabic says. Maybe it doesn't say slave girls. What's the word? This word. What does this mean?
Fatayatikumu.
Yeah. What does that mean? Fatayatikumu almu minati walahu alamu. What does that mean? Let's look up English to Arabic real quick. English to Arabic.
Yeah, I mean, you agree that slavery is not like you know how biblically in Old Testament slavery were just having women like working for you during war. It's not necessarily her being oppressed or held captive. So it's the same thing here.
Well, okay, I'm not necessarily saying any of that, but
no, I am. Yeah, I'm making the connection.
You do agree it says slave, though, yeah?
Yeah, but slave. But you know how biblically slave. It doesn't mean a woman you're just kidnapping. So a woman who's working for you like under war. It's not.
So you agree? 425 says you can marry the person working for you.
The woman, yeah. Like for example, in you know how in Exodus it talks a lot about female slaves, right? But you agree it's not slave as an oppressed woman.
No, I actually do think they were oppressed during that time, and that's why God and Judaism pulled away from that, but you couldn't pull away from it from one day. That's why there's a lot of atheists who say, hey, because I believe in the Torah, the Tanakh, people say, well, your Bible actually says this on how to treat slaves. That's horrible. It's like, actually, it's not, and I'll tell you why. Because the Bible was not saying that you should have slaves forever. What it's saying is you need to pull away from the days of slavery, but we understand you can't just say, starting right now, abandon it all, because that's the way the systems were built. So what God gave them was, okay, do this intermittent step of how to treat your slaves, but the consideration is to move away from that in the future. That's how I believe it, at least. Your Quran does not say that. So I agree with you, or no, sorry, I don't agree with you that I wouldn't consider it a slave. No, I actually would consider it a slave. Yes, they were better treated than maybe those before them.
But slave, it's not limited just to, because America and like the Muslim countries, they completely messed up the way we see slavery today. Slavery, like I said back then, but it's having women working for you. And even
so what this verse, so what 425 is saying is to marry either believing women or whom your right hand possesses of believing slave,
or like woman who you're taking care of. You know how in chapter 9 verse 6 from earlier it says if they seek your protection, you can grant them to a place of safety. Okay. So like let's say you have them in a place of safety and you choose to marry them. It doesn't. I got it.
1 second. So I'm gonna read it one more time. Whomever among you cannot find the means to marry free believing women. So we're putting aside just free Muslims, right? It even says the word free. That means it's implying that the other one's not free. But okay. So the means to marry free believing women, then he may marry from those whom your right hand possesses of believing slave girls, women, whatever. It says girls, but maybe it means women. So I'm sorry, I don't agree with you, because by saying if you cannot marry free believing women, then it's saying the other option would be unfree believing women.
Like not free, like ones that are like free, like ones that are not with you, ones that are not like with you under your protection or under your authority or care in the war.
Wait,
like possessing. What? Sorry, man. But because I don't have Wi-Fi in the car.
Isn't rich.
Sorry, but yeah, like I said, like war possession. It's not limited just to oppressed women.
Okay.
Like you're one of the first Christians one of the first people that believes in the Old Testament that said you believe no, it was oppressed women. Because the other Christians they all say no, it's not. It's like same
I
thing
think a lot of people were oppressed back then. Again,
no, but
I could be wrong, but
God
the way.
condoned it? I'm not saying they weren't. No, I'm saying according to God's laws in Exodus.
Nope. That's not what I believe, and I'm not saying that every. Well, I'm not a Christian, but Christian or even Jew or even one second. Yes. Yeah. I'm not even saying that other Jews or Christians who also believe in the Old Testament, I'm not saying they should believe how I believe it. I'm not even saying other Noahites should. This is how I take it. I look at the story of Abraham and the binding of Isaac, okay? You could argue, hey, God was condoning him slaughtering his son, and then he stopped him at the last second. I don't take that story that way. What I take the story as God giving him the lesson that you no longer have to live in the world where you sacrifice your children, your son, whoever, right? And so it was a lesson from God to no longer do that. So no, I don't believe God was condoning it.
According to the Quran, God never told Abraham to unalive his son. That was a satanic dream, because in chapter 7:28, it says that God does not advocate for sin. And then if you go to chapter 37, it never says that God told him. It says he saw it in a dream.
I'm glad you agree with that. I'm talking about from my belief. I obviously don't believe in the Quran, but I think the Quran, and this is this is one of my biggest proofs why the Quran is a false book, because the Quran did a very good job at making all the prophets seem very good. Noah no longer got drunk. Did Musa still kill a man?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. They don't whitewash him, but Noah wasn't a drunk. Solomon never worshipped idols.
He didn't die as a disbeliever.
Right, all of this stuff, right? The Quran makes a very good job at making everyone, I guess, other than Muhammad, really, but every prophet looking very good.
Even Muhammad was a sinner.
That's why I said other. That's why I said other than Muhammad. Listen. I'm saying Islam does a good job at whitewashing all of the prophets that the Bible says did mistakes. They did wrong things. And the Quran says, actually, no, they didn't. So that's the difference. I find that to be disingenuous. In fact, one of the reasons that I find the Tanakh and the Torah more specifically to be so compelling to someone from my point of view who's not a Jew is because if the Jews wrote it, I can't imagine, especially a people of that time, maybe today you might find it, but a people of that time, they wrote so awfully about themselves. Like, they did not make themselves seem like even the heroes or really the great people. And to me, that is, it doesn't prove the Torah, but it's very compelling, because if back in the day, if they were writing about themselves, I'd assume they'd probably be like, yeah, we were pretty badass. You know what I mean? But they don't do that.
Yeah, but the thing is, the Quran never says that they didn't sin. It still acknowledges that everybody sinned in 1661.
It takes away their big ones. It takes away their very, very big ones.
What do you say? Just defending their honor,
or
like defending them from the lies.
There's multiple ways to defend their honor, right? You're right. Maybe
from the lies.
Well, okay, but hold on. Let me answer that. Maybe you're right. Maybe Islam is the true way, and it is defending from the lies. That's true. Hold on. However, you're asking me. I'm not a Muslim. I'm not a Jew. I'm not a Christian. When you ask me, what is more likely, that the Jews who would revere these people and love these people would somehow corrupt their Bible to slander these people that they revere, and then the Quran had to come back and say, actually, you all lied. Is that more likely, or is it more likely that the Quran is, just like I expect anyone to write a book in the 7th century, is making the people they revere look at least closer to perfect? I think that's more likely. It is closer to perfect. I didn't say it's perfect. I said it's closer to perfect.
Not even closer. Just protects them from the big sins, and then I think
which is closer to perfect. That would be closer to perfect. We're saying the same thing.
I mean, closer. Okay, closer. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You're right. But then I'm sure you're trying to go to the Islamic dilemma here.
No.
So we actually believe you're just talking about just how Quran correcting the Bible.
I'm not going to the Islamic dilemma. I still want to go back to 65:4 and Surah 33.
65. Yeah, it says. Yeah, so 65:4 says woman nisa'akum. So when it says those who did not menstruate, it doesn't say those who had not yet menstruated. It's talking about that specific time period. For example, a woman, pregnant mothers, they don't menstruate for 1 to 2 years because they're breastfeeding.
Yeah, here's the problem with that. Okay. Yeah. Do you know what 65:4 says? You want to read it?
Yeah. I already know what it says.
I don't think you do, because you wouldn't have brought up pregnant women if that's what you thought.
Are you appealing to the?
Let's just read it. Right? Maybe you forgot. Trust me. I am not questioning your knowledge. You are very knowledgeable. So I'm just going to assume maybe you forgot. This is how I know it's not talking about pregnant women, because it says, and those who no longer expect menstruation among your women. So that's women that are old to the point that they reach menopause. If you doubt, then their iddah is 3 months. And also for those who have not menstruated, and also for those who are pregnant, their term is not 3 months, but until they give birth. So the second of the 3 examples couldn't be talking about pregnancy, because it wouldn't make sense to then immediately bring up in the third example a pregnant woman.
Or a woman with certain sicknesses.
Okay, that's the common apologetic answer I hear, right? It's talking about, and normally I would bring up the different tafsir and how nobody agrees with that. I got it, Habibi, I got it. I said I would normally bring it up because nobody brought that example up of, oh, it just means those with medical conditions. That didn't come about until I think like the 1800s, maybe a little bit before, but very, very recent, relatively recent, I should say. But you don't believe in any of that, so let's go with a different route. What is the... So you're talking about it's somebody who reaches the age of womanhood, which we don't have an exact age, I'm assuming, but you believe it's someone who's at least... Go ahead. Go ahead, answer that. What is a woman?
Yeah, like 18, 19, something around that.
Okay.
That's, biologically, 16 for physically. That's what science and biology.
No. We'll go with 16 just to put a. I get it could be more or less, but just for the argument's sake, let's say 16 for Islam. Okay. So you believe that the verse is saying a 16-year-old woman who has not had her menstruation because of a medical anomaly.
No, she had it in the past, but just in this specific time period, she does. And there's many sicknesses like amoria that cause women not to mense in that time period.
Okay, I'll tell you how I know it's not that either. How did you know someone is pregnant today? In today's day and age, how do you know someone's pregnant?
Pregnancy test.
Exactly. How would you know someone was pregnant back in the 7th century?
I don't know exactly. They have their own stuff. I mean, missing periods.
Exactly. Missing periods is a big one. They didn't pee on a stick. They didn't do blood tests back then, right? Yeah. So this is how I know you're wrong. Because if it was just, oh yeah, no, this girl normally has her period, but for some reason, whatever reason, she just hasn't had it. He wouldn't have said 3 months. He would have said until either birth of the child or she gets her period again. Because, and I'll tell you why. Because back then, if they missed their period, they would assume it could be something medical, but it also could be pregnancy. So Allah, to tell the people who wouldn't be able to have the ability to determine if someone was pregnant, he wouldn't tell them to just wait 3 months. Because if she's missing her period, and after 3 months, she might just be pregnant. They would have been like, hey, it's been 3 months since you've had your period. You're probably pregnant. So that's how I know that's not the answer.
But they only missed their period just the first time.
But it says 3 months. Right. What I'm saying is it doesn't say if only she misses 1 month. It says have not menstruated. Her iddah is 3 months. But if she misses for 3 months, okay, it might be somebody who misses it only, let's say 2 months, but it would include those that miss it a lot more. So if they were missing for 3 months, like you said, it's somebody who normally gets her period, but for some reason they didn't. They would consider in the 7th century she's pregnant.
Well, I don't know exactly what they had, but you can't say just because this is the only thing that we know of, it's the only thing they did. We don't know what they had back then.
Let me see what the word says. What is it?
And also, it doesn't say and, it says as for those. So that's still it doesn't exclude them from what's already being talked about.
Right, no, I know. Well, it does say and actually, but no, I get it.
It says as for those. So it's not excluding them. If I say like there's
it says I'm gonna read it one more time. It says if you doubt, then their period is 3 months, and for those who have not menstruated.
It's not supposed to say that. It's supposed to say as for those.
What do you mean it's not supposed to?
It's as for those. Like I said, you're relying on Sunni translations. If you want to keep reading from that, I'm saying
okay. Let's look at the Arabic. Let's see what it says. Where is it? Doubt, and their waiting period is 3 months. There he is. Wallahi, what does that mean?
Wallahi?
Wallahi lam yahidna.
Yeah, those who have not menstruated, but it's not yet. It's just not.
How do you say the word? How do you say the word "and" in Arabic?
You can say so. The word "wa" that's commonly used for "and" also could mean as for those.
Yeah.
Which
so
it doesn't exclude what's already being talked about.
Well, hold on before we get there. But you agree it does say "and."
As for those, it's supposed to be as for those.
But it says "wa."
My daddy passed away 2 years ago.
It says "wa." It says "wa," right? It says
yeah. So, like I said, you're referring to the Sunni translation. Like I don't hold to that translation.
No, this isn't the translation. This is Arabic. It says "wallahi."
But how do you know? But if there's one word in the Arabic, you know how one word in Arabic or even Hebrew or Greek.
So you're saying you're saying there's different Qurans?
I'm saying translations.
But if there's a translation that adds in the word and you're saying it doesn't say and, it says as for those, that's a complete change.
No, I'm telling you, it's the same word in the Arabic, but like how do you know which words? Like for example, the word daraba, just the root word in Arabic has up to 100 different meanings.
Does the word wa ever mean as?
Yeah, as for those.
It does?
As for those, yeah. It can.
Listen, I can't literally say you're wrong because I don't speak Arabic, but I'm going to assume that's probably not true. Let me just look up. The best I can do is English to Arabic, see what it says.
Even like right when I look up Quran.com, even though I don't use the translation, it still says as for those on the direct translation.
So it says to say oh, you got an echo.
You got an echo or I got one?
You test? Oh, it's gone now. Okay. It says, as for those translates to this.
أما أولئك
Amma uleik. Amma.
But I'm saying even, but you're relying on you're relying on other sources. For me, I just use the message that came after Muhammad. He gave us the correct English translation.
Let's just move on from it. Listen, there's no way for me to say it wrong because I don't speak Arabic, but I know wa with followed by the word.
You're basing your.
One second. I know wa followed by the word in Arabic means and word, just like how in Hebrew it's ve whatever, right? And whatever. So I feel like you're wrong, because I know how to say and in Arabic, but I don't know how to say as for those, so I can't literally say you're wrong.
Yeah, and I'm sorry if I'm being a little confusing or messing up my words trying to explain this, because I've only been a submitter for a year. I was supposed to, remember yesterday I told you I was going to bring someone else, but they're stuck at work. So that's why, sorry if I'm butchering. I'm just trying to pull this through alone.
No, I got you. No, you're a very nice guy. I don't have any ill will towards you. I'm asking because I want to give you the hard questions. But so the idea, right? Even if it does say as for those, right? It's talking about him not menstruated. You're saying
it still says nisa, which means woman. Like that's the big one.
Okay, how do you spell that? Like transliteration wise, so I can look into this.
Nisa, Nisa.
Okay.
Yeah, that should have been the one that I stuck to. But yeah.
The only thing I would have to say is it's again, I get it.
You don't need a book to tell you what like when the Torah says woman, it doesn't give an age, but you know what a woman is. You know it's not a 6-year-old.
So okay, I'm reading other people's sources and I get it. You're a Quranist, but I have to. It says right here that Nisa can translate to woman, but it also can translate to female. And the example it gives is Surah An-Nisa is talking about the general female population, not women as an adult women. So can you explain why Surah An-Nisa, which is chapter 4, do you think it's talking about only adult women?
No, Nisa means woman because
you're not answering my question. Does Surah An-Nisa, chapter 4, speak of the general female population, or is it speaking of only adult females?
It does speak of orphan girls in a few of them.
So then why would it be called Surah An-Nisa? Now, I would argue it's called Surah An-Nisa because it translates to just female. You're saying that's not true. You're saying Nisa always means adult women.
Mainly, yeah.
Okay, mainly. Okay, good. We're getting somewhere.
Meanings, but you have to tie it back into the verse.
But you just said mainly, so that means this doesn't necessarily mean women. I believe you that mainly it probably does. I'm sure over 50% of the times it probably does mean women, but you just said mainly it means women. So how do I know this is when one of those times it's talking about women?
According to chapter 4, verse 6, it gives you the marriage criterions. Obviously, a 6 or a 9-year-old cannot fit that. Like I said, like you're just sticking, you're tunnel visioning on one verse. But I'm trying to bring you to the other verses.
It's a verse from the God, according to you.
It is, yeah. But I'm giving you, but the Quran's not just one verse. Even at chapter 65, if you read from the beginning, the context is about divorce. So according to 4:6, you can't even divorce a girl because you're not allowed to marry little girls. 4:6 gives you the criterion.
Okay, but I don't agree because of a couple things. One, 4:6 is talking about orphans. Now, I can get the point of like, why would it be different for orphans or not? I'm not really sure, but that's not the point. It's talking about orphans. It doesn't say all females, period.
But there's a concept of marriageable age. So do you think that's limited just to the orphans?
That's what it says. It says for the orphans.
Marriageable age. Yeah, marriageable age. The rushd, like marriageable age of maturity. So it's not like obviously that's already a concept embedded in the Quran. It's not limited.
Let
Just
me
to the
read
orphans.
4:6 one more time. Okay,
Yeah.
so we were on the same page. Quran 4:6.
Mhm.
Well, I'm gonna read before 4:6, but up to 4:6,
Sure.
of course.
Yeah.
So let's start with when it talks about orphans. I think that's 4:2. Okay, and give to the orphans their properties, and do not substitute the defective for the good, and do not consume their properties into your own. Indeed, that is ever a great sin. And if you fear that you will not deal justly with the orphan girls, then marry those that please you of other women, 2 or 3 or 4. But if you fear that you will not be just, then marry only one or those your right hand possesses, that is more suitable that you may not incline. 4:4. And give the women their gifts graciously. But if they give up willingly to you anything of it, then take it in satisfaction and ease. Verse 5. And do not give the weak-minded your property, which Allah has made a means of sustenance for you, but provide for them with it and clothe them and speak to them words of appropriate kindness. And here's 6. And test the orphans until they reach marriageable age. Then if you perceive in them sound judgment, it says them, so it's still speaking of orphans. If you perceive in them sound judgment, release their property to them, and do not consume it excessively and quickly, that they will grow up, and whoever is self-sufficient should refrain, and whoever is poor, let them take according to what is acceptable. Then when you release their property to them, orphans, bring witnesses upon them, and sufficient is Allah as accountant.
But for one, there's already a concept of marriageable age, so that wouldn't be limited just to the
Okay,
orphans.
then where does that come from, marriageable age?
What do you mean, where does it come from?
Well, I would say based off of 65:4 and Surah 33, marriageable age would be
33 doesn't. No. You're using the verse that says that you can. I know what verse you're talking about. From
Yeah, the
33,
verse
but
specifically says that if you have not sexually touched them, then there is no iddah. So the fact that somebody has an iddah means you first have to sexually touch them.
Yeah, so that doesn't talk about a marriageable age.
No, I agree.
That gives
I'm
you a
saying
rule, but not a
65:4 implies a marriageable age can be a lot younger than, what'd you say, 16, give or take? It implies it a lot younger.
No, because it says woman, like in the Torah,
as you said, it doesn't say. Well, okay, you're correct, but when you look at commentary, right, which is something
I don't
you
use
would.
commentary, though.
I know you would, and I'm saying in Judaism, if you look at the Mishnah
Judaism.
Torah, it says that the appropriate marriageable age for boys and girls would be around 18 years old. Now, it is true that they definitely, and this is based off of historians.
But that's not in the Torah,
One
though.
second.
That's from outside.
1 second. Based off of historians' knowledge, okay, it would say that a lot of the people in Judea, right, would give, and this is around the time of the Roman occupation, would sometimes get married anywhere between the ages of 14 at youngest, but generally 16 to 19, right? It could be more or less, but that's the general age.
But yeah.
But nonetheless, I'm not here to talk about the Torah, right? I'm saying in the Quran, you said 4:6 proves me wrong. 4:6 just simply says marriageable age. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. What is marriageable age?
It gives the criterion, though. Yeah, they have to be able to handle money, wealth, property, contracts.
Okay.
It gives you the criteria, even if you keep reading verse 19.
So if a 9-year-old could handle contracts, which isn't that weird,
they can't.
Yes, they could.
A marriage contract?
What does it say? Marriage contract?
What's the context?
What's the verse? Let's look at the verse. What's the verse that says contract?
Do verse 19 and 21.
19:21?
No. Verse 19 and verse 21 from chapter 4.
Verse 19. Got to read full soda. All right, 19 says, "O you who have believed, it is not lawful for you to inherit women by compulsion, and do not make difficulties to them in order to take part of what you gave them, unless they commit a clear immorality, like adultery. And live with them in kindness. For if you dislike them, perhaps you dislike a thing, and Allah makes therein much good." And you said 21?
Yeah, but remember earlier when you said, where's the Quran say you can't compel them into marriage? Verse 19.
But
that one, I forgot it even says that, but yeah, I mean, it's a good thing I caught that now.
Okay, I mean, it says for you to inherit women by compulsion, but What my
Which
argument? Hold
you
on.
can't compel them.
Right, and then when I look at the footnote, which I know you won't agree with, I'm just reading it for my own purposes. The deceased man's heirs, the deceased man's heirs have no rights of marriage or otherwise over his widow. So the point I was making is that how you would define compulsion or the Quran is different than I would define it. So this still doesn't really debunk anything I said. I agree it says the word compulsion, but what does that mean to one person versus the next? But I'm going to read 20.
You can't force anybody. It means you can't force anyone.
Again, as I said earlier, if they are acting in a way of like, I need to marry this person because the other option is a very likely death, that would to me be compulsion, but maybe Allah doesn't think that's compulsion. So we're not going to go backwards. We already had that conversation.
Okay.
Let's read 21. And how could you take it while you have gone in unto each other and they have taken from you a solemn covenant? Okay, that doesn't say anything. So where's the one that says something about contracts, or you brought it up earlier. I just don't remember what it was.
Yeah, contracts. Yeah, I mean, verse 21 that you just read talks about a solemn oath or covenant.
No, there's one that talks about, like you said it earlier, marriage means to handle money and contracts or something. I know you brought it up.
4:6 starts it, and then you can just keep reading on. But there's a lot of verses. Like I'm not gonna make you read like 20 verses.
No, but you brought up that verse earlier. I know you did because I remember. Unless I'm tripping, I remember.
Verse 6 is the one that starts talking about the money.
Yeah, but.
So you just have to keep reading. I mean, chapter 4 is the first 100.
Okay.
And the first 100 or so verses are all talking about this. So that's.
Let me just see.
That's be too long.
That says that marriageable age is someone who can handle economy and contracts.
According to verse 6, yeah.
Yeah, but it doesn't say that.
About handling money, wealth, property.
Where does it say that?
About handling money, wealth, and property in verse 6.
Yes.
Yeah, do not give them their property until.
I'll read it one more time. Test the orphans until they reach marriageable age. Then, if you perceive in them sound judgment, release their property.
Sound judgment. Yep.
Okay. That could be a 5-year-old, that could be a 6-year-old, that could be a 10-year-old.
They don't have sound. No, come on, man.
I had no idea what that means. Sound judgment to me can mean anything. Sound judgment doesn't mean you're fully developed in the prefrontal lobe, because that would be 25 years old, and I doubt you're saying that.
Wait, so and sound judgment and the other stuff. I'm not going to stuff sound judgment, but off the other criteria.
So sound judgment, release their property to them, and do not consume it excessively and quickly, that they will grow up. Okay, why does it say that they will grow up if they're already grown?
No, it says wait. Do not consume it prematurely or before they reach a marriageable age.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
And whoever, hold on, I'm trying to figure out where it says anything about contracts. And whoever is self-sufficient should refrain, and whoever is poor, let him take according to what is acceptable. Then when you release their property to them, bring witnesses upon them, and sufficient is Allah as accountant. Where does it say anything about handling contracts or anything like that?
That's it. Contracts is a different verse, but this one is good enough because it talks about property, money, and wealth. Obviously, if you give a 6 or 9-year-old, $1,000,
it doesn't mean anything to me. No.
So you think a 6 or 9-year-old can handle a whole family?
In today's day, I have no idea how they were back then.
Any age.
No.
I mean, so any time.
Back then, in fact, a lot of Muslims actually make 1 second. Back then, and in fact, a lot of Muslims make this argument that that people, not just girls, but boys, girls, whatever, had to learn these trades a lot faster than kids today. That's actually true. The only problem is a lot of Muslims make that to try to justify marrying a 6-year-old, but you're not doing that, so let's put that aside. But they are right, dude. Benjamin Franklin, he was like, and that's only like a couple or almost 250, whatever. It was
100 something. Yeah.
Well, no, he was during close to the founding, but whatever, it doesn't matter. This was only some centuries ago. Benjamin Franklin was, I think, like 14 when he owned a business, right? The kids just a couple hundred years ago would not be the same even 12 to 14-year-olds we see today. Let's think about all the way back to the 700s. There wasn't a lot of trades. There was no technology or electricity. The people had generally the same trades. So it's not so weird that at the age of even like probably at even 4 or 5, they start to teach them these things. Today, we don't do that. We put them in school. We don't teach them the stuff at 4 or 5. You know, we start to just put them in school. Hey, learn the basics. And then when you get to adult age, in this case, 18, you know, you might go to college, you might do this, whatever. But back then, I don't see it being that weird. Okay, I'm not going to say 6 years old, right? But I don't see it that weird that even like a 10-year-old or whatever, give or take, is incapable of handling giving them money, which I don't even think it says money. It just says give their property to them, but whatever. Maybe that means money.
Talk about property, wealth, and money.
Right. I don't see, it doesn't. It just says, here, I'll read it one more time, dude. Look. Then if you perceive in them sound judgment, release their property to them, period. And do not consume it excessively and quickly, that they will grow up. And whoever is self-sufficient should refrain, and whoever is poor, let him take according to what is acceptable. Then when you release their property to them, bring witnesses upon them. It doesn't say anything about any of that, but I don't see it being that weird. First off, what does property mean? Is their bracelet? Property? Is that their property? If they had a bracelet, I would say yes. Not. What do you mean, obviously not?
I mean, it would. I mean, no, it's not. It's not only just like a small object that 2-year-olds would play with.
How do you know?
Obviously, it's much more serious.
How do you know? Doesn't say it in the Quran.
You agree that the messenger has authority to talk about it, to expand on it, right?
Yeah, that's called the hadith. That's called sunnah, but you don't believe in that.
No, I'm talking about the messenger after Muhammad, Dr. Rashad Khalifa. He came in the last century. He confirmed the Quran and cleared up all the false traditions.
What verse says? What verse says that he was prophesied? Let me see it.
So, chapter 3, verse 81, it says that after God made a covenant with the prophets, that he was going to give them.
Let's just read it. And it says, and recall, O people of the scripture, when Allah took the covenant of the prophets, saying, whatever I give you of the scripture and wisdom, and then there comes to you a messenger confirming what is with you, you must believe in him and support him. Have you acknowledged and taken upon that my commitment? They said, we have acknowledged it. He said, then bear witness, and I am with you among the witnesses. Okay, I'm gonna read what's right before that, because I feel like he's talking to the Jews. But I'm gonna read. Could be wrong.
Because it says took a covenant with the prophets.
1 second. Yeah, I assume he's talking about the Jewish prophets. Let's read 80.
All the prophets.
Nor could he order you to take angels and no, that's not far enough. Let's go to 79. It is not for a human that Allah should give him the scripture and authority and prophethood, and then he would say to the people, "Be servants to me," rather than that's okay. Got to keep going back. Indeed, their tongues may. Got to keep going. Indeed, those who exchange the covenant of Allah and those for a small price and let's keep going. And yes, whoever fulfills the commitment and fears Allah, then indeed Allah loves. Okay, that's not it. Here we go. And among the people of the scripture is he who. Okay, who are the people of the scripture?
The Jews and the Christians, and today, like today, it would also include the Sunnis and the Shias.
Okay, but we're not talking about today. We're talking about when it says in the Quran, the people of the scripture.
Back then, Jews and Christians.
Okay,
yeah, it would be
so then that's who he's talking to. So you're wrong. It's not talking about any prophet.
No, because 381 says it was a covenant with the prophets, and chapter 33,
let's read 75 through 81. That's going to take a while, but let's read it all. And among the people of the scripture, I'm going to read that as Jews and Christians. And among the Jews and Christians is he who, if you entrust him with a great amount, he will return it to you. And among them is he who, if you entrust him with a coin, he will not return it to you unless you are constantly standing over him. That is because they say there is no blame upon us concerning the unlearned, and they speak untruth about Allah while they know. 76. But yes, whoever fulfills his commitment and fears Allah, then indeed Allah loves those who fear him. 77. Indeed, those who exchange the covenant of Allah and their oaths for a small price will have no share in the hereafter, and Allah will not speak to them or look at them on the day of resurrection, nor will he purify them, and they will have a painful punishment. Okay, let's keep reading. 78. And indeed, there is among them a party who alter the scripture with their tongues, so you may think it is from the scripture, but it is not from the scripture. And they say this is from Allah, but it is not from Allah. And they speak untruth about Allah while they know. So before we keep reading, you agree, still talking about Jews and Christians?
Over there, yeah.
Okay, so still Jews and Christians, confirmed again in 78. 79. It is not for a human that Allah should give him the scripture and authority and prophethood, and then he would say to the people, be servants to me rather than Allah, but instead he would say, be pious scholars of the Lord because of what you have taught of the scriptures scripture, and because of what you have studied. Still talking about Jews and Christians because that's in reference to
No,
78.
because it's not about prophets. No, it's not about prophets now.
Wrong. I'm going to read it one more time. 70. One more time. 78. And indeed, there is among them, is the Jews and Christians, and I'll tell you why.
Yeah.
A party who altered the scripture with their tongues. The next verse says, it is not for a human, in context to talking about Jews and Christians, it is not for a human that Allah should give him the scripture, still Jews and Christians, and authority and prophethood, and then he would say to the people, I'm going to summarize this so I don't read the whole thing again, be servants to me other than Allah. Instead, he would have said, be pious scholars. He's talking about Jews and Christians and how the Jews and Christians...
It says prophethood. It says he gave them prophethood, so it's not about prophet.
Correct, because of what the Jews and Christians did. They altered the word with their tongue.
Yes.
Correct,
yes.
so it's still talking about Jews and Christians.
No, but 79 is talking about prophet.
It's talking about the prophets of the Jews and the Christians. That's what it's talking about. I promise.
Yeah, I know. And then remember, but in chapter 33, verse 7, it says Muhammad was part of the covenant in 381.
We're gonna get all of that, but right now we are still very much talking about the Jews and Christians, 100%. So now we're gonna read 80. Nor could he order you to take the angels and prophets as lords. Would he? Right, God.
No, prophet.
Or sorry, prophet. He's still speaking of the same ones that altered the tongue, or altered with their tongue. Excuse me.
The prophets altered it with their tongues.
Correct. That's what 79 says.
You're saying the prophets altered it? Or the Jews and the Christians?
The Jews and the Christians, sorry. Scripture from their tongues, yes. So the Jews and the Christians altered it. Let me just read it one more time. Where is it? Wait, was it 78?
About altering it with their tongues.
And indeed, there is among them a party who altered the scripture of their tongue. So you may think it is from the scripture, but it is not from the scripture. And they say this is from Allah, but it is not from Allah. And they speak untruth about Allah. Yes, I'm talking about the Jews and the Christians.
Yeah, they're distorting it with their tongues. Yeah. I already agreed on that.
Okay, good. And therefore, where is it?
In 79?
No. Where was I before? Yeah, it's 80. Nor could he order you to take the angels and prophets as lords. Would he order you to disbelieve after you had been Muslims? Okay, so that's how I definitely know he's talking about Jews and Christians, because he wouldn't have asked that last question if he was talking about Muslims also.
But he here is talking about a prophet. It's not talking about the Jews and the Christians. So first it's talking about Jews and Christians, then it moves on to prophets.
Okay. So would he order you to disbelieve after you had been Muslims?
Submitters, yeah. After you had submitted to God.
Then 81 says, and recall, O people of the scripture, that's Jews and Christians, right? When Allah took the covenant of the prophets, saying, whatever I give you of the scripture and wisdom, and then there comes to you a messenger confirming what is with you, you believe in him and support him. Allah said, have you acknowledged and taken upon that my, commitment? They said, we have acknowledged it. Who's they? When he says they said, we have acknowledged it. Who's they?
The prophets.
Right. But you agree that's past tense, right? They said this, as in it already happened.
Yeah. So there was a covenant that God took with the prophets. And
right. According so you agree, wait, hold on. You agree it's in the past tense. So you agree he is speaking of the before.
Yeah, but Muhammad, according to 33:7, Muhammad was part of the covenant.
Okay, we'll get to 33:7, but it doesn't matter because it says, they said, we have acknowledged it. He said, as in God, then bear witness, and I am with you among the witnesses.
Yeah, so this talking to the messengers, or the prophets.
Right, from before.
Yeah, so yeah, the prophets that came before, obviously, yeah.
It's like the loudest door ever. Anyways, no, you're good. Okay. So that was 81. That's the one you're talking about. So to me, the way I read that is he is Allah saying to the prophets from before, aka the Jews and Christians prophets, he's saying to them that a messenger will come to confirm.
Yes.
To me, it's clearly talking about Muhammad from Islam's point of view.
It can't. No, because in chapter 33, verse 7,
all right, let's roll that up.
Yeah. It says Muhammad was part of the covenant.
Doesn't matter because it doesn't say those are part of the covenant. It says people of the scripture. Right? In the terms of the Quran, that would be Jews and Christians. But let's read 33:7. Let's read 33:7 real quick. And when we took from the prophets their covenant, and from you and from Noah and Abraham and Moses and Jesus, the son of Mary, and we took from them a solemn covenant. I'm not really sure what that. I don't see how that says Muhammad's
It's
part
talking
of it.
about the covenant. It says you. We took it from you also.
It just says
You, talking to Muhammad. Ayyuka. It's when it says ayyuka in Arabic, that's singular.
It says wa'ith akhatna mina.
Yeah. So when we took a covenant, from the
Right. From it just says from the prophets. It doesn't say.
and you and as well as you.
Where does
Which
it
is talking
say
to
in you?
Muhammad. And 33:7.
Yeah, I'm reading 33:7. It says wa'ith. Is eth you?
If is one.
Okay, so it says and when wa'ith, and then it says akhathna. Again, I'm sorry about my
Akhadna,
accent.
we took. Oh, you're good.
Okay.
You're good. Yeah, we took.
So and when we took. Next word is minna.
Minna,
What's that mean?
from.
Okay, so and when we took from. God, I'm gonna butcher this. Anabiyina mitakahum.
Nabiyina mithaka, yeah, prophetic covenant. Covenant with the prophets.
I really
You're
need
good, bro, you're
to.
good.
I need to learn Arabic. Okay, go. So where does it say you?
Oh, sorry, my bad. But yeah, sorry, what was your question?
Where does it say you?
Ayyuka. Read the verse again.
Want me to read it again?
Oh, my bad.
I don't know. I read it. I read the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 words, assuming that's a word. That's a long word. But anyways, I read the first 5, and you told me all the words and what it means, and none of them meant you. I can keep reading.
Ayyuka. Yeah, it's not. I never said it's in the first 5 words. Maybe you gotta read.
Okay, the next. Okay, I'll keep reading. Waminka.
Waminnaka, yeah.
What is that?
Minka. So
That's
from
their
you.
covenant, right?
No, covenant is mithaq. Mithaq.
Wait, hold on. Oh, sorry, not that word. My bad. This one.
You're good.
So waminka means
Minka,
and
so
from you.
From you.
Okay,
Yeah.
again, I don't speak Arabic, so for the sake of argument, I'm just going to say
Yeah,
you're right.
singular.
Okay, fair enough. I'm just going to assume you're right just because I don't speak Arabic. So it doesn't say we took from the prophets. It says from the prophets. And wait, hold on. It says their covenant, and waminka actually means and from you. So it's from the prophet as well as from you.
Yes. So Muhammad was part of the covenant. So it's obviously a messenger after Muhammad.
Look, I can't say that's necessarily true or not. I'm just gonna have to believe you because I don't even know.
And even if you go to 735, it says messengers.
Go ahead, keep going.
So in 735 it says messengers will come after Muhammad. It says, "Oh, children of Adam."
Oh wait, it
when
does say in
messengers
the
come
English
from
translation and from you. My bad. Maybe I did.
Oh, you're
read that.
good.
We took
So
from the
you
prophets.
just wasted
the
a whole
covenant
3 minutes.
and from you
You're
and from
good.
Noah and Abraham. Okay, so it says. Let me read it one more time. And when we took from the prophets their covenant, waminka, so and from you,
Yes. Yeah.
and from Noah, and Abraham and Moses and Jesus. So do you guys believe? I don't know this answer.
Yeah.
Do you guys believe in Islam that there is only one covenant?
There's one covenant that's spoken about in the Quran.
So but do you believe there's one? Because it says and from Noah, and from Abraham, and from Moses and Jesus.
That's the prophetic. Yeah. So 381. That's the prophetic covenant.
How do you know? And because me as a Noahide, I believe all of them got different covenants. I believe that Noah, that's what I'm Noahide, Noah's covenant, right? And then next would be Abraham. Abraham had a covenant, which then passed down all the way to Israel. And then Jesus, if you're a Christian, you're going to believe that's the new. You know, he fulfilled the law, and there's new. So how do you know this verse isn't just saying their own covenants for each person?
Because it says we took the covenant from you and from you and from you.
No,
and from
it
you.
says
It's almost singular
their.
covenant.
No, it doesn't. It says their covenant. This word right here. What is that?
Yeah,
word?
their covenant. Yeah, the prophetic. But what's the
Mithaq-kahum. What does that mean?
what's the word before that? Yeah, their covenant. But it says prophetic. But right before it, it's either before or after. It says the word for prophet in Arabic, anbiya.
Right, the prophets, and it says mithaq-kahum, which means their covenant, not the covenant. Their covenant.
Their prophetic covenant.
Right. That's Okay, so I didn't waste 3 minutes, so it's good. Okay, I didn't know about the you, but
Min Mecca, because you said Min Mecca from you.
Hold on, 1 second. 1 second. It says their covenant, so that actually proves what I'm saying, right? Because if it's saying their covenant, it means individual ones. If it said the covenant,
no, because if I look at a whole family and I say their house, does that mean that the mother, father, brother, sister, son, daughter all have a different house?
it could be or it may not be. If I say, for example, if I speak to somebody and I say, I took from them their house, yours, Moses's, let's just keep the same names to not be confused, right? If I say I took from them their house, yours, Noah's, Abraham's, Moses, and Jesus, would you assume they all have the same exact house?
Well, you said house. If you're talking about them all have a different house,
I used your example.
Houses. No, because here it says that
you don't have to actually. If I say I
their
took,
covenants.
actually no, you don't have to say their houses. You could. I'm not saying you can't. I'm saying you don't. If I say I took from them their house, yours, Noah's,
that's grammatically incorrect.
Don't have to. And no, that's actually not true because you're still using singular people. You're still individually listing them. Now, if I wanted to, if they had the same house, I would say I took away, I could still say their house. I'm not saying you're necessarily wrong, but I would say, let's go back to the word covenant because house is stupid. I would say the covenant. If I said, what's the word again? He says, and when we took from the prophets the covenant and from you and from Noah and Abraham and that would make sense. But it doesn't say the covenant. It says their covenant. So you could be correct. It might still be singular, but we don't know that. It could absolutely mean their covenant individually.
I mean, 381.
Yeah, this is
makes it clear that it's
no, this is 33.7.
Yeah,
No,
381 makes it clear that
we'll
it's
go back to
singular
381, but I don't agree because 381 says, and recall, O people of the scripture, again, this would be Jews and Christians, when Allah took the covenant of the prophets. Again, speaking, because that would be to the Jews and Christians.
But no, it's a prophetic, it's the covenant with the prophets.
Again, you might be right, but I'm not particularly sure.
And even in the Torah, in Malachi 3:1-3, it talks about a messenger of the covenant to come.
All right, this is going to be the last point, actually, because you actually went into a good point. I want to know
but
what
also,
you...
before we even get there,
go ahead.
Just look into the Quran, chapter 7, verse 35.
All right, I'll look that one up, but then I really do want to ask about the next one because I wanted to see what you say. You said 7:35?
Yeah.
Okay, Quran 7:35 says, O children of Adam, if there comes to you messengers from among you relating to you my verses, I'm assuming that means scriptures and laws, then whoever fears Allah and reforms, there will be no fear concerning him, nor will they grieve. I'm not really sure what that's supposed to say.
It says one messenger is coming from among you.
Okay, again, okay, so the clear Quran does kind of word it that way, but isn't the clear Quran? Isn't the clear Quran like isn't that the one that like modernizes the Quran? Isn't the clear Quran?
Not 100%.
Isn't the clear Quran the one
Not
you guys
100%.
give new converts so that way it doesn't you ease them into?
There's no you guys. That's the one that they give to that the Sunnis use, but we use that as Khalifa
but the
translation.
Sunnis they give it to the
They use that one.
They give it
that's
to
that,
no they use Sahih International too, I'm sure, but they, from my understanding, the clear Quran is the one that they give to new converts because it's a lot nicer to read. So they don't want to give them the one that says kill people and have sex with.
It says the same stuff, but yeah, it is
No,
the
it
one that they give.
doesn't. For example, Surah 434 in the clear Quran, it says if your wife is disobedient, ... discipline her. That's what the clear Quran says. The Sahih International says to smack her. So no, it doesn't say the same thing.
Oh. Yeah, so when you have like billions of different translations, wouldn't it be much easier if God just sent the messenger to give us the correct one along with other duties?
No, I'm with you. I'm just saying the clear Quran doesn't say the same thing.
Yeah, okay. I was not aware of that.
Let's go
Good
back.
catch, though.
Yeah. No, I know this because I got into an argument with this new convert and I told her that's what it says about wives. And she said, nah, mine says this. And she had the clear Quran. Doesn't matter. Anyways. Okay. Let me ask you a question. So do you believe the Torah, at least at the time of the Prophet Muhammad, do you believe the Torah was corrupted?
Oh, yeah. The same Torah they had back then was the same during Muhammad's time as what we have today as well.
So you believe, no, it was never corrupted?
There's only a little bit was corrupted, not as much as the Muslims are saying.
Okay, sure.
Just
Nothing that is going to change the core messaging, really. But yeah, maybe there was some. Okay, I mean, I agree with that. I wouldn't call that corruption. To me, corruption means core messaging being changed, not
Textual.
different. Yeah, I wouldn't call it corruption. But okay, fine. So how do you specifically, how would you answer the Islamic dilemma? Let me repeat it just because there might be people in the chat that don't know what the Islamic dilemma. The Islamic dilemma, effectively put it very, very, very lightly, is that the Quran actually affirms the Torah and the Christian Bible. I'm here to speak about the Torah because I'm not a Christian, but it affirms both. However, the dilemma is that it actually changes the words. It has different beliefs than what you will find in the Torah. So if it affirms the Torah, then either the Quran is lying because the Torah is correct, or the Quran is lying because it affirms the Torah, but the Torah says something different, so therefore it's lying because of that.
Yeah. So for one, in chapter 2, verse 79, it affirms that the scriptures were corrupted.
Wait, I thought you just said it wasn't corrupted.
No, I said a little bit of it was corrupted. Even a little bit
But
still counts
I'm not,
as corruption.
okay, I don't agree necessarily because, well, okay, what do you mean by a little bit? I have to ask what you mean.
And so yeah, we believe that 90% of the Bible is still intact, but that 10% that was
That's
corrupted.
not a little bit. 10% is a ginormous. That is huge. When we're talking about the words of God, that's huge. I thought you meant little, like as in, oh, this one has a different spelling or textual error here.
It's more than just text. It's more than just textual. Partly textual and some intentional, like a little bit of bigger things.
Okay, so you're saying that it actually the Torah was corrupted. Then, if you're gonna say 10%, that's corrupted, especially if it's core messaging, not just 10% like textual errors. Okay, can you give me the verse again?
Yeah, chapter 2, verse 79.
Yeah, I know this one. All right, let's read 279. So woe to those who write the scripture with their own hands, then say this is from Allah in order to exchange it for small price. Woe to them for what their hands have written, and woe to them for what they earn. That does not say that the Torah is corrupted. What it says is that there are people
corrupted the scriptures.
Yes, I agree that there are people that may have done that. That is true. But it does not say, because I'm sure you know the Quran specifically says that the words of Allah cannot be corrupted, right?
No. The word of God that comes down, that can't be corrupted. But obviously, a physical book can easily be corrupted. Like if I have a Torah and I add 2 verses to it, does that make the Torah corrupted, or does that mean that the physical book is corrupted?
Well, if you spread it all,
the difference?
No, if you were to spread that all the way around to where the entire world, I guess, other than maybe actually including Muslims, the entire world sees it that way, then yeah, I would say that the word has been corrupted. If you're just saying that some people were selling books on the corner that are like, hey, wait, this doesn't match the Torah, which is right here, or let's say I had the scroll, then I'd agree with you. But if you are corrupting it to the point that the entire world is getting it wrong, not just onesie twosie, yeah, I'd say you did corrupt God's word, actually.
But you can't. But no, even if it's all the books are one book, that's still textual corruption. There's a difference with corrupting the word of God and corrupting a physical book that you're holding in your hands.
Will anyone go to Jahannam?
Anybody?
Yeah, anybody.
The hell? The disbelievers go to hell. The idol worshippers, the hypocrites, the transgressors.
Why? Disbelievers means non-Muslim. Why would non-Muslims go to hell?
It's not just non-Muslim. It's people who just rejected God. You're not responsible for what you don't know. So even like
exactly. No, perfect. We're there. Yeah. So you're not responsible for what you don't know according to Islam. But you just said that it's not that the word was corrupted, but the entire world believes. Let's just stick with the Torah. This is the Tanakh, but the Torah's in it. The Torah, okay, has been corrupted. Let's assume you're right. That means every single Jew in the world, right? And Noahide, I guess, and also Christians, because they call this the Old Testament, it's not their fault. They're reading this, so they're not responsible because they don't know, correct?
No, because the core message is still there. For example, and I know in Deuteronomy 13:6-10, it says to unalive whoever tells you to go worship another God. But then in Exodus 21:22-25, it says life for a life, wound for wound, bruise for bruise. So obviously you can't unalive someone for blasphemy, because it's life for a life. So how do you deal with that? So that's the Quran came to give you to air everything out.
Okay, that's great. I'm not here to talk about that. I'm saying that it wouldn't be.
I'm giving you an example.
Let's ask about the Christians. Why would the Christians go to hell? Because it's not really their fault they're Christians. I'll give 2 reasons for Christians that I couldn't even really necessarily give for Jews. The first is the same. That, hey, the word was corrupted, but a Christian today is not going to know that, nor would they believe that. It's not their fault. But the second reason is also Allah, I would argue, effectively made Christians today, which is the largest religion in the world. How did Allah do it? Because Allah, I assume you believe, altered the face of somebody to be crucified in place of Isa.
That's not true. No. That's not
Hey,
true.
you don't
Jesus,
believe this,
he
got
was
it.
crucified.
You do believe Jesus was crucified?
Yes. For one, in chapter 3, verse.
This is the
So,
first
yeah,
I've heard of this
chapter-
from a Muslim.
so-
Excuse me.
Yeah, so chapter 3, verse 55 says that God said to Jesus, Inni mutawaffika.
Hold on. Let me pull it up. Quran 3 what?
355.
Never heard this from a Muslim. This is interesting.
Yeah, you're learning new stuff. I'm going to teach you how to destroy Muslims, because what you're doing is good, but you can make it better. You can destroy them much easier.
Oh, trust me, I'm all for that. Okay, so it says, mention when Allah said, "Oh Jesus, indeed I will take you and raise you to myself and purify you from those who disbelieve and make those who follow you superior to those who disbelieve until the day of resurrection. Then to me is your return, and I will judge between you." Okay, this doesn't say anything about him being crucified. What do you mean?
No, I'm not talking about crucifixion, but it does say God said I'm going to unalive you. The word
it doesn't.
mutawaffik in Arabic.
It says I will take you. It says I will take you and raise.
Read the Arabic. Yeah, that's a false. They changed the word, but mutawaffika means I'm going to cause you to die. I'm going to unalive you.
Let me see.
If you
Says
in
take
Arabic,
you.
I mean, take, like, if I say, bro, may God take you, that's me saying may God unalive you. Like if I ask you, hey Nick, where's your great grandmother, and you say, oh, God took her, she's with God now. Does that mean the physical body's with God, or is it a nice way of saying that she's dead?
Okay, but we're not speaking.
Arabic.
But we're not speaking.
Translate. No,
One sec.
no.
One sec.
Yeah.
We're not. Hold on one sec. We're not speaking of like a grandmother here. We're speaking of in accordance to Islam. Wait, you do believe he was born of a virgin, right?
Yes.
Okay, at least you believe that. Okay, so we are talking about someone who was divine, a prophet, a messenger, who was born of a virgin. So I would give you that maybe if I said that about my grandmother, but we're not really talking about that. So it says right here, the Arabic word mutawafika means I will take you, or it could mean cause you to die, but it doesn't say it has to mean
And the
cause
Quran,
you to die.
no, in chapter 39, 42, it's the same word is used for when God says that He takes the souls up when we're sleeping.
39:42. Let's read it.
Yeah.
Allah takes the
God
souls
to
at the
the
time
soul.
of their death, and those that do not die, He takes during their sleep. Wait, what? Okay.
And returns it, in the morning to whoever He wills.
Then He keeps those for which He has decreed death and releases the others for a specified term. Okay, wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Wait, let me read. What's the one? Wait, I went too far, I think. Where is it? Let's see. And the one who does not die in their sleep. Got it. Does it say mutsa? Where does it say what was it again? Mutsawifka?
Yeah, the same.
Yeah, but I don't see that anywhere in here anyway, so I don't really know why you brought up this verse. It doesn't say that word anywhere. Okay.
It's the second word in the Arabic. It's the second word in the Arabic. Yutawaffi.
Okay, 1 second. I have to make a quick call. Just give me just give me a second.
All right. But yeah, guys, everybody join the server in my bio, discord.gg/submission, and we can go over everything in there. We'll go over Quran, Hadith, Israel, Jews, whatever you guys want to talk about. So yeah, join the server in my bio and follow me. Add me on Discord and YouTube, Instagram, Hussam Speaker. Join the Discord server in my bio. Let's get more people in there. Yeah, thank you everyone for having me on. And then I know some of you are addressing chapter 4, verse 157. So it doesn't say he wasn't crucified. It says they didn't crucify him because it was God who crucified him. And because God is basically the one that's taken the credit for it. And chapter 8, verse 17, it says that when you unalive someone, it's not you who unalived them, it's God who did so. And then when you throw something, it's not you who threw it, it's God who threw it. So God is the one that's taking credit. Even in the Torah, in Deuteronomy 32:39, God says that He is the one that causes life and death, and that He's the one that wounds and heals. None can deliver out of His hand. So God is if I shoot someone with a firearm, right, and I pull the trigger, is it me that unalive them? Is it the gun? Is it the bullet? Which source does it ultimately go back to? You guys know what I'm trying to say? And then for people who came late, I don't believe in the hadiths. I'm a submitter. I follow the Quran alone. I reject all the hadiths. We support Israel because the Quran says so in chapter 520 through 21, 17104, 247, 7137, 2659, and many more. For the one that said it's you who shot him, but what source enabled me to do that? It all goes back to God, right? Who's the Quran talking? It's still talking about Jesus. It doesn't say that somebody else was in his place. It says that it looked like it. Like, let's say if God were to take my soul right now, and then someone comes in and shoots me, and then I fall, it's gonna look like they unalived me, even though they didn't. It was God who did so. But obviously, you still get punished for your intention. Yeah, bro, Muslims do hate me. I get death threats all the time. I got called a Jew, a Zionist, a Mossad agent, Israeli. They say my blood is halal. It's the same stuff that they say to the Jews. No, we don't believe that Jesus is going to come back. The Quran makes it clear that his life came to an end, and he's not going to come back until the day of judgment. That's in chapter 5:16 through 117. The next time that Jesus speaks will be on the day of judgment. He's not going to come back. There is no Dajjal, no Antichrist, no Mahdi. We don't believe that Muhammad was illiterate either. The word Ummi in Arabic that they use for illiterate, it actually means Gentile. So in chapter 25, verse 5, the people around him, they bore witness. It says that they witnessed him writing down the Quran. And then chapter 96, 1 through 5, it says, read, and then taught by the pen. So an illiterate man cannot read. And then the story about Gabriel or the angel in the cave, that's all from the hadith. That's all fake. So, and actually in Isaiah 29:12 in the Torah, it says that when the illiterate man is given a book and is told to read, he says, I don't know how to read. And then after it says this is about the hypocrites. And in the hadith, it says the exact same thing about Muhammad. So they intentionally wanted to make him look like a hypocrite and a false prophet. But don't worry, I'm smart. Me and my community, we're smart. We know how to read. We know how to figure these things out. So we can solve all these issues easily. We'll go over everything. And then continuing on, the Muslims, they also say that the Torah was given to Moses. Moses did not receive the whole Torah, because in the Torah itself, in Deuteronomy 34, 5 through 6, it talks about the death and burial of Moses. So obviously he can't write about his own passing. It was continued by one of the other prophets. And the Quran itself never says that he was given the Torah. In fact, in chapter 5, verse 44, it says the Torah is a compilation of what the Jewish prophets received. It's not limited. Moses got part of it, but not the whole thing. That's another dilemma that the Muslims have. And then about Abraham, we don't believe that God told Abraham to unalive his son. We believe it was a satanic dream, because the Quran says in chapter 728, God does not advocate for sin. And then in the story in chapter 37, it says that Abraham, he had a dream, but it never says that it was from God. And then that's why God, sent the lamb or the animal offering in the place of his son, because if God tells you to do something, he's not going to go back on it. So obviously God never told him to do such a thing. It was a satanic dream. What else? And then regarding, so Muslims, they love to say that the prophets, especially Muhammad, were perfect and sinless. That is not true. The Quran documents many of the prophets and messengers sinning, like Noah in chapter 11, verse 46, when Noah, when he tried to, intercede for his son, or said, oh God, you said you would save my whole family. What about my son? And then God said, he is not of your family. Do not ask me about what you do not know. And then Noah had to repent. And then even from Muhammad in chapter 66, verse 1.
Hey guys,
God
just hold on a sec. Hold on.
Yeah,
Nichols,
my bad.
he's on a call. Just real quick. Let's not,
I'm
let's
talking to
not
the audience.
monologue
Just,
right now because he
just
can't
to save
even.
time, yeah.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah.
Just hold
So
on.
you're saying you want me just to stay quiet until he comes back, or can I keep speaking?
Well, everything that you were just talking about, he wasn't listening because he was doing something.
I know he's not listening. I'm talking to the audience. I'm aware that Nick had to
I
take
got
the call.
you. I just
I'm just
didn't
trying to
understand
waste
what was
time.
happening there, so I was telling the audience to just hold up.
Yeah.
Just a sec.
For sure. Kristen, what's my favorite color? Green. I'm sorry. I'll instead of just lecturing, I'll give you guys. I'll answer some questions. Let's see.
Yeah, you're good.
How many-
It's almost done, you guys. It's fine. Just 1 second.
It's fine. I'll just wait. Let me get some water.
All right, I'm
But yeah,
sorry.
Daniel,
I'm sorry. There was kind of a what was maybe an emergency call, but it's not. We're good.
Are you good? Yeah, hope everything's okay.
Yeah, no, everything's good. Okay, sorry
yeah.
guys. It was a longer call, but we're good. Everything's fine. Okay, yeah, sorry.
Check your WhatsApp, please.
We were talking.
Sorry, when you were away, I was giving the audience some more information just to pass the time.
Okay, someone said I'm Muslim now, Nick. We're all Muslim now, Nick. Jesus Christ. I failed you guys. Okay, anyways, no, okay, got it. So you do believe the Torah is corrupted. What was I saying last? Yeah, that verse, it doesn't necessarily
Jesus?
say. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily say that the Quran, or sorry, that the scriptures were corrupted. It was saying that people did, and that's right. You said, but wouldn't that mean it's corrupted? I said only if it's. Oh, that's right. We were speaking. I said we got to the point where I was talking about the crucifixion. You believe he was crucified.
Yeah.
So you don't believe in the whole faces altered, none of that?
Faces altered?
Yeah, Muslims have told me that the face was altered for somebody
Oh,
else.
the face.
To be
No.
crucified.
Oh, face altered. No, that's not true. That's another cover up.
Interesting. Let me see. Hold on. I want to Sorry, I didn't mean to mute. Actually. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Listen, you're the first Muslim I've ever heard say anything about the face or sorry, the crucifixion happening. So I'm not really sure what to go with that. I mean, I'm reading that the word that you brought up, whatever it was, doesn't necessarily mean to die. It could mean to take.
Even in chapter, I think it's 4 verse 96. It says when the angels take the souls or the angels unalive you, the same word is used in the Arabic.
Let me see. 496 decrees from him and forgiveness and mercy.
Believe
And
so.
no, it's not that one. Probably maybe the one.
No, hold
before.
on. Sorry, 497. 497.
Indeed, those whom the angels take while wrongdoing. Okay.
And the word in the Arabic is the same. Mutawaffika.
Tawafika? I don't see that anyway.
Mutawaffika. Or the same. What's the word in the?
They say
Yes,
tawafahumu.
tawaffahum. Yeah, tawaffahum. So they take their lives or they take their souls.
What's the one? What's the Jesus one again? That he was killed.
Mutawaffika.
That's the same thing.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same roots. It's like saying I run versus you ran.
I don't believe the same root
It's
doesn't
the same verb.
necessarily.
I mean,
Oh, I
it's
get
the
it
same
now.
verb.
Baby, I'm texting you another thing.
Look, okay. I mean, I don't really care if it's your belief. I don't even know why I'm really arguing that. If you believe he was crucified, cool. I don't. I was just more. I
don't?
was just more shocked. No, I don't particularly care. You can believe whatever you want. You believe he
Oh, you don't
blew
care.
a flying donkey to Jerusalem. I don't. Yeah. What,
No. I said you don't believe Jesus
What's
was
up, babe?
crucified.
Yes, baby, I got it. Sorry, what was your question?
Oh, I thought you said you don't believe Jesus was crucified. I thought that's what you were talking about.
I believe probably historically he was. That's probably true. Okay, listen. I think it was a fruitful conversation. I think it's gone on
but
long
also
enough.
you don't want to talk more about like the messenger and Code 19. Also talk about what we align on regarding Israel and like stuff you can use from the Quran against the Palestinians and the Muslims.
I got to get over to you, Mingo, because I'm already a little late on that. But maybe another time, or maybe you can message me that stuff. I think it was great.
Yeah, when would you want to do the part 2? Maybe do like this time on Zoom, like official setup.
Yeah, we can
I
figure out like
maybe
a time to do it otherwise, but sure. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to know, I guess, why Muslims should be Zionists. Me personally, I'm just gonna be very direct with you. I like you, right? But for me, I find Islam to be still very much antithetical to my beliefs, my culture, the West. I find it to be evil in a lot of ways. And so for people like you, although I like you as an individual, but for people like you, I feel like it's an attempt to proselytize people into a religion that I do not want people to go to at all. But I think you have a great thing. If Muslims were like you, then I would find you guys to be like any other religion I don't believe in. Hey, I don't believe in it, but that's awesome that they don't bother me. Right? But the problem is I don't think that's going to happen. I think most Muslims are going to probably call you a kafir. They're not going to agree with you. They probably don't like you. And so the problem is we're taking people and putting them into a religion, which opens them up to becoming like 99.9% of Muslims, not Muslims like you.
Yeah, I feel that. But yeah, do you want to set up, like, what's the best way to reach you?
Yeah, just, do you have Discord?
Yes.
Yeah, just go on my Discord. Go to nickmetal.net,
Uh-huh.
and it'll take you, that will direct you right to the Discord link.
All right, my Discord is Hussam Speaker. I don't know if you just want to just add me. Also, would you be interested in like joining the server and like talking to them on there, or would you rather just have it all on your platform?
I'll just talk to you separately, and I can just get those little verses that you have. I know some already, I'm sure, but I'll get verses that you have about hey, this is why we should be Zionists.
Sorry, you said nickmetal.net?
Yeah, I think that's it, right, guys? Nickmetal.net? nickmetal.net. You go there, it'll direct you straight to the Discord link. It's Okay,
and hopefully next time, we can talk about Code 19, the miracle of the Quran, and proving the Quran, and then also do Zionism in Israel, like do like a half, and break it up. God willing. But yeah, thank you guys for having me on.
Thank you. Have a good one, brother.
God bless you all. Yeah,
God bless you.
God bless. See you.
All right. Let's catch up with the super chat, and then we're going to go on over to you mingle, you guys. Thanks, Ali and Alex, for the super chat. Zeno says that religion has no place in modern civilization. All religions have changed. The book is not mentioned to be followed to the T. It's a book to not be an asshole. Sincerely, your neighborhood Norseman. Zeno says, I have a question for the Muslim. Why does the Quran say to kill all polytheists non-Muslims? Yep, we went over that a little bit. McFly, this Hussam speaker is a chill dude. We need to support more Muslim Zionists. Glad he's on our side. Yeah, we need to support them as Zionists, for sure. I agree with that 100%. If someone's a Zionist and they're supporting something, regardless if we believe them or not, if they're an ally, they're an ally. But that's just where it would stop. It's like me supporting someone who's a left-wing Zionist. Yeah, I support them because they're a Zionist, but I'm not going to necessarily agree with their left-wing ideology. Sahaban Banner? I was blocked from your TikTok live because I sent Hussam a sizable gift. Weird, your team runs a hell of a ship over there on the ticks.
I absolutely did not block anybody for gifting him. Absolutely not. If one of my mods did that, though, I will find out who did it. Because we don't do that shit here.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I'm not trying to excuse it at all. It is possible that maybe it was an accident, because there has been times where you try to click someone's name in the comments, and then right when you click, the comment moves up, and then you click the person below them. I'm not saying that's what happened. I agree with you if that's literally why you were blocked. When you say blocked, do you mean blocked or muted? Either way, it's still wrong. I'm just wondering. Yeah, if you were blocked or muted just for giving a gift, yeah, obviously that is that's not okay. Ray says, hey Nick, you never called out my $20 super chat last night. Oh, I'm sorry about that. When I post something you disagree with, it's a test for a pro-Palestine wife. Wait, what? When I post something you disagree with, it's a test for a I don't really know what you mean by that. FYI, this is the only circumstance that is a negative one. I'm not really sure what you mean by that, dude. Post something you disagree with, it's a test for a pro-Palestine wife. Yeah, I don't know. But I read every single super chat, so it's definitely just missed it. I apologize. Rebecca, thanks for the membership, and says, how are the Gen Z broccoli-haired Muslims doing tonight? We'll get there. Blue Moon, Nick, please ask him what he did about Moses and Abraham. He changed the stories, why he thinks the stories are the real ones. Grumpy says we need to yell at Jubilee until they correct their lies. They're not going to correct their lies. Okay, now I got to go back to the main chat. Because I'm sure maybe you guys were answering my question. I wasn't even looking at the main chat, so. The chat says, left wing, Nick, I love ya, but your political spectrum has like 7 degrees of separation for the right and 2 kinds of leftists / Dems. My man, come on. Okay, that's not true at all. Definitely more than 2 kinds. But if you don't see yourself as a leftist in the way that I obviously mean it, then you should not be offended by it. I didn't mean just left wing or like center left. No. But if you're offended, you might be the one I'm talking to. I don't know. Okay.
Kelly's in the request. Let me let her up. Hey, Kel.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry, guys.
Oh, you're fine. I thought you were just coming up saying hi or something.
No.
Hi, love.
All right.
Mhm.
Well, in that case, let's get over to YouTube so we can
Let's
go over to you, Mingle.
All right.
Leech,
I don't think I'm doing it in the end tonight, you guys, but we'll figure it out for tomorrow.
It's okay. I have actually more fun profiling people that Nick is debating and sending you all the news on
Sending
me
me all the
personally.
text.
Oh my God.
Just keeping me updated. All right.
All right.
Talk to you soon.
Leech, Mr.
Love you guys.
God bless America. See you guys on YouTube. Peace.
So Omegle time, everyone.
Wait,
You know what that
Why does it
means?
always do that?
Out in the car, nothing but Arabs hanging out in the car.
Screaming and yelling while hanging out in a car.
Absolutely no women, just 3 bros hanging out in a car. 1, 2, 3 Arabs hanging out in a car. Come on, everyone, sing along. From the west to the east to the north to the south, from the river to the sea.
All we see is Arabs hanging out in the car. Nothing but Arabs hanging out in a car.
We click next.
And what do you see?
No women, absolutely no women, just bros in a car, screaming and yelling while hanging out in a car. 1, 2, 3 Arabs hanging out in a car. Omegle time!
Omegle time.
The bitch ass.
Yo.
You like the big Yahoo?
Do I like the big Yahoo? Oh, why'd you leave automatically?
Oh my God, Nick. I've been waiting for you.
How old are you?
Bro. What's up, dude?
I've been waiting for you and then immediately leaves? Okay. What's up, man?
Hi. How you doing?
Good.
Well, what are you getting up to?
I don't know. There was a girl right before you and she's like, Nick, I have been waiting for you, and then skipped. I don't know if it was on
Nick.
purpose, could have been an accident.
Your name's Nick?
Yeah, my name's Nick.
Well, nice to meet you, Nick.
Nice to meet you.
What are you're
Habibi.
debating, you're talking, like what's going on?
Yeah, I speak. How old are you, real quick?
18.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm live. That's why I asked, and so I
Oh,
just
sick.
don't like to have minors on the live. But anyways, yeah, I just speak with people about either American politics, geopolitics. Specifically, I'm pro-Israel, so Israel, Palestine, Iran,
Yeah.
etc.
Yeah, cool stuff. I mean, I used to be a lot more knowledgeable on politics. I think this might be crazy to say, but I think partially because of Charlie Kirk, and it's just easier to get educated. That was a man who stated things that were very true and digestible, and he said kind of like just the right amount of things. I feel like sometimes people will say too much to the point where it's not understandable, or too little to the point where it's it's true, but not enough to understand it. I'm trying to think if I have any questions for you because you do seem like a wise person. Do you align anything with like a religion?
I'm a Noahide.
A Noahide. Tell me more about that.
It's someone who follows the 7 laws of Noah, but trying to figure out how would it. Are you religious?
I am. I'm a Christian.
Okay, so it would be the 7 laws that are. I mean, they're in the Old Testament. They're kind of scattered out. They've been solidified, but the 7 laws that were given during the time of Noah for all humans, Gentiles, Jews, etc.
Okay. Why do you see those as maybe possibly more suggested to follow objectively? Obviously, I'm assuming, rather than following. I'm assuming you don't follow Christ. Following Christ, following his teachings. Because if we're taking the Bible within its whole context, I don't know if you even include the Bible or if it's just Torah, Tanakh, whatever it might be. Why that over, I guess, Christianity as a whole? I could put it.
Why do you follow Christianity and not Islam?
I follow Christianity and not Islam because I see more reputability, credibility, and evidence suggesting for it to be an actual text that can be trusted. Whereas with Islam, even externally, if you just use laws of logic and logical deductions, I don't see a world where it would be true. Even, okay, if the Bible's true, Islam is false. If it's not true, Islam is false, is pretty much to put it simply.
No, I get why you're not a Muslim, just why Christianity over that, and that's my same answer for you, but one step back.
Would you, I don't know if this is getting too technical, and I'm not a scholar. I'll preface that. I should probably be acting a little more humble in my speech, but what maybe evidentially suggested in that, like, oh, that's more reputable. The evidence suggests more towards that, rather than just saying evidence suggests it. Like, what substance is there that points more towards following these laws than Jesus's teachings, or that he was divine, or that he was God, or ABC, XYZ.
For you, it makes sense to actually determine what makes more sense, because yours comes later. So you have to not only, compare it to something that comes after, you also have to explain why you left the original to go to something newer, because you're in the middle. For me, being more on the original side, it wouldn't be so much about being comparable with each other. It'd be more like you have to convince me to go to something that's newer, whether it be Christianity, Islam, Mormonism, etc.
I would say, just to preface, would it be fair to say you see Christianity as I might see Mormonism?
Well, I think I really enjoy Christians a lot, and I think they're wonderful people. They're very loving. I want more people to actually, in ways, convert to Christianity if it means leaving specifically Islam, to be honest with you. So I wouldn't, if you mean just in a general sense, like it comes later, yes. Yeah. If you mean like literally, probably not. But
yeah, just like within it being correct doctrinally, and kind of like the process that it takes to be correct. Meaning, like I am born and raised in Utah. I mean, I just said that on a live stream, so now people are going to know that. But I have grown up in one of the most densely populated Mormon areas.
Right.
The difference that I see within, Joseph claims to be divinely inspired. Jesus not only claims to be divinely inspired, but then endorses apostles who say he's God. The difference I see in that is like, if we go even through the Torah or Old Testament, I guess could be more accurately put, these things prophesy Jesus. They prophesy. I guess before I go to Jesus, maybe it would be easier to bridge that to, do you believe that God do you believe in God, or do you just follow laws?
I believe in God, of course.
Okay.
So you know, the first law is to not commit idolatry and believe in the one God.
Right. Do you believe that God could come through the vessel of a man and that be him?
I believe God can do anything.
Okay.
I believe God can also create the world in 1 day or 1 second, but he didn't. It's just about what he did do, not what he can do.
Yeah. Right. I was going to take that for then Jesus being plausible, not only possible, but then how do you, I'm not great with words. I'm trying to think of putting this in a way that's actually understandable. What do you think of messianic prophecies that point towards Jesus specifically?
I don't think they point towards Jesus.
You don't think even if like man who will be pierced by his hands and his feet, man born in Bethlehem, born of a virgin birth.
That's not what it says. The original Hebrew doesn't say man will be pierced by his hands and his feet. It says in the original Hebrew, it actually says as like a lion. That's what it says. The Christians changed it to say pierced.
Oh shoot, my AirPod's dying.
Now, I'm not here to say you shouldn't believe that. You're a Christian. Believe your text. But for me, in the original Hebrew, right, when you read it, it doesn't say pierced.
Which manuscript are you using?
The original. The Hebrew text. Are you asking like which translation do I read in English?
Well, I guess that could be useful too, because I know, for example, I'm pretty sure specifically, and I'll explain why I think this is relevant. In Isaiah 9:6, the difference between like if you're going interlinear text between Tanakh and just the oldest text you can find of like Old Testament Hebrew for the Bible, will use in the Bible more support the idea of Jesus as to where the Tanakh doesn't, even though their original source text dates the same. To then say like, I don't know how different that could be if it's just like presuppositional biases affecting interpretation and possibly like scribal methodologies, or if that's truly what like the original unbiased Hebrew says.
Yeah, no, that's what the Hebrew says. So I can look it in. I can look up the verse real quick. I know it's in Psalms. I'm just trying to remember. Is it Psalms 22? I think. Hold on. Hold on a sec. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, so the original, it's 16 or 17, I believe, of chapter 22, just depending on the numbering. But the original Hebrew, which I believe is Ka'ari, let's see, Aleph, Reish, Yod, yeah, which would translate directly to like a lion. And then it will be followed later, Yadai ve Ragelai, which is my hands, ve, and my feet. Now, in the Christian Bible, which I do have a Christian Bible here, so let me see what it says here. It's our Psalms. Yeah, so this is the same exact verse, but this says in the Christian Bible, dogs surround me, a pack of villains encircles me, they pierce my hands and my feet. All my bones are on display, ... So in the Christian Bible, it says they pierce my hands and my feet. But that's not what it says in the original Hebrew.
Can you apologize, can you reread the original? When I was listening, I just kind of want to hear it again.
In Hebrew, it says Ka'ari Yadai ve Ragelai.
Okay. And that you're saying that is saying that it's just like a lion or like a lion?
Ka'ari, like a lion, are my hands and feet, which is Yadai ve I have a hard time doing the reish at the beginning. Ragelai.
Okay, so you don't think there's any exegetical kind of translation that would point to that being pierced from hands and feet?
Yeah, I mean the Septuagint, I mean just depending on what the Christians pull from, and the Latin Vulgate, I believe it's called, right? So
Yes,
they're
yeah.
going to translate that word. They're going to translate it as pierce, kai orixan, I think is what it is, right?
And
I could be getting that wrong, but yeah.
No, I think you're right. I mean, you know more than I do, probably by far. But on the contrary, as opposed to pierce, what else would that be? I mean, and maybe you're saying it in this right in front of my face.
Yeah,
but
it's
as
saying like
opposed to
it's saying
pierce.
yeah, sorry, I can look into like kind of like what they mean by that. Let me see. So let me type this real quick.
Because I don't really see
So I literally just typed in just like, hey, why is there a difference between one versus the other? So it says that the grammatical challenge is that the literal reading is famously difficult because it lacks a clear verb in that specific clause, leaving scholars to supply implied action like binding or mauling. And so in Jewish tradition, standard Jewish translations, commentaries maintain the like a lion, as it is actually more direct, or as a lion, they maul my hands and feet. It could be bind or maul, because again, that's the part where the clear verb isn't there, but it's saying like, as a lion, they maul my hands and feet. The Christians, so the alternative Pierce translation, it says in early Greek translations and the Latin, like I said earlier, Vulgate, translate the word instead as they pierce my hands and feet. The root confusion comes from the reading assuming a slight scribal variation or visual confusion in ancient Hebrew letters between a final vav and a final yod, resh, stroke, reading a verb for digging or piercing, ka'aru le karu, rather than ari, which is lion. So it looks like it really is just, it could be this or that.
Okay.
From the best of what I read right here.
Right. So then that brings up another thought in that, okay, let's say this is speaking of being mauled. I mean, then I would assume it's metaphorical, but again, then taking that in totality with the rest of the prophecies, who else do you think that could possibly be pointing to? Without like, okay, even if we don't have this text, if we take this out of the equation, the rest of the prophecies, being born of a virgin, qualifying these, I find it hard to believe that this was either, I mean, there's I guess a couple possibilities. Either one, this is just like a character that somebody placed in order to be like, this looks like the Messiah. Kind of almost what the Muslims would say, in a sense,
well,
not realistically.
I was gonna say real quick, I don't mean to cut you off, but I was gonna say real quick, I don't particularly necessarily see that verse anyways as a prophecy to the Messiah. I think even let's say if it did say pierced, right? And even let's say the Jews, the Hebrew, all of it agrees, nobody disagrees, right? I don't particularly even see that as a messianic prophecy anyways. Like, I think what happens with a lot of, and I mean this with all love, because again, I have no issues with Christians. I think a lot of Christians do kind of shoot an arrow and draw a target around it. So sometimes they see things and if I hear the words by itself, they pierced hands and feet, then you're naturally gonna, as a Christian, think, oh, Jesus. So that must be talking about Jesus. I don't particularly, same thing with like the suffering servant in Isaiah, which is, to me, I think it's very clearly talking about Israel. Some people think it's talking about Jesus. I've seen some Christians say, no, I agree it's Israel, but it's spiritual Israel. But most Christians say it's talking about Jesus, even though verses right before it literally says it's talking about Israel. So I just think that sometimes when you read verses by himself, you can apply it to anything you want. In fact, there's a lot of Muslims that actually pull verses from the Old Testament and say, oh, it's talking about Muhammad, because by itself, it kind of does look like it's talking about Muhammad.
Yeah, taken out of context. Yeah, I see what you're saying in that it's possible even now today. Let's say I had some agenda or rhetoric or narrative and find some way in that there's going to be a certain biblical text or excerpt or passage that is going to support me. I'm going to take that and be like, okay, now it's talking about me. But what I say to that is actually, if we have these things that are prophesied of Jesus, and this is just kind of my thought that goes on right now, so it's fallible, obviously. But we have these things, then kind of, I'm losing my train of thought. Then kind of taking these things, and again, like, okay, I remember, even if they're talking about Israel in that certain time, do you think there's a likely possibility that they could have implication towards Jesus still being a true Messiah? In that,
I can, but I do also want to just before we move too far away from the Pierce versus like a lion. I do know that the Dead Sea Scrolls in many cases do actually back up the early Greek translations, the Septuagint, in which case I believe, I haven't looked it up, but I assume in Psalm 22 it probably would. But the problem is that even with the word that the Christians have translated to, it still doesn't actually literally translate to pierce. It actually more literally translates to the word, it would mean in a plural sense, dug. So like they dug. And so if you were to ask, again, assuming that's correct, because even if it is from the Dead Sea Scrolls, that still doesn't technically mean correct, because even historians have determined that during the time of the Second Temple period, there were slight changes. Not to the point that Muslims say where there was like major corruption, but there were actually slight changes. But let's just assume that is true. It still would actually, in my mind, still we were referenced more to like a lion they dug right into me. It doesn't say the word like a lion. I'm just saying it would back up the core messaging still in the original, or what the Jews I guess would say is the original, more than just they pierce, because they pierce is not a literal translation. And to me, and I've read into Christian apologists and what they've said is, yeah, dug, pierce, it's the same thing, and it could be. I mean,
who are the apologists, if you don't mind me asking?
Like, you know, just
Are they just random people, or?
Well, they're very, very intelligent with their faith. I wouldn't call them random people.
But like not known publicly.
No. I mean, I watched multiple Christian apologists, David Wood, God Logic, Sam Shamoon, who they're beefing right now. But you know, I've watched multiple. I love watching this. I've watched Muslim scholars. I watched Jewish rabbis, and like I
was
love
just curious
watching
if they were
stuff.
like people you met on here, or like esteemed.
No. I'm talking about like when I pull on my YouTube video and start doing nerd stuff.
Okay, I see. Yeah, I mean, I am nowhere near these scholars, but I wouldn't then go to say, oh, Doug, Pierce, who cares? It's synonymous terms. Why does it matter?
I don't want to come from a point of view that I think Christianity is 100% definitely wrong. I'm not a person that I have my beliefs and my faith, but I'm not of a. I don't necessarily believe in like proselytizing. I don't mind people. What I care about more is how your religion affects the world. Because to me, I don't believe in like a hell. I do believe in a disconnect from God, so you can call that hell, but not like a burning pit of like punishment. What I believe in is that everyone needs to be a good person and place the world where it needs to be. I don't believe in a concept that if you're not part of my religion, you will, regardless if you're a good person or not, you're going to burn in hell, Jahannam, whatever. I don't believe in that. So for me, I care more about other religions on so much of how they affect the world. Christians, I think, have a very net positive for the world. Now, there could be bad individual Christians, of course. I'm just talking about Christianity as a whole. So there's no reason for me to have much, because I get all the time, I constantly debate against Islam, and I've had Muslims come up, hey, why don't you attack Christianity like you do? Because they have a net positive in the world. I find Islam to be a net negative. And so,
yeah,
you know, for me, I have no problem. You know, I guess it sucks because in the most Christians' belief, if I'm wrong, then I guess I am gonna, burn. So that sucks. But like, I have no problem if there's something that enters my heart that makes me realize, oh, actually, maybe Christianity is right. I have no problem admitting that. It's just, you know, hasn't been convinced of me yet, or at all.
And I can 100%, I can get behind that, and I can appreciate it, because I mean that requires a great deal of humility to like, especially even openly say that, not only thinking but saying it. Yeah, I mean we can keep continuing having the conversation of like, okay, which is the correct interpretation, but I don't think I'm necessarily like educated enough to. I mean, I would like to, yeah.
Well, we're never going to really fully know. The oldest thing I think we have, or at least one of the oldest things, is like parts of the Dead Sea Scrolls. Some of them are a little bit more newer, but I'm saying some of these scriptures. And we still don't know if that's 100% correct. And we may never know unless we discover something like that's even older, because generally, mostly, even a lot of scholars and historians have agreed that there have been, you know, some slight changes during the Second Temple period. So we're never going to know. And I think that's okay. And this is the problem, and I debate this concept a lot with Muslims, is they have this concept like, no, you need to know and you need to submit. I think it's totally okay to question and struggle with God. And in fact, I find it to be faith and belief is not knowing. Knowing is knowing. Faith is completely different. And so I don't know if we'll ever know. The Christians could be right. The Jews could be right. We might all be wrong. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I enjoy the outlook. I would even say there is pretty much almost nothing certain in life. There are things that you can be very, you know, close to certain with, but everything requires faith. Whether you are an atheist or a theist, a deist, whoever you are, Christian, Muslim, I say everything requires faith, because to believe that there is no God, you have to put your faith in that. The absence of evidence is evidence of absence, which
right.
Regardless of anything, you have to find something that suggests what you believe.
Yeah, that's where I come from. I'm a very logical person, and logically, it doesn't really make a lot of sense that there isn't a God. My belief and where I logically stand and where I push towards is my belief. But I 100% am humble enough to know that I am not automatically correct.
Yeah, I don't kind of buy into the concept that it's a large issue of information, lack of information. Yeah, yes, it is. That's definitely part of it. At the same time, I don't think the people who say, if I just get this more bit of information, if we have one stronger manuscript, then I'll believe. I don't buy into that, because I think if there was a stronger manuscript, those people still aren't going to believe. Like I'm not, you know, I don't know for sure, but I think it's strongly suggested. And I mean, it's been a great conversation with you.
100%. Thank you.
But
God bless.
Do you mind if I ask you whatever your social is or something?
Yep, Nick Matau. Yeah, I'll just type it in.
All right.
Oh,
also, do you mind if I be a little sneaky and plug something I've been working on? Would that be okay?
Shoot.
Okay. Just graduated high school. Just quit my job. Just made a website where I write, and this is my prayer every day for me and everybody on this earth, that I'm not chasing Christianity or Islam, Catholicism or whatever. I'm chasing truth. I find the truth in Christianity, and that's the way that I see it to be objectively true. But I write about it. I'm not all knowledgeable, but I hope to share whatever I find with others. And yeah, I hope your chat is doing well. I hope you do well. I hope to see you again.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful day.
God bless. Thank you.
Yep.
Amen. I like it. And speaking of Christians,
Nick Mattel, I love you so much.
thank you. Yeah, speaking with Christians is so much nicer than speaking with Muslims, honestly. It's almost too nice. You know what I mean?
What's up, big guy?
What's up, dude?
How you doing?
Yeah, good.
Remember last time we talked? I didn't know you go live, actually. I just saw you live like the other day, and I was like, oh, it's this guy.
I do go live. I don't remember what we talked about, though. Sorry.
No, it's all good.
I do relatively remember you, though, and that says something, because I normally don't remember anyone at all, but I do not remember our conversation.
Yeah, no, it's all right. But it was fun talking
He
to
does
you
look
last
like a
time.
baby face Bassem Youssef. That's why. Maybe that's why I remember. You do kind of look a little like a Bassem Youssef. You know what
Who?
that is? Bassem Youssef?
I don't.
Just look him up. You look like, well, he's a lot older, but yeah, you look like maybe what he might have looked like when he was younger. Let me show you a picture of him.
Are you live right now?
I am live, yeah.
Oh, tell the chat I said what's up.
See, that's him right there.
I feel like I don't look like him whatsoever.
Okay. You do. He sucks anyways. You don't want to be like him.
I'd hope not.
All right, brother.
Yeah, you take care, boss.
Peace.
Club shout Yo.
Hey, I do remember you. Were the guy
Did you get
that
baked by Cora, bro? You got absolutely fried by Cora, bro.
that definitely didn't happen, but I know she believes that.
Stop.
Okay, let me ask you a question, because you're relatively okay to speak with until you start losing, but for the most part, what was my? Let's see if I got baked. By the way, she actually did get baked 2 days ago by Maddie. Oh my god, that was bad. In fact, there was Muslims holding lives after saying we have to clean up her mistake. But anyways, let me ask you a question. What was my original claim to Cora? I bet you, real quick, before you answer, wait, no, don't answer because I want to guess first. I bet you he doesn't remember, or he's going to incorrectly say it. And this is why I'm about to prove why all Muslims say, you got baked by, and it's not true at all. Watch. Okay, now you can
I'm not
answer.
gonna use call, bro. Don't worry, bro.
No, not Ka, even though I have
What about his?
right? I'm not going to say that. I'm just going to prove why all Muslims will say stuff like Cora baked you when it's not true at all. And I'm about to prove it, okay? Because you're about to prove you either don't know or you're going to say it incorrectly, which means you are basing you got
Just
cooked.
get to the point, bro.
Get
Just
to
go
it.
and
Stop.
hold
See,
the
you're
answer.
already doing it, dude.
Just
It's
get to
crazy.
the point, bro. Like, I understand.
He's
I
normally
understand
a
what
lot
you're saying.
better for a little bit longer. He's doing the thing that all Muslims do and what Cora
Just
did.
listen, no.
But this
Thing
is
is, like,
what.
I
Stop,
don't-
dude. Just let me. I
I'm
would have
not
been done
Cora,
by
bro.
now.
I'm not Cora.
But it's not
I'm
just. It's not just. See, this is what I'm talking about. Every single Muslim debater, including Cora, not just Cora, you guys do this where you just cut off and then you claim victory.
It's just.
I'm
it's
almost
just
done,
unnecessary,
dude.
bro.
I promise you, it's necessary. We'll promise you, you're gonna realize why it's not.
Okay,
well, you
okay.
might not realize,
When
but
you're done
everyone else
speaking-
will. Yes,
when
just
you're done
stop. I
speaking,
would have
I'm
been
gonna
done a
tie
long
this
time
back.
ago. I would have been done a long time ago if you would have stopped interrupting me. Okay.
All right, go ahead, bro.
So either
go ahead,
you're
bro. Go ahead.
basing me getting quote unquote cooked off of either a lie or off of what you think to be true but is not, right? Which is not necessarily a lie. It just means you're mistaken. So what was my original claim to Cora?
Bro, it was like 3 weeks ago, bro. Like, I genuinely. But thing is, like.
Okay, so she ended up proving me right, and then she said that she proved me wrong. But now I'm not trying to be fair to her. But if I'm trying to be fair to her, maybe she just misunderstood what I was saying, even though it's live, everyone can just go watch it. But my guess is she realized she was wrong, and so she started interrupting a lot because she was embarrassed. But it could be that she just thought I said the exact opposite of what I said, and maybe the hijab is like tight on her ears. I don't know. So what I said to her, I'll remind you, I was talking about the verse in Surah 9, that talks about from 1 through 6 that talks about killing the polytheists. And I said to her, because she's like, no, that was during treaty time. And I said, no, I understand that. And you can go back and it's on my live section on YouTube. I said, no. My problem is not, well, then go watch it. You'll hear me say this relatively at the beginning. I said, my problem isn't if they attack you and you attack them back. That's totally fine. I said, my problem is that there was a 4-month, what they call like the holy months, if you will, but there was a 4-month treaty that gets null and void regardless. She disagreed with me. And then she ends up making me read, because I think I read verse 5 and 6, or maybe just 6. She ends up making me read 3 and 4, which literally says exactly what I said. Word for fucking word. And then when I said, hey, look, I'm right, she just started doing this weird crash out laugh to the point I had to drop her because she wasn't letting anyone speak. And then she just ran around and said, look, I proved him wrong, but it's like, I literally said that from the very beginning. In fact, we brought that verse up today, earlier in the live. And once again, it's exactly what I said. It says at the end of 4 months, kill the polytheists unless they convert effectively, because it says they have to establish prayer and pay zakat.
Okay. So you realize this is verse 6, so there's like 5 verses before that, right?
Yes, did you not hear everything I just said? I just said I read all verses.
Okay.
Correct. And she made me read the thing that proved exactly what I said word for word. That at the end of the 4 months, to kill the polytheists unless they repent, establish prayer, and pay zakat. Do you want me to read it? I'll pull it up right now. I promise you it says that. Let's pull it up.
I agree with what you're,
well, then, therefore, I guess I cooked her then. Because that's exactly what I said to her. And again, she either misunderstood me and thought I didn't say that, which I doubt, because she shouldn't be dumb. Maybe she is. Or she realized she was wrong, and instead of saying, oh shit, you were right, Nick, she just got embarrassed. So I'm going to read it real quick. Watch this. Okay? It says, here it is. Surah 9, Ayah 5. And when the inviolable months, the 4 months, have passed, then kill the polytheists wherever you find them, and capture them, and besiege them, and sit and wait for them at every place of ambush. But if they should repent, establish prayer, and give zakah, then let them go on their way, for indeed Allah is forgiving and merciful. So do you agree that's exactly what I said? That at the end of the 4 months you do this?
Bro, like, yeah. Because that's what it says, right? So
thank you.
Well, here's the thing, bro. Like, can you really argue with that? Because, like, if they repent, you let them go.
No, it's not about arguing or not. We didn't even get to that point in the conversation. I read that, and she literally just, you could just go watch it. She literally just started laughing. Hold on, let me finish. She just asked me a question. She just literally started laughing and screaming until she literally had to get dropped because she wasn't letting anyone speak. And then she just claimed victory. But you just admitted right now, she was wrong. I was right. Which is what I said from the very beginning.
I'll tell you, we both could be wrong. You and I could both be wrong, right? But
the Quran is wrong. I read it word for word, dude. So it wouldn't be me being wrong. It would be the Quran being wrong.
I'm saying like let's say it was something completely different. But things you gotta stop like in the middle. Like I ain't gonna lie, you be interrupting as well, bro.
Right. I interrupt for only one reason. Notice how I didn't interrupt that last sentence because you actually responded to what I said. Right? You said we could both be wrong.
You made me listen.
You just interrupted me.
You just because like after you say something. And then you get to another
point. But I didn't say it. I didn't get to another point. I was still on the very first one.
Once you start to get to another point,
I wasn't getting on another point.
Backtrack.
I wasn't. I agree with that 100%. And that's when I interrupt people. I interrupt people for, I guess technically it's more than one reason, but it's one overall reason. Notice how I didn't interrupt the last point you did because you were responding to me directly. So I listened to everything you said until your question. If you were to either not answer my question, if I asked one, I didn't ask you one, but hypothetically, if you were to deflect, which is what Cora did the entire time, wasn't answering any of my questions, if you, actually, that's pretty much it. I'm a pretty lax guy. In fact, I've had many conversations where I go back and forth with people and they don't interrupt me, I don't interrupt them. It's actually very nice. Then people like Cora, they come up and they say, oh, all he does is interrupt because they're the people that deflect, try to change the subject, don't answer questions. So of course I'm going to interrupt because I don't play into the bullshit game that they try to play into.
Okay, see, right there, like this happening right now. You said a lot of information right there, and it's not a bad thing, right? It's always good to, get everything out in like one paragraph. I'm saying like and even in the debates, like
I said one
it
thing,
becomes
dude.
hard to like backtrack to what you're saying. For example, it's just so much
Can
information
you
at the
just
same time.
real quick? Can you answer me? Because you just said I said a lot of things. I'm pretty sure I said one thing
I know,
with
but it just
no. Just
you
real
just
quick. Just
extended
prove
it
your
so much, bro.
right. Prove you correct. You said I said a lot of different things, different points. Can you point to me how many different points I said, and can you tell me what?
I didn't say different points. I said like a different like.
You said it's hard to
You just
backtrack if I'm
over-explain, bro. You just over-explain. That's
well
why
because
people,
I
like,
find you
interrupt it.
guys to be less intelligent, so I find I have to speak slower. No, it's true. If you watch my live streams when I'm speaking with other people, I generally speak a little quicker. When I'm speaking with Muslims, I speak slower. I get very specific because what ends up happening, I'm not saying this to criticize you. I get you're laughing because you
No,
think
no,
I'm
of course,
making a
like,
joke, but
right.
it's true that Muslims debaters more than others, not that others don't do it, but more times they will deflect or change your words. So what I do is I speak very, very clearly. And yes, you're right. That makes to where I have to expand, but I still only made one point. So it shouldn't have been hard to determine what I said.
1 point should not take 5 minutes to get across.
Sometimes
bro.
it
Unless it's,
does.
like, I agree. Sometimes it does, but like if it's a point like you're trying to explain why you interrupt, it can be summarized. You know what I'm saying? It's just like,
But if I summarize it, then you won't understand. Dude, I've been doing this for
how
over
would you know
5.
that?
I know. I've been doing this for over 5 years. You think this
That's why
is like
people like cut you off. You know what I'm saying? Because like they know you're gonna over-explain.
Nope.
So you just
That's
stop at one point, respond to that.
then
and
why
you can
is it
speak.
almost exclusively Muslims that do it? Are Muslims just what, not capable of listening for more than, first off, it wasn't 5 minutes, it was like 2 minutes at max. But are Muslims not capable of listening for 2 minutes? It's not like too much for their brain.
No, it's like like we want to have
Muslims
like, an actual discussion. We want
overwhelmingly
to learn from each other, right? It's hard to learn from someone because I don't know, like I genuinely like I'm not trying to say this to sound mean. I don't know if you doing it for the clicks. I don't know if you're actually trying to do it to learn.
You think Cora came up on my live to actually learn? Really? You really think
I'm
like the
not-
way
it's
she was
not just-
acting?
it's not just Cora, bro. Like I'm saying, like in general, if you're trying to learn from someone, you want to go back and forth. It's not just like
I think
elongate.
I think that's an Islamic problem. Now, I'm not going to say that no one else who's non-Islamic hasn't done that, but it is truly, and I mean this wholeheartedly, it is more rare. It is mostly Muslims that do it. So why would, if it was everyone that did it, I'd get your point. I'd be like, maybe I am doing that. But if it's only mostly a problem with one people, wouldn't that determine that maybe it's them?
Maybe like the only like actual debate, like people that come do content to debate, like they're like media trained for this. You know what I'm saying? Like you know what I'm saying? Like they know how to like explain it, and it's kind of hard to.
There's
like,
debaters
do that at the
better
same
than
time.
me, I would say, at least in other topics. Not Israel Palestine. Nobody's better than me on that. But there are other topics that people are better at that explain way longer than I do. I actually summarize a lot compared to a lot of people.
Yeah, I've yet to see. I might need to watch you more to like see like how you summarize it.
Dude, I
But
promise
it's
you,
just-
if I was debating with you and I started summarizing, I guarantee I'd have to be like, that's not what I said. Watch, let's do it now. Let's debate. And I'll summarize. Let's debate something. Let's debate Aisha being a child.
No, because that's like a lot of something small, like something smaller. Let's see.
I did say something
think
small.
that
6-year-old.
Toothbrushes should be smaller. Let's debate that.
What?
I think that toothbrushes should be small.
Smaller than that? That's already small.
Yeah, like this type of toothbrush is nice. It's
No, let's
easier to
debate
carry when you're
let's
traveling.
debate something we actually care about. We don't have to do Aisha. Let's do.
Hey, bro, I drove 20 hours from Texas to Michigan, and this saved my life, bro.
Okay, how about
I
this?
care about this.
I think the Quran allows for, not hadith, like Aisha being 6, that comes from the hadith. The Quran allows for pedophilia. And I'm gonna
disagree.
summarize. Okay. I would say 65:4 and parts in Surah 33 prove it.
What do you mean? Like, what's
Sure.
so you're saying 65:4 provides like condones pedophilia?
Yes. I'm gonna
I
summarize.
disagree. Well, first you gotta tell me why you believe that.
Okay, no problem, and I'll summarize it. 65:4 says that prepubescent girls' iddah is 3 months.
Okay, that's like past like menopause, you know?
No, it's not. Prepubescent is the opposite, dude.
Okay, where does it say prepubescent at?
See what happens when I summarize? See, if I said the whole thing, you would have known already.
Okay, you can read a verse, bro.
Wait, where'd you go? Okay, you see what I mean? He just proved me right. I don't know. I don't think he actually purposely deflected, though, to be honest. Or, sorry, skipped.
fuck is going on?
What is
back
going on?
there?
What is happening right now?
All my idols and shit.
Is that an
The
anime
people I
character?
like and also me. Dude, it's not anime. It's a game.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend your anime character, but why is she your idol?
Yeah,
If it's not even real.
because they're tough. They're tough titty blood.
Is she the toughest? You said she's a video game character?
Yeah.
Is she the toughest video game character ever to exist?
Yeah. I feel like it goes Yuri from Doki Doki Literature Club, and then it goes Solid Snake.
How
from
old are you,
Metal
real
Gear
quick?
Solid. 17.
Okay, I'm just gonna move on. Hopefully he changes a lot in 1 year.
Shalom, shalom.
Shalom. But you're driving. You're driving. Ani lo Yahudi.
אתה לא יהודי, אני יהודי.
Ani lo Yahudi.
אתה גוי.
Ani lo
לא
Yahudi.
יהודי. כן,
לא.
כן, אני דמרית, יא בן זונה. Nigga, we both debated this nigga. Oh,
Yeah, Benzona.
About Iran. Oh, yeah. How does it feel to be a bastard?
I feel like you don't know how to speak Hebrew because you didn't understand what I said to you.
On God, I speak better Hebrew than you. What are you talking about?
אתה מדבר עברית?
כן, אני לא דמרית, יא בן זונה.
What did you just say?
I said, אני דמרית, יא בן זונה.
It's מדבר.
فوق اسرائيل بوتا اسرائيل فوق ترامب يلعن دين امريكا على دين اسرائيل يلعن دين اسرائيل fuck you bitch you fucking motherfucker you fuck you.
Do you think you look healthy?
Do you think you?
Sorry, one sec.
Nick Matau.
Hello.
You're not Nick Matau.
I am Nick Matau.
I'm seeing it on a delay. How are you going, brother? I'm Israeli. I watch your stuff. I just want to mention one thing. I think people supporting Ben-Gvir and Bibi are like making it worse for Israel, you know?
Okay, that's a little bit of a stretch to compare Ben-Gvir and Bibi. I think there's a bit of a spectrum shift there, but okay.
Well, there used to be, but they're not anymore because without Ben-Gvir,
Really?
Bibi doesn't have a government. That's why Bibi went so far right, because he's being, I'd say, they bitching him around, you know.
Do you think because they're in they're forming the government that makes them the same in terms of beliefs?
No,
and
but they
actions.
make them alive. No, not the same in terms of belief, but in the end of the day, politicians don't always do what they believe. They do what they think right for them, not for me, for them.
I mean, I think that's true regardless, but I don't see Bibi as extreme right.
No, he's not extreme left. He would be considered lefty, but many Israelis. But he is driven by them to make a decision which be considered far right. That's why the war in Gaza didn't end. That's why we don't finish the war in Lebanon. Like that's why the support for Bibi is maybe 51%, even less.
I would say that's pretty. I would say that's pretty high, actually. Especially in a parliamentary system, that's actually really high. But my question.
No, 51% of the total. That's not high.
51%'s not that low because I assume there's a percentage. If you're just saying yes, no, I don't know, that's not that.
But there is no. I mean, there is no consensus. That's why we had 4 or 5 elections in 5 years because there is no consensus. The country is divided.
I get kind of what you mean, but for me, now listen, I'm not Israeli, so I'm speaking to a point that I want the Israeli people. One second. I want the Israeli people to pick whoever they want via democratic system voting. But what I would say is what I saw with. Do you find Naftali Bennett to be right, left, or center?
It's hard to tell because his origin are right, but I would say he's like center now. Because
Right.
you cannot be right or left in Israel anymore because you won't get consensus.
I got you.
think that
So-
if it wasn't for Bibi in the
I
government,
got you.
or-
Okay. Just let me get back to my questioning before we go back to Bibi. I do. I kind of feel like Israel's developing or already has what we have in America with TDS. You guys have BDS. Not the Pali BDS. But anyways, what I was going to say is that even, and I agree with you, Naftali Bennett is probably more center, you know. Even with him, he formed a coalition with the Arab governments. And something he even, I think, promised he wouldn't do. And then when he went in, he ended up doing it, pretty much betraying all his voters. So when you see Bibi form a coalition with people that you don't like, well, I see the same thing, not even on the left, even just kind of center, maybe slightly right, slightly left, depending on what policy. But even on that, you see, I'd rather someone form a coalition with Ben-Gvir than with the leftists, far leftists in Israel. That doesn't mean I particularly want either. Now, again, I'm speaking from an American perspective here. Like, I'd like there to be kind of a consensus, and I do think that there's some problems. If I was an Israeli and I was living there, I would find some problems with the far right for sure. But you guys aren't really giving much option, and this is why I think you guys need to pull away from the parliamentary system, because I think it's garbage. Just be honest.
I agree with you. The system is flawed, but the fact that Ben-Gvir 10 years ago was at the back bench of the parliament with only like maybe, you know, I don't know how you say mandat in Hebrew, but he only had like 100,000 people who supported him.
Right.
But since the division between because of Bibi is not even right or left, it's completely nonsense. It's not right or left because Bibi is not right and Bennett is not left. That's what they...
What do you mean because of Bibi? What did Bibi do that caused you guys to start dividing?
People are objecting him.
Yeah, but that doesn't... There's a difference between...
He's in charge of the massacre that happened to us. He's in charge of it. He's the fault to it. And he didn't resign. He didn't take responsibility like any other of the military official who took responsibility.
Yeah, I disagree. I would say taking responsibility means doing the correct actions to bring about the security of the land. So I disagree with that. But when you say take responsibility, I think what you mean to say maybe is accountability. And I find that abhorrent because even if you can argue that, first off, it would never be one person's fault, whether we were talking about Bibi, Bennett, whoever. It's obviously a collective of...
I didn't say that.
No, I know you didn't, and that's the point. And it's probably a collective of some complacency that exists throughout the whole system, not just Bibi or whoever. And I know you didn't say that, but what I'm saying is that it's almost, I'm not saying you are, but it sounds like you're blaming him. I would say that the blame would lie... Okay, so you are... I find
I'm blaming him not just for the massacre of October 7th. I'm blaming him for everything happened before that. If you remember the protest,
I do. I was there during the. I was there. Okay. I don't want to go off a different subject, but we're going off on a different subject because I was there during the protest. I know what you're talking about. I was there before October 7th. I saw the protest.
I mean, it didn't start on October 7th. Okay?
I know it didn't, but to blame somebody, an Israeli, for the massacre instead of the terrorists, I find to be absolutely insane.
Accountability. Let's go with your word. Accountability. Did he accountable for what happened? If you're a CEO of a company and your company is doing bad, will you be staying in your position?
I think that's a false equivalency because a CEO is just economics, where we're talking about security. So I would say he did take accountability by doing what needs to be done for the future and indefinite security of Israel. I would say that is him. He's correcting something that happened that you agreed wouldn't be 100% his fault. It would be a complacency across the system. So he's taking that on, and I'm sure it is probably the most stressful job in the world right now. The past 3 years, he's taking one sec, almost done. He's taking that on and saying, "I'm going to set up so that way when I leave this earth, I want to make sure that I do everything in my power to ensure the security of Israel." Not building bridges with the Palestinians and trying to find some peace deal with two states. No, he's saying they obviously made their choices. We need now to separate ourselves from the idea of making peace with them and ensure the security of Israel. I would say that is him taking accountability. Could he be doing other things? Sure, I don't think he's perfect, but I disagree with this.
He blamed the Shabak, he blamed the Mossad, he blamed the Prime Minister before him, he blamed Bennett, obviously. He blamed everyone, and everyone already resigned and took responsibility.
Everyone resigned?
I mean, from the army, from the army officials, not political, because obviously they're elected. What I'm saying, I'm not all against Bibi. I see the chat people saying I'm Smolani. I don't really care.
You sound like you're really against Bibi.
I'm against Palestine. Look, Nick, with all due respect, you don't know much about Israeli domestic politics.
Right.
Even though you think you do.
I don't think I do at all. In fact, one sec, hold on. Not only do I, one second. Well, you accused me of something, so let me answer.
No, I didn't accuse.
You
I wasn't
did.
finished my
You literally did accuse me. You said even if you think you do. Right, but the difference is you accused me of something. You said even though you, yes, you did. You said even though you think you do. That is an accusation to me, 100%. So, and by the way, I would have been done by now. It's just want to say one sentence. Not only do I not think that, if you do watch my lives as much as you say you do, you would know I consistently say I'm an American, so domestic policy in Israel has nothing to do with my interests. I say that all the time.
But you are asked about it.
There's a difference between being asked about it and giving an opinion and saying you think you know a lot. I don't think anything because it's not. Why should I care? I care about as much as an Israeli's opinion about our domestic policy.
No, because what you see is from the outside when people talk about security and war with Iran and all of that, but you don't know the domestic issues we have here. You know, the division in Israel, he is the one who made us to be only left and only right. Even though people say I'm leftist, I'm not leftist. I am against Palestinian state. I don't think they deserve any country. Bibi is the one always giving back land to the Palestinians.
Okay.
He's the leftist. But the problem is, if we don't want far right and far left, we have to get rid of Bibi and make a center government.
Did you just say Bibi has been giving land to the Palestinians?
Yes.
Can you explain? I know he was part of the Hebron Agreement, which didn't give land to the Palestinians. If anything, that helped Israel.
He voted for this connection with Gaza. He voted for it, like he was pro disengaging from Gaza.
Oh, you're saying like 20 years ago. Yeah, I think Bibi 20 years ago was slightly different for sure. Well, no, I don't know why you're rolling your eyes. That's a ridiculous point. Yes, 20 years ago, I think Bibi. Do you think he would? Do you think if it was today, with everything else that's happened, do you think he would still vote that way?
No one would vote that way.
Okay, so you just proved my point. That 20 years ago, I agree.
Because you're talking it from a time retrospective. No one can see the future.
That's what I said.
In 2005, we thought it's a good idea. I was
right. You're literally. That's what I just said. In 2005, he thought that was a good idea. But to attribute that to him, to 1 second, you said he is giving the Palestinians land, not he had that policy 21 years ago. That's a totally different statement.
I'm saying he's not as far right as people portray it. And the reason I brought up Bibi, I don't really care about Israeli politics. The reason I brought up Bibi because people keep quoting him, keep quoting Ben-Gvir, and then you have to. I don't know, counter that because people, wait, Bibi say that, Bibi say that. 10 years ago, nobody quote Bibi, nobody talk about.
I don't think Bibi has said anything crazy. Ben-Gvir, yes, and I've criticized him a lot. I don't think Ben-Gvir should be. If he wants to keep yapping his mouth instead of doing good things but constantly saying things, I'm with you. I say it all the time. Again, if you watch my live, just last night, you will hear me have said all of this. But what do you mean people are quoting Bibi? The biggest thing that I hear from a quote from Bibi is the Amalek verse, which everyone got wrong, and it's very easy to defend because he was quoting Deuteronomy, not Samuel. So that one's easy. But other than that, people hardly quote Bibi. Maybe once in a while. I don't know. Not nearly as much as Ben-Gvir or even others. Most of the time, dude. This is my field, okay? Because I'm the one that does these talks. I get quotes from other people that aren't even really in the government and people think they're in the government, or Ben-Gvir 99% of the time. Bibi very rarely comes up, and if he does, again, it's almost always the Amalek quote, which is very easy to debunk. I'm telling you, you're in my field. What you think about domestic policy, this is my field. Debate and talking to people, I promise you, I'm not lying to you, Bibi doesn't really come up a lot.
Yeah, and I watch your live. I agree with you. I appreciate everything you're doing. But in a matter of domestic issues that we have in Israel, if I, as an Israeli, want to see a good future for my country, all of the people who are in this current government have to go. When
have I ever said otherwise in my life? Anytime somebody asks me, and you say you watch my lives, maybe you haven't watched all of them, obviously not. But when somebody comes up and says, hey, Nick, who do you want to win the election that's coming up in October?
Nobody asks you that.
Literally all the time. Dude, what are you talking about? I've gotten that question multiple times. Like, how are you going to tell me? How are you going to tell me I've never been asked that question? I'm telling you I've been asked that question multiple times, and I say the same answer every time. I want Israel. They ask me all the time, and I say the same thing every time. I want Israel to vote who they think is best for their country. I say it all the time. How are you going to tell me I've never been asked that? I think I know what I've been asked. I promise you, I've been asked multiple times.
All right, well, I haven't heard it, but
But what have I said that makes you think that I think you guys absolutely need Benjamin Netanyahu and you'll be crushed without, like, what have I said that made you think otherwise?
I'm not saying that you said it. I'm here to put an input and telling you that people on the chat and everyone's that quoting Bibi and Ben-Gvir, these politicians are damaging my country. It's not left and right anymore.
Who do you want?
Bibi is like Putin. You know, when people think of Putin, they think of a devil, of a demon, of a bad person, a bad politician. That's why I'm as an Israeli. I can't stand the lies about my country because of this man.
I promise you, as someone who has been doing this even when Bibi wasn't prime minister at a time, I promise you that these accusations against Israel will happen regardless of who is in office. Now, once again, you are now in my field, what you're speaking about. This is no longer about Israeli internal domestic policies. You're talking about the world and how they speak of Israel. I've been doing this way before October 7th. I've been doing this more outside of October 7th than after October 7th. I promise you that it doesn't matter who's in office, left wing, right wing, center, Ben-Gurion, Ben-Gvir, Benjamin Netanyahu. I promise you, you will hear those lies about your country. I will bet everything I own on it. Promise. But my question to you is, who do you want in office instead of Netanyahu?
It doesn't matter to me.
So you don't care who? Lapid?
What I am saying is, if you take Bibi and the far right and the far left,
you
have a center agreed government with over 75% of supporting. That's what I'm saying.
How about
we are divided because of one person.
Okay, got it. How about if it was, because you did say Bibi is center, but you don't like that he's formed with the far right. What if Bibi formed a government with center people? Would you accept that government?
No.
Okay.
Bibi has no longer
Perfect. Okay, perfect. So okay, perfect. So you proved my point. So my question to you is, who do you want in? You can't say it doesn't matter, and you can't say you just want center.
Either Bennett or Eisenkot, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
They can do it together.
Okay.
What is but Bibi?
Anything but Bibi?
Anything. No, not the Arabs. But if Bibi was not there, you wouldn't be divided into 50-50. That's what I'm saying. You wouldn't have Ben-Gvir on the far right, and you wouldn't have Yair Golan on the far left. You would have a center with Likud, with, I don't know, you have Eisenkot, Bennett. We have some good people over there.
Okay, so what is Eisenkot's policies on the security for Israel? What is his? I don't know. I know who he is, but I don't know what his policies are. What are if he was in office, what would he do?
He's a former military man, and he's definitely not left wing.
No, I believe that, but it's not. You're not answering. I got it. You're not answering my question. What would? Okay, let's go more specific. What would his policy be on settlements?
I think the status quo.
Okay, well, I already don't like it. How about Gaza?
What about Bibi policy with the settlement?
Yeah, I think Bibi needs to do more. That's why that is where I do like people like Smotrich. But
we are stuck in the status quo. I mean, it's pretty.
That's not true. He literally just ordered the other day a military incursion and expansion of a settlement. He literally just ordered that about 4 days ago or 3 days ago.
Area C.
Yeah, of course.
That's the status quo. I mean, we are.
That's not. That's they would. I know you and I agree with that, but that isn't really what the status quo is in terms of colloquially with the not just international community, like just the UN. I mean, literally the international community. My question. Okay, so are you saying Eisenkot would expand settlements in Area C?
I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Well,
I trust the system. I don't trust individual. I trust the system, and we are falling.
Okay, I got it. Okay. Let's get back to the conversation. I got what you believe. I'm asking for me. I'm pretending as if I'm an Israeli and I'm trying to learn about Eisenkot. Okay, so he would. You don't know. Okay, got it. He would stick to just the Oslo Accord status quo. Got it. What about Gaza? What would he want with Gaza?
Gaza is beyond our hands anymore.
Okay.
It's not.
What would he do?
In our hands, what will happen with Gaza?
What would he do specifically about the yellow line that exists right now in Gaza?
The yellow line is temporary. It's obvious.
Okay, maybe, but what would he do?
Withdraw to the border after an agreement or some sort of agreement. Like I said, it's not in our hands anymore.
Okay. Again, I disagree, but let's keep going. What would he do with Lebanon? Let's say not today. Let's say Lebanon. Let's say 6 months to a year ago. What would he have done, or would he have done the same thing Bibi did with Lebanon, or different? What would he have done to the point to today?
look, I'm not like I don't know. I'm not a military man, and I'm not a politician. What I do know is, first of all, Bibi doesn't make all the decision by himself.
I agree.
So we have army. You have.
I assume he forms his cabinet, though, right? I might be wrong about that. Okay, so
yeah,
okay.
And the cabinet. Yeah, but the cabinet also goes through approval with the army.
Agreed, 100%. Yep. I got that. No. I trust me. I know that. I'm not that dumb with Israeli policy.
No,
I got that.
Because the situation is like that when we are surrounded with enemies. So obviously, when you make a decision, you have to. It has to go through all the process and the confirmation.
I got that. I already know all that. So you don't know what he would do with the West Bank. You don't really know what he would do with Gaza because you said it doesn't matter.
I don't know what Bibi is going to do with the West Bank. I don't know what Bibi is going to do with Gaza.
Bibi, or at least Bibi, at least with the coalition, has been expanding settlements. They've been approving new projects that other prime ministers in the past have denied, and I'm for that. I think it's an excellent thing. Now, I get you might not agree with me.
The international community would condemn that.
I particularly, for me, and again, I'm obviously more right-wing than you, so this is where we're going to disagree. For me, I want Israel to do everything in their power to crush the idea of a two-state solution. So in the future, yeah, you'll get condemnation today, but in the future, the international community will look and be like, you know what, it's too late, we missed the chance. I want that, and the only way you do that is by expanding the settlements, increasing security, harsher security, and make the lives of the Palestinians in the West Bank harsher until they either do one of two things. They either straighten up, which I don't think will happen, or they want to leave. That's what I want for Judea Samaria. I'm not saying you will agree with that. I'm just saying that's me. So if you can point to me a prime minister that'll do that, great.
I agree. We shouldn't give them any speck of sand in the West Bank, in Judea and Samaria. We shouldn't.
And expand settlements.
It's a direct threat. Expanding settlement, I wouldn't want to live there, but I support people who do.
Right. So Bibi does that. If you can point to me somebody else that would do that, then I'm all for it. I'll be like, yeah, he sounds like a great prime minister. But so far, you told me you don't know what this guy will do. The guy that you said you would vote for.
The Israeli politician, 85% of them are in the center, in the same position. They may not agree on certain specific things, but on the general idea, they can agree. That's why I'm saying that Bibi has made us divided, 50-50. That's why we had all this election. Now, I'll finish with that because I don't want to take more of your time. You're talking about securities and war with Iran and Gaza and all of that. The domestic issues in Israel that we have with education, with healthcare, with the rise of Orthodox Jews who are like taking over the country and making me want to go to whatever other country with my Italian passport.
Right.
That's the issue. That's the issue. And as long as Bibi,
which by the way, just so you know, I have the Orthodox thing and how much control they have and what they're doing in Jerusalem. A lot of them not working. I have, and again, you can ask anyone in my chat. I have condemned that. I'm against that, and I agree with you. However, this is where I disagree with you. And I got this from my mother-in-law, who is, I love her, bless her heart. She is very anti-Bibi, way more than even you. Like how you said. I'm not like all anti-Bibi. Like she wouldn't even have said that. She's very anti-Bibi. She even told me that the Orthodox control and stronghold exist even on the left, right, or center, or whatever you want to call it. She said it's that even is not just a Bibi thing. So I agree with you, but to apply that to specifically Bibi, I don't agree with you based off of Israelis have given me that information, even left-wing Israelis.
All right, but he's the one giving them money and keeping them in power.
Really?
Not anyone else.
So nobody else did that?
I mean, in the past, since Bibi is prime minister for like 20 years.
Not straight.
No, I mean, since 1996.
On and off, yes, that's 94. I thought maybe it's 90. Yeah, maybe it's 96.
94 is when Rabin was assassinated.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, mixing. So yeah, I think it's been on and off, but yes, but other people did as well. And listen. Let's put the Orthodox thing aside because I think you and I agree on that. With the other things, yeah, that sounds awful. But for me, the way I would solve that is you guys need to aim towards more of a market system, supply system, and capitalism. Do you know of a prime minister that would do that? Because I know Bibi has expressed interest in that. Do you know somebody?
We are a capitalist country, but the Orthodox Jews, they don't work and they get money. So what's capitalist about that?
I agree with you. That's why I'm with you. So I'm saying Bibi has expressed interest to start shifting that way. Now, you could say, well, Bibi's lying, and maybe he is. I don't know.
Bibi was the best minister of finance.
I'm not. Listen, I'm not here to argue if Bibi's telling the truth or not. I'm asking you: is there another prime minister who came out, or potential prime minister who came out and said we should shift this way?
Yeah.
Who?
Pretty much. Lapid, Bennett.
Not Lapid. I'm never. Nope, not Bennett ever. Who else?
What do you mean not Bennett ever?
He formed a coalition with the Arabs. Again, I'm speaking as if I'm Israeli because we're having this conversation. Me, I don't care. If you guys vote for Bennett, Mazel Tov. If you guys vote for Lapid, Mazel Tov. I'm just saying if I was me.
I don't want to see the Arabs in the government. Not all of them are enemy.
Bennett, to me, what you feel about how Bibi has cut off all ties, that's how I feel about Bennett. Now, when he's coming on the international stage and he does his videos explaining and debates sometimes, he's great. But me personally, if I was an Israeli, after he did that with the Arabs, I would not vote for him ever again. So do you know of another person, not Lapid or Bennett, that would say, hey, we need to shift towards more capitalism? Who else? Is there anyone else?
You think capitalism is our biggest concern? I mean, we are very much capitalist.
All the things you're not very much capitalist, but all the things that you listed, I think a lot of that could be solved via at least a more mixed system. But I think that's me personally. I think it would be solved more by capitalism. I also think you guys should get rid of the parliamentary system. I also think you guys need a constitution, but that's neither here nor there.
All right, brother. Thank you for your time.
I just want to end with this real quick. I don't know all the. You're right. I'm not into the internal stuff. I know some of the people just because of how much I study this topic. But if there truly is a prime minister that has what I determine to be heightened security, expansion, all the things I said about Judea Samaria, and moving more towards capitalism, pulling away from American dependency and all that stuff, so that way they can open up their markets. If there's somebody else, and if I was Israeli, I'd vote for that person over Bibi in a heartbeat.
There will be someone else. The fact that people can't see the future beyond Bibi is absurd to me. That's
great. So when that guy comes, somebody let me know, and I'll be like, I'll start promoting him or her.
Yeah, and I never voted for Lapid or anything like that. I used to vote for Lieberman and Gantz. That's it.
Somebody said Moshe Feiglin.
People say leftists and whatever. It's stupid people. Beitar supporters. All right.
God bless.
Thank you, Nick. How about you do?
Toda rabba. Moshe Feiglin. Does he actually agree with all that? Can somebody tell me? We do Feiglin? Oh, okay. Well, then vote for him. I've heard the name and I know he's a quote unquote far right guy, isn't he? But you know, I don't take those terms seriously at all anyways. Why is it not working? Come on, I gotta refresh. Oh, what the heck is happening here? Oh, there we go. Did the servers go down? What's going on here? The massage shut down my It's not working. Says connection to servers are lost. Uh-oh. Let me like literally completely refresh then. Either Umingle is down or something's going on. Bum, bum, bum. Did Nick get banned? No, I don't think I got banned. I think the servers are just down. You know what? I got a good idea. It's the massage. Even though you can get banned on Umingle. I mean, I guess that makes sense that you could get banned. Let me try resetting. All right, 1 second, guys. Let's see. Let's try deleting all those cookies that exist inside the computer. Yeah, I tried opening it incognito. I think the servers are just down. Maybe. I don't know. Let me try on this. Hold on. Because that's just what it says. It says connecting to server. Yeah, it's not even working on my phone. If it was like an IP ban or something, then it would, like, if it was a ban, I think it would work. Somebody else try on their phone. Or whatever. Someone go to Umingle. It was cutting in and out a little bit when I was speaking to the last guy. It kept giving me like the red lost connection, but then it would come back right away. Sounds like the Mossad is just same for me. Oh yeah. I think the servers are actually just down. Unless the Mossad banned all of us. My lights just went off in the house. Are we getting an internet attack? Well, if we're getting an internet attack, we're getting it together. You just have to set for M for mini. BB was so mad at that last leftist Israeli. He's like, shut it down. Shut down the whole website. If that Israeli guy that I was just talking to, is he still listening? Look what you did, dude. Look what you did. I'm just kidding. I don't know. Yeah, obviously it's something going on with the servers because it's someone in the chat said that it was the same for you. All right, maybe I'll just look at X for now, I guess. I can do a little bit of some other stuff. Let's read some of the super chats that I missed. All right, Ray Martinez says, meaning she's standing over my shoulder. Yep, I assume that's from your earlier one where you said, hey, Nick, you never called out my $20 super chat last night. Question mark. When I post something you disagree with, it's a test for a pro-Palestinian wife, meaning she's standing over my shoulders. I still have no idea what you're saying. Am I tripping? Does anyone know what he's saying? I'm going to read it again one more time. Okay, I'm going to read both of them together. Or he sent 3. I'm going to read all of them together. Hey, Nick, you never called out my $20 super chat last night. When I post something you disagree with, it's a test for a pro-Palestine, quote-unquote, wife. FYI, this is the only circumstance that is a negative one, meaning she's standing over my shoulder. I'm going to go back to normal chat. Does anyone know what he's saying? Like, am I being dumb right now? Sorry, if they're watching on TikTok, I don't want to say that word. Like, am I just, like, reading it and just not getting it? Sounds like a riddle? No clue. Okay, I just want to make sure it wasn't just me. Sometimes, you know, you read something and you're like, what do you mean? That is normal. And it's like, am I being dumb right now? Okay. If you're still here, Ray, I'm sorry. I do not know what you're saying, bro. But thank you. Next one. What does the Dead Sea Scrolls say? Oh yeah, we already did that. Thanks, Jose. Alana, ask him if he agrees with Hamas. Henny says, check out the Mormon apologist Robert Boylan. My favorite Mormon apologist is Kai Schwimmer, the guy that I was on the Jubilee with. He was on the other side. I went to dinner with all of them after, and I was speaking with Kai because he's a Mormon. He was actually pretty interesting to talk to. Don't get me wrong, I still don't believe in Mormonism, but he did have some like answers of things that are like misconceptions. Anyways, whatever. LML says, are you talking about Cora the Exploder? Yes, we were. LML, it's good they can at least pronounce F. Imagine saying "buck you, motherfucker." And Oshid said, seeing Nick dismantling Israeli leftists is way more entertaining than Nick debating the pro-Palestinians. Ah, give the guy a break. Chaim could be a sign of God. Maybe. Lime, cover Professor Dave's video, please. Needs pushback. Maybe. Jonathan says Umingle's back up. What? It is back up? Oh, okay. Let's go back to Umingle then. Kai is a groiper. Is he? I'm not gonna lie, I asked him about some stuff with Nick Fuentes. I think in some cases he agreed, in some cases he's like, no, I don't agree with that at all. But I don't know. Could be right. In which case I would obviously debate him on. I actually just talked with Kai today. I messaged him to come on to the live to debate him. Because me and him both agree the Jubilee stuff was stupid. He even was like, yeah, it was dumb. And the things, like the way they fact checked, it was all wrong. And so I was like, we should have an actual proper debate. Because he admits, he told me, you're the best pro-Israel debater. It's not even close. And he said it was great to actually be like on the same panel with you. So I invited him. He said, yeah, one day that'd be great. I think it's important because he was being cordial. Now, I'll be real with you. I didn't know who Kai really was before that Jubilee debate, so I'm not going to speak about his character because I don't want to say something and then all of a sudden you guys are like, Nick, he had a video from last year saying all the Jews should, whatever. And it's like, oh, okay, so then that would be bad. I'm only speaking on the day that I was there. He was very nice, very respectful. He told me things he disagreed with. I told him why he was wrong, and he was actually pretty open about it. So it could be all a lie, of course, just like anything else. But I think it's important that if somebody is truly like that, right? If you're saying he's a groiper, if he literally like hates Jews and he's not just anti-Israel, or even if he's just anti-Israel, I think it's important if someone's willing to have that conversation and be cordial about it. I want to actually have those conversations because even if I can maybe not change their mind completely, because people probably aren't going to do that, even if I can make him go, okay, I mean, I didn't consider that. I still have my beliefs, but like, okay, fair enough. I think that's a good thing, and we should strive for that. And I think that's what's good about being on the right side is we can disagree and still have conversations. Time says, I don't know if you can read, but did Ukraine attack Iran? Yeah, I can look into that real quick because I did hear that, and then we'll go back to you, Mingle. I heard that, yeah, Ukraine did something with Iran. I was actually going to talk about that, and I forgot. All right, let me pause this because I don't want YouTube to get upset. This is huge. First time the U.S. and Saudi Arabia have announced joint action against Iran. U.S. and Saudi forces carried out precision strikes in eastern Iraq, targeting Iran-backed militia. Okay, that's not Ukraine, but let's keep going. Okay, this is old. U.S. Central Command, Saudi Arabia, and United States attacked together, which I think that's pretty awesome, actually. Like, that's super based. I always worry about Saudi Arabia. Like, I want to be allies with Saudi Arabia, but I just don't always fully trust them. So if Saudi Arabia can show a little bit more like we are here for this, it'd be nice. But I don't see anything about Ukraine. I know I read it somewhere. I'm just trying. Oh, here we go. Let's see what this is.
Just erupted in a brand new global war has just erupted in Asia. Ukraine openly attacked a massive Iranian cargo ship carrying weapons.
Yeah, this is it.
These Iranian ships were actively supplying lethal drones to Russia. In furious retaliation, Tehran has threatened immediate attacks against Ukraine. President Zelensky.
You like how, like, Tehran, they're always like, Tehran said that they're gonna bring Allah's wrath down, and then they like never end up doing anything.
He strongly accused Russia of giving Iran satellite intelligence. This intelligence helps Iran launch pinpoint attacks on American bases.
Listen, if this is true, which I'm going to say I do believe, right? Obviously, we never know, but I'm going to lean on the sense of believing. Then yes, we know this is AI, but it's just explaining the news. Ukraine. If they truly pinpointed even one source of Russia giving information to Iran to attack our bases, then that is absolutely incredible. And it makes me feel better. I sometimes am a little harsh on Ukraine, and I'm going to continue to be. That never, ever, 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 ever means that I'm pro-Putin. Fuck him. Or Russia expanding into Ukraine. That's not what it means. I'm just simply saying that sometimes there's this thing with we've given a lot of money with Ukraine, and like we give not nearly as much, but still money to Israel. I argue it because of what we get back, even though I still do kind of want to pull out of the 3.8 billion, and I've given you guys those reasons. If Ukraine is giving us information that is this, that's absolutely a great fucking thing. Thank you. And then when you're going one step further beyond just, hey, America, just so you know, here's a spot, you're attacking it. That's awesome. That's awesome. So I if it is true, then I hope we get more of that. And that's a very good show of faith.
If Iran bombs Ukraine, experts warn Europe will instantly intervene. This terrifying chain reaction could quickly...
All right, now it's getting way too dramatic. Iran said Ukraine apologized. Yeah, I'm not going to trust anything Iran says. Okay, let's go to Umingle now. Yeah, Iran just says that because they say, oh, we're going to release all the wrath on you. And then when they realize they can't, they go, oh, yeah, we're not going to because of this reason. Yeah, all right, dude. We're back. Did Umingle go down for you?
It did. I think it did.
Okay, yeah, I was just like tripping.
Oh, are you a fan of Israel?
Yeah, I do like Israel.
I guess that's kind of a niche reference.
Okay, sure. I'm guessing you don't like it, just kind of the way you asked that question.
Not really, no.
All right. What's on your mind then? I'm live, just so you know. I'd like to tell people that.
Nothing. I'm not a big fan of Israel.
Yeah. Okay, let me rephrase the question. Why are you not a big fan of Israel?
I don't know. I feel like they're controlling the media. You know?
Israel?
Yeah.
Okay. Do they control, let's say, BBC, one of the largest medias in the entire world?
BBC, NBC, ABC.
Well, let's
Fox.
go one at a time here. Let's go one at a time here. So BBC had to
British Broadcasting Station. Yeah.
They were caught lying about specifically Israel on average 2 times per week for the past 3 years and had to release corrections based off of this. Why would Israel so heavily have an organization which is probably has pushed every single bullshit, like conspiracy, all that stuff against Israel? Why would Israel do that?
Israel, what do you did they release information, wrong information, defending or attacking them?
Attacking Israel. I want to hear you out. I obviously don't believe you, but I'm going to hear you out because maybe you have information I don't. You're saying they control the BBC. So
I feel like what I feel like is that they're deploying media, and how do I explain this? I feel like they're making...
Before we go down a different rabbit hole, let's just go one at a time because it's easier. Okay. How do they control the BBC, who is very anti-Israel?
They could have, made a mistake.
I don't want what they could have. No. Israel's, if they're controlling them, they're not going to make a mistake that is attacking Israel. That makes no sense. If you don't know, say I don't know, but don't say they could have, because you made a claim that was a fact. It wasn't, but from your point of view, you said it as a fact. So if you don't know, then just say maybe I'm wrong about that. Then we can move on to how about CNN, who's also very anti-Israel. How does Israel control CNN?
I don't know.
Okay, how about other than maybe Fox News, who sometimes still comes out against? I mean, Trey Yanks, he's Fox News, and he's not anti-Israel, but he's not really pro-Israel either. And he's one of the big. In fact, he's the guy in Israel for Fox News. It's not even like he's a random. But I'll give you Fox News. other than Fox News and maybe like New York, other than them and maybe some like really like right-wing media that we don't care about, we're talking about like legacy media here, mainstream, all of them are anti-Israel. So can you tell me how they control Israel, or Israel controls the media when 95% of them are at least relatively to very anti-Israel?
Okay.
Like if I were to just even type Israel in right now and watch Israel. Okay, nothing Zionist or pro-Palestine, just basic term. The very first news article is from Al Jazeera. You agree Al Jazeera is not Al Jazeera. You agree they're not pro-Israel, right?
I wouldn't know. I know that
Al Jazeera
I don't
is
know that station.
Okay, they're a Qatari funded station who is they're literally very, very anti-Israel.
Yeah,
okay.
I would say so.
The next one is New York Times, a blunt warning for Israel. So do you think New York Times is pro-Israel?
Probably not.
Definitely not. Let's go to the third one. Fringe Israeli settler group is sneaking into Syria to try to claim land for a Jewish outpost 18 minutes ago. Do you think that's Washington Post? Do you think that's pro-Israel? No.
Probably not.
How about the fourth one? A few families returned to southern Lebanese village as part of Israel pilot zones deal. Okay, I mean, that one's not really anything. Okay, next one. China Daily. Israel orders expanded West Bank offensive, seizure of refugee camp. First off, that's base, but that's obviously to the international community going to be anti-Israel. I can keep going. Next one. Reuters. Israel's decades-old U.S. support risks losing Democrats. Okay, I don't know if that's one way or the other. Point is that I would say for you to make the claim, which does come from an anti-Semitic trope, let's just be honest, right? The Jews control the media. I know you're going to say, I didn't say Jews, I said Israel. But let's be honest here. You had no proof of that whatsoever. And not only are you wrong, it's pretty much, you could have not said anything more opposite. So where did you get it from? You said it for a reason.
Man. I heard it on TikTok.
You think that's smart? You think that that's where you should go with? How old are you?
I'm 15.
Jesus Christ. All right, you know what? I'm going to give you a break because you're a minor, and I hope you grow a lot in the next 3 years. But, like, dude, I'm going to give you one thing I'm going to skip because I don't like to have minors on the live. But what I will say is I hope that you learn that maybe TikTok is not where you should get your at least end-all, be-all information, okay?
Okay.
God bless you, okay? Have a good one.
You too.
See, the problem is, the problem is that 15 still shouldn't be that dumb because I wasn't that dumb at 15. You know what I'm saying, man?
Yeah, I understand. I'm 18 and I'm a retard, but that's beside the point.
No, I mean, retards exist. That's true, but, you know.
Yeah, I'm right here.
All right. Well, have a good one. Good luck with retardation.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Hit a ghost.
I'm getting all kids right now.
Hello.
Hi.
What's up?
Are you over 8 or at least 18 or over?
Yes, I'm 18.
Okay. I'm live right now, so I just don't like to have minors
What's up,
on the live.
live?
Says hi live.
So wait, what are you live? Like, are you debating? You look like you love to debate.
I love to debate.
You know what's crazy is I've been on TikTok debates as well a lot lately.
Really? What do you debate?
Oh.
Oh, wow. Jinx.
Wow, look at I debate that trans women are women. Trans kids should have hold up. They should be able to get their medical care.
What does that mean?
Like they should be able to have medical care as in like puberty blockers, estrogen if they need so to transition.
What do you mean if they need?
Well, I mean, what do you mean?
Like I would argue they don't need them, and I would say that there's things that we shouldn't be giving kids that are permanent in case they decide, you know what, I made a mistake, as most children do.
Okay.
Right? Would you give a tattoo to a 7-year-old?
No.
Why not?
Because that's permanent, and I agree with you on that.
Really, it's permanent. Okay.
I feel like you're trying to disagree. I agree. I think that yes, estrogen and testosterone are permanent things, so that should be accessed at a certain age, like 16 plus.
Okay.
But puberty blockers is not permanent. You can go off puberty blockers and continue the puberty. So let's just say if your child.
Well, actually, it still does have permanent effects, but I agree it's not as detrimental. But real quick, I would also, just to add, the other stuff, and I'm glad you said at least 16 and older, but the other stuff with tattoos is actually even less permanent because you still technically can get a tattoo removed, even if it is expensive and painful. But yeah, keep going.
Right. So yeah, like I was saying, puberty blockers would be probably the most beneficial thing for
It permanently changes your voice.
It does not permanently change your voice.
It does.
Where's the proof?
Yeah, it even if you stop, well, okay, I think it does depend on how long. If you take it for maybe a very little amount of time, it might not. But let me hold on one sec.
Well, puberty blockers permanently
does
change your voice.
puberty blockers have any long-term or permanent effects?
Puberty blockers do not permanently change your voice. Instead, they temporarily pause the body that causes voice drops. If stopped, natural puberty resumes. So what I was saying.
So puberty blockers, GnRH analogs are generally reversible, but they carry potential long-term risks, which includes lower bone mineral density, unknown impacts on bone growth and height, and uncertainties regarding future fertility or brain maturing.
Right. So like every other medication you take out there does have like potential side effects.
Right. But I wouldn't want kids on medication unless it was needed, right? You agree?
Right, which is needed because a lot of kids
they don't need it.
Okay, well,
when I say need, I mean like they might have like, let's say, cancer, like they literally need it or they will die.
So here, I'm gonna look up something to.
Would you give your child medication that isn't, when I say needed, I mean the actual definition of the word needed, not needed like they really want it.
Like wanted, okay.
Right.
What was your question to me?
Would you give I know you're probably not a mother yet, but if you're a mother, would you give your child any medication that they didn't need that has side effects like that?
So like when we talk about need, you need like the cancer, like you need that medication. So like if someone had anxiety, depression, and they needed those medications, I mean, you don't need medication for anxiety and depression. People live without it constantly.
I agree.
So people, right.
I also wouldn't want to put a child on antidepressants. Now, if it was so bad that they were literally like, if we don't like admit your son or daughter into an institution with medication, they're literally probably like a very high chance going to unalive themselves. I'm not on TikTok, kill themselves. Then okay, that's a different story. But generally speaking, no, I also wouldn't want to put that into a child. But I also would argue those don't have the same side effects as what I just read.
Well, if you go read off side effects of depression medicine and anxiety medicine, I'm pretty sure there are actually worse side effects to that.
There might be. I can look.
And bone density, a lot of the time.
What are the side effects of antidepressants in children?
And your nutrition, if you hit your nutrition goals. But anyways, would I give my kid medicine that they don't need if they want it?
So the side effects of antidepressants in children are gastrointestinal upset, sleep changes, and behavioral activation. So I would say they're not
okay. What about the
bad.
anxiety?
Huh?
Can we do the anxiety depression or the anxiety medicine?
That is.
I said anxiety and depression.
That's what antidepressants. A lot of antidepressants do take both, right?
Right, but there's some medicines where you could just take it just for anxiety.
Okay, so like Xanax or something. What do you mean?
Okay, well let's just.
What are the side effects of anti-anxiety medication in children? It's the same. Stomach upset, headaches, I guess is a new one, and sleep changes.
All right, so I would agree that you kind of beat me on that one. Fair point. I will ask you though, if your daughter or even son went through like very early stages of puberty, like say your daughter got her period at like 7 years old, because that does happen in some cases, that would be a need to start her on puberty blockers. Would you agree or disagree?
Why would it be a need to start her on puberty blockers?
There's a lot of people put like people who start really very early puberty on puberty blockers so that they can take them off of it, so they would be on track with everybody else.
Okay, I didn't know that. I have a son. I didn't know that, but what I will say is that seems to be at least relatively a medical advantage versus someone just wanting to change their gender. So I would listen to the doctor, I guess, but I don't know much about that. I didn't know you have to go on puberty blockers if you go through puberty at 7.
I don't think you have to, but I'm pretty sure it's up to the parents' decision. And like most parents, I feel like, well, at least I would put my kids on puberty blockers if they were having very early stages of puberty, or like they went through the very early stages of puberty.
To expand the the conversation out a little bit. I think you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, at the beginning you said trans women are women.
Yes, I did.
So why do you call them trans women?
So, like I said, sorry. So trans women aren't biological women, so I don't think we should be calling trans women biological women. Just like how people don't like to be called cis women because you're not a subgroup of your regular. Like you're not like if someone's born a woman, they
Exactly.
don't.
You don't want to be called cis women, so why do you call them trans women if they're women?
Okay, because trans women aren't women; they're born men.
No,
right?
I agree with you. I think they're men.
So
But
once they transition to a woman, they're still not gonna be the biological woman. So you would say trans woman because they have transitioned into a woman. It's just it's a name to place the difference between a biological woman and a trans woman.
okay, fine. What is a woman then? If you're
What is
saying
a woman? An adult human female that identifies as a woman.
okay, well, okay. Why did you add in identifies as a woman? You can't. First off, you can't put in the word in the definition of the word. If the word is woman, and I asked you to define it, when you say identifies as a woman, the problem with that is I have to ask you again, what is a woman?
Human female.
Okay, what is a female?
Someone who
Has
has the same characteristics as the XX chromosomes and
a female is someone who has the same characteristics as the.
yeah. Can you answer your own question? Because clearly I don't know. Clearly I don't know.
I would separate it simply based off of XX chromosome or XY chromosome. If you have
Okay,
that, you are a woman or a man.
Okay, but then like you can't really see chromosomes though. That's what I don't get.
Yes, you can actually.
You cannot
Not with the
see-
naked eye.
Exactly.
No, not exactly. That's ridiculous.
Walking around, you can't like look at someone and be like they definitely have XX chromosomes.
I don't care if walking around makes a difference. I don't particularly care. Let me ask you something. You said you defined it as someone who has the characteristics of a woman. Okay, if I were to dress and I put on a dress, I put on a wig, I shave my beard, right? But I don't identify as a woman, right? But I have the characteristics as a woman.
That's not the characteristics of a woman. That's
Well,
literally
okay. So what is the characteristics of a woman?
I would say the characteristics of a woman. That's a hard question because like
It's not hard. I would say breasts. I would say the chromosomes that I brought up because we have to go beyond. I would say a womb. I
Yeah.
would say, things that. Okay, I guess the
Biological
breast,
women
the
have.
trans person can figure out a way to get that through medical alterations. But I can keep going. But the last two things I mentioned, a trans woman's never going to have ever, 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 ever.
the uterus. Well, I won't say that because if you can transplant a heart, in the future they can probably find a way to transplant uteruses. But
Okay, how about this? I would say without doing crazy Frankenstein style type surgeries.
Okay, so that's like crazy because a lot of people have surgery for a lot of different reasons.
Yes,
So-
but that doesn't change who
Wait,
they
pause, wait,
are.
wait. I'm not done talking.
Mhm.
So when I ask you a question like, so say, would you consider this gender affirming care if a woman was like had very small? Oops, sorry, Goldie. Had very small breasts and she went and got a boob job. Is that not gender affirming care?
So it's not changing her gender, and also her
But
gender.
it's still playing into her gender role. She
No,
wants
some
bigger
women actually want smaller breasts. That's not playing into her gender role. A woman is not someone with large breasts, right? A woman can have large breasts. So no. Do you think, let me ask you the same question back at you. Do you think a woman who gets a breast reduction is less of a woman?
No.
So why would a woman getting a breast increase be more into her gender,
Because
aka woman?
they're still altering their body.
Right, you're saying that getting larger breasts affirms her gender even more. So by that logic, getting a breast reduction would go the opposite direction. She's still a woman, but not as much. I don't agree
Okay,
with that. I'm just going with
let
your
me-
logic.
Let me ask you this. Do you think that women who have naturally smaller breasts are more masculine than women who have naturally fuller,
Nope.
bigger breasts?
No, not necessarily at all.
Well, a lot socially stereotypical, like it's mostly
I go off of
basically-
science. I'm a nuclear engineer. I don't particularly care what socially is. Like, if, for example, you obviously very much look like a woman, but if you had, let's say, facial hair, because some women have that, especially if they have POTS and stuff like that, right? If you had facial hair, you would still be equally as much of a woman as how you look right now. To me, I don't care. Go ahead.
I agree on that.
Right. So to me, I don't believe there's like, oh, you're more or less. No, I don't particularly agree with that. Also, I don't find masculinity is a spectrum, just like femininity. They're both spectrums. I don't find a man who's more feminine to be like, well, you're closer to a woman. You're going to be just as close to a woman as I am, which is not at all. Same thing with women. If women are tomboys, for example, as they were colloquially called, I don't find them to be closer to a man as someone like you who seems more feminine. It doesn't really make a difference to me.
Mm-hmm. No, I feel like I agree with that as well. I mean, I support transgender people, so that's why I'm just trying to like see other people's points of views.
Well, it just depends on what you mean by support them. I don't hate them by any means. I don't think they should be attacked. I don't think they should, like, as long as you're, you know, you're just kind of doing anything, you're not trying to affect my life at all, regardless of what that is. I don't really care.
Okay, so this is when I get mad because it's like a lot of straight or cis people like to be like, well, I don't care if it doesn't affect my life, but then you're over here arguing about stuff that can still affect trans kids and trans teens' lives.
I believe in laws that affect.
Wait, but let me say, I'm not done speaking. So a lot of cases, if you say like you had a trans teen, right, and they didn't start estrogen and stuff, and they're not passing, and they're still identifying as a woman at school, that's way more dangerous than having a child who is presenting as a woman because they're trans, right? You can't tell they're trans. Right. It's way less dangerous than having a kid who's.
Do you think you argue for or have an opinion on laws or even social acceptabilities, if you will, that affect other groups that aren't trans, like blacks, whites, men, women?
Do I like argue for other like?
Well, you said that this is what pisses me off, that cis. I don't know if you said men or not, but cis people. You said cis people will. What'd you say? You said cis people will say it doesn't really affect me. I don't care. But then you are arguing for whether you said laws or social whatever that affect trans people. So I'm asking you to see if you're being hypocritical. Do you have an opinion on things that, whether it's law or social aspects, that might affect another group like whites, blacks, men, women, immigrants, citizens, etc.?
An opinion is kind of different for arguing about a law to get changed.
Would you argue? Okay, how do you feel about border security?
I think we should have stronger borders, but we should make it easier for people to get their citizenship.
So you are affecting a group known as, whether it be immigrants who aren't citizens, like visa holders, or illegal immigrants. But that doesn't mean you're wrong.
That's my opinion.
Same here. Same thing about the trans thing. It's my opinion.
True, that is true. But do you think about the border situation? What do you think about that?
I'm with you. I think we should have much stronger borders, and we should make some cases easier, but I do think we should also eliminate mass immigration from unwanted cultures and countries.
Can you elaborate on that? I'm sorry.
Undesirable, as in specifically those that are anti-Western, don't bring much with them. I would ban mass immigration from places like Somalia. You know, those that are Islamists, I would ban that as well. Those
so,
that
they couldn't come over to America, or they couldn't come over to the States?
To become a citizen, I would say no.
Okay. So, but like, why though?
Because they have a goal to undermine our culture and society. They don't come here to assimilate. They come here to change. And I wouldn't want us to go over there and try to change their stuff either.
Okay, so as Americans, what is our culture?
Yeah, we have Western ideology. I would say Western culture.
As Americans, what is our culture? Like, what are culture norms that Midwestern, Western people do?
Yeah, again, I'm talking about an overall sense of Western ideology. Now, if you're asking about certain traditions and stuff, well, we're a very big country. Some traditions in Texas might not be the same in Washington and wouldn't be the same in New York, right? So I'm not talking about necessarily just traditions, because those are we're such a large country that it varies. However, I do know that what I advocate for is Western ideology. Islam, for example, would be antithetical to Western ideology. Doesn't mean that I think that they shouldn't exist necessarily anymore. I'm just saying I don't want you to come here to change, just like I wouldn't want Americans to go to Saudi Arabia and try to change their laws or culture.
Okay, I mean, I can agree with that, but I feel like at the same time, like, I just, when people are like, well, us white Americans, well, we have culture. Like, the only like white people have culture are like the white Europeans. Like, those people have culture like Slavic people, Mediterranean people.
Agree, but I also think we've developed our own culture within our 250 years. Like, for example, would you do a mass immigration of people like Islamists who would definitely not just be against trans people, but maybe even want to attack trans people?
Like, would I allow like 100K people into our thing?
Oh, there's definitely a lot more than 100K coming from those places already.
Okay, but like, are you saying we should allow more?
I'm asking,
more
would
people-
you? Yeah, like when I say mass immigration, that doesn't mean individuals can't, depending on the scenario. I'm saying mass immigration.
I would say if their country doesn't agree with like people going to their country or immigrating to their country, and then they want to come do it to our country, then no, I don't think they should be immigrating into our country.
Based, I agree 100%.
Like that's so unfair. How are you gonna say we can't come to your country, but then you're gonna come invade ours? That's too much.
Agreed.
But it is getting late. It's 2:31 for me, and I should get to bed. I have work in the morning. You have a good night.
You too.
I appreciate the debate. I will be researching more about the trans rights and a lot more about that stuff.
Sure.
But yeah, bye live.
Thank you. Bye bye. Have a good one. He was nice. You know what I just realized? Why we're getting totally new people is because everything reset. So all of my tags are gone. But in a way, I don't know, it's kind of, in some ways it's kind of nice, like to talk to completely new people, but I was like, why are we getting like the most random weird people? Do you guys think I should put the tags back? I'm about to end the live anyways, pretty relatively soon. It's getting late, but... Hmm?
Like messages from people tell you.
That's hilarious. It's not gonna work. That dude, when he falls asleep, he's out. Guys, older millennial is sleeping on his live. So they're asking me to call him, but it's not gonna work. When that dude sleeps, he fucking falls asleep. I'm telling you, it's like insane actually.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail.
Oh no. Just laughing because he's sleeping. He goes too late and he drinks. Oh. Oh yeah, because it's such a secret. Wait, he just scooted back. Now he's waving his hands. You know what? I'll tell you guys. I have been with Joe in an Airbnb. It was us and multiple people in Washington, D.C. when I was just there not that long ago. He fell asleep, also got really drunk, fell asleep on the couch, just like you see him now. And he is a very hard person to wake up. And he does speak in his sleep only. And he told us the next morning, he said, when I fall asleep, I'm not saying now, I'm saying in Washington. Anyways, when he told us when he falls asleep sitting up, he will speak in his sleep. He was having conversation. It was actually pretty funny. All right, I'm going to give him one more call, but at this point, I don't think it's going to work.
Please leave your message.
Okay. I think now multiple people are calling. I went straight to voicemail.
Please leave your message.
Right, okay. I give up. We tried. Yep, that's what he did last time. Look, there's nothing we can do. Let's go back to you, Mingle. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Good, you?
Good. You're Canadian?
I am.
Cool, man.
Thanks.
All right, have a good one.
You too.
Gotta say, speaking with just complete
Pakistan.
randoms, no tags at all. What's up, man? Pakistan?
Yeah.
Give my life to Pakistan.
Nah, I'm just playing. I'm America.
Nice. Maybe people really just don't give a shit as nearly as much as we think about it. You know what I mean? Hi. Israel, Palestine, I mean. You know?
Fuck you.
Okay, this guy does, though. You good, dude?
Yeah, every time I slap my dick on my bitch, I leave a Nazi sign.
That sounds like your dick's really shaped. You know what I mean? Holy sh...
Why have you got an Israeli flag in the back of your room?
Why do you have a bull's fucking... Oh my god, dude, that's
Wait,
bigger
just say you're a
than.
fucking spy from like the IDF or some shit.
I am a spy from the Mossad. How old are you? You don't know how old you are?
That's a good question. That's a
This
good
guy's
question,
a retard.
you know?
Holy shit. He's messing up, you guys. He thought he was cool and then he messed up.
So,
What's up?
how you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
No good.
Nice.
Yo.
Yo.
Nothing much.
Nice.
Yo, who's that on your wall?
My buddy sent me a picture of his face.
Oh yeah.
Said if he did, I would put it up on the wall. I didn't think he actually would do it, but he did it.
That's the thing. You don't know what friends do.
True.
I couldn't.
Hi.
Ew.
Okay.
Are you a Zionist?
I guess it depends on what you mean by Zionist.
Well, I'm just like, I see an American flag and an Israeli flag right
If
behind
like
me,
by
so it's
Zionist,
not
like do I
hard.
support the Jewish people like self-determining there? Yeah, of course. I don't see why anyone would be against that. But if you think Zionist means something else, I might not be a Zionist. Just depends on what you mean.
So you think Israel taking over other people's land is okay and killing children on purpose is okay?
You think they're killing them on purpose?
There's been many videos about them killing children on purpose.
Okay,
Bombing
I know people
hospitals,
say
bombing
that.
schools, bombing all that.
Right,
And you're gonna sit there and say I'm wrong?
No, I think I'm going to add some context here. So do you think Hamas uses hospitals, schools, etc.?
Everybody use hospitals and schools.
I meant for military
Everybody
reasons, not use them like they're going to like, you know, study. I'm talking about for
There
militant
was
purposes.
a normal Pakistani school, and it got bombed specifically.
You're not
due to the
answering
fact
my
that there was children still there.
I got you. So you're not answering my question. I'm asking you, does Hamas use them for militant purposes?
They use it because they can.
For militant
They use it because
purpose. For militant purposes.
It's not. It's not even on like. It's not even for a purpose. It's genuinely on purpose.
Do they no? Not on purpose. Purposes. That's a totally different. Jeez. I'm saying, do they use it for militant reasons?
I understand, but militant reasons in the IDF is shooting kids on purpose
Okay,
on video.
So can you answer? Is Hamas using? Let's start with schools. Do they use schools for militant purposes / reasons?
No, they don't. But why?
Okay,
would they
so
bomb
Hamas
them?
themselves has admitted to this, and it's actually been admitted to by even other people in Gaza for decades. So why are you saying they're all wrong and you're right?
So that means take over other people's lands because they feel like they
So what you're
want to.
so
and
what
you
you're
feel like it
doing
is their
so what
land?
you're doing is straw manning what I said. We can get into that, but that's a different conversation. You're asking about why they bomb schools. According to Article 19 of Geneva Conventions 4,
I'm
bombing
just
of
saying in general. Why are they bombing Gaza and Palestine in general?
Okay, so October 7th.
Whether it's their
Okay.
land or not, America stole land as well.
I got you, but this is a deflection. So if you want to know what started this current war, it was the attack on October 7th. Did you know about that? Have you seen any of that?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so when you say why are they doing it, you can be against war, but you can't just pretend it happened for no reason whatsoever.
I'm not gonna say it happened for no reason whatsoever. I'm just saying it's not happening for a reasonable reason.
You're
Like, it's
saying
not an act-
slaughtering 1,200 innocent people and kidnapping 9-month-old babies and 251 people in total.
Have you seen the Palestinian people have to
But-
carry their own dead children?
So that's exactly
for
what the
real?
Israeli people did as well, but one was a
Are you for
start
real right
and one so what you're
You-
doing
you understand
can I
what the
answer
fuck is
can
going on in
I
Palestine
understand more than you. I've been there. I was just there about a
You've
month
been there.
multiple
So you've
times.
seen journalists get shot for journalizing what the fuck is going on to the
Journalizing.
Palestinian people.
Let me ask you a question. If you believe they were targeting journalists, can you just answer why anyone would put
I'm
on
not saying they're targeting journalists. I'm saying journalists
Gotcha.
has died.
Yes,
due to
journalists
the fact
die.
they were trying to
Okay,
journal.
you have to let me answer at one point, okay? So journalists die in war zones all the time, but if you don't believe they're targeting them, then this is a moot point. Can we get back to what I was asking you when you deflected? I'm asking you, right? If you want to talk about stealing land, how do you think Israel came about? You think they stole it?
Israel was never a country, nor a land, nor was it anything.
Okay, so it actually was back in the day. The Merneptah Stele, which
What was back in the day, though?
So you said
Years.
never. It doesn't really matter. You said never.
I wouldn't
never.
say never, but they
You
weren't a
literally
country
said
at
never.
first.
You literally said
They
never.
weren't a country at first. There was no sign of them being a country.
Okay.
Until they tried to sit there and invade everybody
When
else.
okay, so when was Palestine a country?
Do you really want to go through the fucking history?
Well, I have a degree in Middle Eastern history, so I do love it, and I know more about
Then
it than you.
you should know.
I do know. It
Then
was
you
November.
should know.
I do know. It's November 15th.
Because you're not
So
stupid.
I'm trying to answer
So
you,
you
but
should know.
you keep crashing out. I'm trying to answer you. I'm not.
I'm not crashing out. I'm just telling you that
keep
you're not
keep
you're not being
interrupting.
very intelligent with what you're saying.
I am significantly more intelligent on this topic. I love when they crash out. Hi. She just looks like a 12-year-old, so I'm not even gonna ask.
Yeah, that's probably the smartest move, big bro. I don't even know anymore. They'd be dressing like they're fucking 22.
Yeah, it's a little gross.
How old do you think I am?
19.
Yeah, I just turned 19, but I can grow this bitch out bigger than that for some reason. I don't know why, but it's just so curly, so it curls in. I can
Well,
show you a photo.
Just so you know, I shaved this down. I could grow it very, very large, but I don't want
I shaved
to.
mine like 2 days ago, bro. It's horrible. I have had this since I was 14.
Okay, cool, man.
Where the fuck?
No, he doesn't look like he was in his 30s. He looked young. What's up, dude?
What's up, dude?
Not much.
What you up to, bro?
Just talking to people. I'm live right
You
now.
look like, yeah, you're doing live. Huh? You look like you're doing podcast or something like that.
Well, not really. Yeah, I guess similar. Not really a podcast, but I get what you mean.
What kind of topic you like to talk?
Israel, Palestine, mostly.
That's the only topic?
No, I talk about right-wing politics, but you're Canadian, so I don't know how much you care about American politics.
Oh, we obviously get in fucking Canada, so
What'd you say? I'm sorry.
I said we get in fucking Canada, so
I agree with you.
yeah, politics is always shit.
Well, good luck, bro.
You too, bro.
Uh-oh. It's doing the red lost connection thing again, where it did before when the whole thing crashed. Oh, it went away. Getting just totally randoms is a little weird, not gonna lie.
Yo.
Yo.
I think talking to strangers is kind of weird.
That's true, too. Just depends on the stranger, I guess.
Yeah, you know.
Hello. Hi. Nope, that was a 5-year-old. That you're a 5-year-old. What the fuck?
Like, oh, he's a pedophile.
That.
Yo, what's good?
Hello. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. You have Link in the background?
Yeah, I
Nice,
painted it.
You painted that? Wow, that looks really good.
Yeah. So it took me a week and a half to sketch it out, and it took me a month to paint it.
Wow. You definitely have a talent,
Yeah.
Ben. That's really good.
And it's alright. It's kind of boring.
Better than what I could probably do, to be honest. Yeah. I need to get back into drawing. I used to draw, actually. I remember when I was a kid, I won 2nd place in a drawing contest, but I have not drawn in so long. I'm sure it would be awful if I tried now.
Yeah, I've been mostly doing graffiti. I got this big old concrete wall in my garage that I just spray paint white, and then I'll fucking spray paint on. So I've done let me see if I can find a good one. That's probably one of my first ones I've done. I've done It's a bunch of random bullshit.
That's good, man. Well, keep on keeping on. God bless.
It's like that thing with like everybody.
Dude, even when we have no tags, we still got Caribs. You can never avoid them, ever. It's miserable. Hi. What's with the face thing?
Just covering my face.
That's fair.
What the fuck?
Look, no tags. We still got it. That's crazy. Cars and Caribs or in bed. You can't escape them at all. Bless you.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Is everyone like sick on you, Mingle? Yeah, it's crazy.
Alive.
Just not right now.
That was Hong Kong.
Oh shit. Damn near just cut my fucking hand.
Don't do that.
Yeah. Not be very smart.
Freak tied me down till my grave.
Bro, kids are just weird nowadays, dude. They're so fucking weird.
Bro, let's see if we can communicate.
Get the fuck out. You support Israel.
What's wrong with supporting Israel?
Fuck you.
She's gonna run away. Well, there was one. Hello.
Nobody.
Are you there?
Here.
You okay?
Oh, pretty good, you.
Good. Okay, you just weren't
You
moving
want
at all.
something?
Are you streaming?
Stream? Oh, you?
Huh?
No, you.
Yes.
Israel, United States, Mexico,
Iran.
Iran. Dang, I failed it.
The old Iranian flag, though, not the current one.
The old Iranian. What's the current one right now?
Just look it up. It's just different.
Are you like pro-Israel or something?
I am.
And pro-old Iran?
That's correct.
Are they basically the same?
Nope. This one is pre-Islamic Revolution Iran.
Are they like the good Iranian? Until they were defeated on that.
Until the revolution happened and the Muslims took over.
Dang, I didn't know that.
At least the Islamic regime.
Wait. Let me fix my... what were you saying?
Yeah, no, this, yeah, it's the old Iran. That's it.
That's it.
What do you think about Israel and Palestine?
I'm not very knowledgeable about it, so I can't really say my opinion.
Okay.
What do you think about Israel, or what do you think about people are saying U.S. is like United States of Israel?
I think America does a lot more to control Israel than the other way around, by far.
Tell me more about it.
Sure. Well, there's multiple times that Israel has actually wanted to do something that would actually help their security that America has put a stop to. Like they were about to assassinate Yasser Arafat. He's already dead now, but at the time he was the leader of a terrorist organization known as the Palestine Liberation Organization. And they had him literally in his sights, and America put a stop to it. it's listen. I mean, I served for about 12 years. I'm very much pro America. It's the greatest country in the world. But I think we have to stop denying this like weird aspect that people try to push this propaganda that Israel's controlling us.
Are you like born in Israel?
No, I'm American.
And you served for 12 years.
Yeah, in the U.S. Navy.
Thank you for your service, bro.
Thanks, man. You have a good one, okay?
What made you support this? Is it from your serving or before you were serving?
I'm sure that probably played a little bit of a role, but no, it's just long story short, it's a studying the history.
Studying the history?
Yep.
Are you a content creator, bro?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I kind of see like a setup. That's your face right there.
No, that's not my face.
Oh, shit. Who is that?
That's my buddy. All right, have a good one. This guy is fucking out of his mind, dude.
Well, hello.
Hello.
What are you doing?
Streaming.
Oh my god, really? Let's say hi. Guys, can you follow me on Instagram? TARRYN 199.
And then if you want to follow me, it's ASPENN.
Yeah, I can only do one at a time here.
Okay, well, let me do mine first because mine's easier.
Do mine.
Did you say TARRYN?
199. Chat, everybody go follow me.
You're like 600 followers only. You don't even post. All right, what's yours? The other guy, the guy.
Wait, I do post, so
You have 6 posts.
Okay, next. AS.
Mm-hmm.
PE.
TE.
No. PE.
Oh, PE.
NN.
NN.
63.
Okay, you have less followers and less posts.
okay, and we're trying to build it with your
so help
chat.
You have to post to build it.
We do post.
We do post.
She had 6. You had 4 posts.
Okay, well, chat, everyone go follow us.
Well, there's 2,500 people listening, so
Chat, go.
I'm gonna
follow
guess
me.
they're probably not going to follow.
Wait, because I'm a bad bitch.
Bro, people won't hear me out. With like, bro. People always ask, "Oh, why are you wearing the eyeliner, bro?"
Are you a dude?
Lesbians, right? Yeah, the lesbians, right? Hear me out. You know how lesbians like?
Nope.
Oh, whoa,
Whoa!
The flags, bro has all the flags. Let's
Hey,
see,
you have 3 flags.
like all the flags. World War III, 1, 2, 3. You have all the flags.
World War 11.
World War 11. Let's see. What's on your necklace? Is that Palestine?
It's Israel.
Oh, you're Israeli. Nice.
I'm American. I just
You're
support
American?
Israel
You support Israel? Have you been there?
multiple times.
Where?
If I tell you, are you gonna know? Like, have you been there? Like, if I start saying like things like Shechem, Shiloh, Yerushalayim, Tel Aviv, Haifa, like, are you gonna know what this even means?
Yeah, I've been to Haifa and Akka.
Okay. Anywhere else?
I don't know the small cities in between.
Well, that's just up north. Well, not all the way up north, but up the coastline, north of Tel Aviv. Yeah.
Obviously Tel Aviv, but yeah.
You've been to Tel Aviv. How about anywhere outside of the coast, like inland? a
No,
little bit?
next time I go, I want to go to Jerusalem.
Let me get this straight. You went to Israel and you didn't go to Jerusalem?
No, I went to Haifa. I'm a Baha'i.
Okay, so you guess you would know then. I went to the Baha'i Gardens. Very nice.
Yeah, they're nice, eh? Yeah.
To be fair, there's not a lot of Baha'i, so
Yeah,
yes.
there's not many of us. But
The Baha'i
yeah.
Gardens were what, built in the 80s, right?
No, earlier.
I know it was built by Israel though. It was after the Israeli independence. When were the Baha'i
No,
Gardens built?
It started when it was technically Palestine, and then
Dude, I was so right. 1987 it started. What do you mean
The
technically
Baha'i
Palestine?
Gardens, you mean the terraces? Because there's different parts. Yeah.
No, I'm talking about the Baha'i Gardens. It was built by Israel between 1987 to 2001.
But look up the Shrine of the Bab, which is at the middle. That's the first structure.
When was the Baha'i Gardens shrine specifically built?
That was more in the 60s, 50s, 60s.
Well, technically it did go down and kind of get rebuilt between 40 and 53, but it does say the original stone structure was 1900 to 1909, somewhere between there.
Yeah. Yeah, and then around that, everything year by year.
Well, you would know more than I, you're Baha'i, but that's cool, man. But it wasn't Palestine then. It would have been, actually, that still would have been during the Ottoman Empire time.
It was Ottoman and then a little bit of British rule, but...
Well, the British were after. That was 1922.
Like the Palestinian territory under British, whatever.
Right, it was called the British Mandate for Palestine / Eretz Israel, which means land of Israel.
Yeah. When I go to Akka, there's like, we share a lot of common, like, historical places. The same prison that the early Jewish revolutionary, or the, what's it called? Do you know what they're called? The Zionist revolutionaries. I forgot their name, but they were jailed.
Like, are you asking their literal names? I don't know what you mean by that, but I do know what you're talking about, the jailing. So do you, like, as a Baha'i, I don't know, do you support Israel, you support Palestine? Do you not give a shit?
As a Baha'i, it's really complicated because Israel really, like, treats us really well, but also recognize, like, a lot of the things happening to Palestinians is, like, unjust. So I don't really...
Unjust? That's an interesting word.
Yeah.
Why do you think it's unjust? Or what do you think would...
Just in terms of human rights.
Okay, but I don't think they're being violated of human rights. I think that there's context here that will expand on why there's a conflict and why there's more or less more security. But can you give me an example of a human rights violation? That's systemic.
Yeah, I don't know if it's systemic, but any example of, like, settlers taking over Palestinian homes, especially in the West Bank.
Settlers have never taken over Palestinian homes. Every settlement has been built in Area C, which is rural areas. It's a propaganda lie that's been common where settlers just go in and say, hey, this is my home, now get out. That's literally never happened. And if for some reason a settler were to decide to do that, they would be in violation of the law and they should be arrested.
But what do you say about the expansion of Israel into the West Bank?
Well, first off, I call it Judea Samaria because that's the actual name. But what do I think? I think it should belong to Israel. That doesn't mean Arabs can't live there. I have no problem with that. But let me ask you something. When was the West Bank, as you called it, when was that ever Palestine or Palestinians?
It wasn't, but, you know, over the years, all these lines were drawn, and at some point,
by who, though? Like when did Israel take control of the West Bank?
I don't think it's formally under Israel's control, but it's certainly encroached and taken a lot of territory.
No, I'm saying when did Israel start their control? I'm not saying formally or not. I'm just saying literal control, occupation, whatever you want to call it. When did that start in the West Bank?
I don't think Israel controls the West Bank.
Well, actually, you're kind of wrong. After 1993, there was Oslo 1, Oslo 2 assigned in 95. So Area C, which makes up most of the West Bank, actually is under Israel control. And security is 100% Israel's control from Area A, B, and C. And the Hebron Agreement in 97 was H1 and H2 for Hebron. But that's not my question. When did Israel, because you can control something and not be officially controlled. I'm not asking about official, even though officially they do control Area C, but I'm not even getting to that. I'm just saying literally control. Like they went in, started building settlements, as you will, neighborhoods. When did that start?
I don't know.
1967. Okay. But Israel goes back to 1948. Do you know who controlled it from 48 to 67?
What, the West Bank?
Yeah. I can give you a hint. You agree the West Bank's on the east side of the country, right?
Yeah.
Why is it called the West Bank then?
Oh, it was under Jordan.
That's correct. Jordan illegally annexed it in 49 administratively in 1950. It wasn't even a legal annexation, but who did they annex it from? The British were gone.
The Arabs, yeah.
Yeah, so who did the Arabs annex it from?
Palestinians.
No.
What do you mean? From Israel?
How did they annex it? Well, that's my argument, is that the British weren't there. It wasn't Palestine. Palestine didn't declare their independence until 1988. So Palestine didn't, first off, it's still not internationally recognized, so it's still not a country. But the best argument you have is that the country Nation state of Palestine started November 15th, 1988. We're going all the way back to 1949, and let's go with administratively 1950. They annexed it. Wouldn't have been from Palestine. Didn't exist. So who did they annex it from? I would say Israel.
Well, Israel didn't exist either.
They did, for sure. Israel existed before 1950. Yes. Israel started May 14th, 1948.
You could argue the boundaries and how formal that definition of a state was, but
well, you could argue it if Partition Plan 181 went through, but it never went through because the Arabs said no and started attacking.
Yeah.
So
at best, it's like under dispute. Like when Google Maps has like dashed lines.
100%. Yes, you're right. It is under dispute. But my argument and where I don't understand is when did the dispute shift over to Israel-Palestine? If anything, you'd say Israel-Jordan, but Jordan relinquished all control in 1988.
Yeah, they did.
But they didn't relinquish it to the Palestinians. The only reason they relinquished it was because the Palestinians did the Intifada from 87 to 93. But during the Intifada, they put an extreme amount of pressure on Jordan. Jordan didn't want to deal with the Palestinians because I'm sure you've heard of Black September when the Palestinians went in and killed them. And so they kicked them out into Lebanon. And then the Palestinians started killing Christians in Lebanon. And then it led to the Lebanese Civil War where over 200,000 civilians were killed because of the Palestinians who are detrimental. But nonetheless, excuse me, when did it become Israel-Palestine confliction? When did that happen?
So is your argument about like whether Palestine is actually a thing?
Well, I don't think it is
like a group of people, not a formal state.
Well, no, I believe there is an Arab population who are definitely Arabs, but sure, they identify themselves as Palestinians. I don't deny that at all, but that's not the same thing as occupying because that would imply a country or an entity. How can you occupy something that's not, you know what I mean?
But what was the area after the Ottoman Empire fell and the British cut up the Arab countries?
Well, so the British,
what did they name that area?
So after, the Battle of Jerusalem was in 1917, right? They took it from the Ottomans after that. Ottomans relinquished control of, well, not just Palestine, but other areas, but for this purpose, Palestine, right? Jordan was created by the British in 1921. It was called the Emirate of Transjordan, who then they declared independence in 1946, just 2 years before Israel should be known as the State of Jordan. That was Palestine originally, actually. Palestine would have included not just, it would have included exactly what became Transjordan. But that's why I always found the whole Free Palestine movement actually kind of interesting because it's like they only seem to target the Jews. 78% of their land is literally under control of a people that don't call themselves Palestine, makes up mostly Palestinians, but they are not allowed to rule. Many of them are in camps. They're not allowed to have certain jobs. Some of them aren't even allowed to have citizenship, which is a literal apartheid. But there seems to be now, yes, correct, to this very day. And nobody seems to call for a free Palestine there. But I know why. It's because of no Jews, no news. Because that's the only difference is one side has Jews and one side has Arabs. That's like the only difference. But nonetheless, to answer your question, after the Ottomans fell, the British took control and they had what was called the British Mandate. Do you know what the mandate was? Like what they were mandated to do?
The British Mandate. Actually, no. What year was that?
Well, it started in the British full actual administrative control started in 1922, and then they left 1948.
After
so
World
between
War
those
II,
two,
right?
No, that would be after World War One.
Into 1948.
Well, 1948 is after World War II, but 1922 is after World War One.
Yes, yeah.
Right. So they defeated the Ottomans in World War One. They took that control between the French and the British. They took control of different areas. The French took control of the northern areas. But my point is that everything about Palestinian identity is actually European. The name comes from Europeans. The borders were created by Europeans, the British and the French. The name wasn't even used actually as Palestine by anyone other than the Europeans. Only Europeans actually use that word. In fact, while the Christian caliphates, the Christian crusaders and the caliphates and everything in between from the Roman occupation, right? It was called Palestine. They renamed Judea, Syria, Palestina to mock the Jews, right? Because Palestine comes from the Philistines, who were European invaders, specifically from the Aegean region, most likely the island of Crete. That's where the word Palestine comes from. It literally means invader. right? So when people say I'm from the land of Palestine or I'm indigenous to Palestine, they're saying I'm indigenous to the land of invaders, which literally makes no sense. In fact, one of the cities, and you should know this since you've at least kind of been somewhat close, you know the city Nablus?
Yeah.
Right? So the Jews call it Shechem, but Nablus, do you know where that name comes from?
Nablus.
It comes from during the Greek occupation. The Greeks called it Neapolis, which means new city. But the Arabs can't pronounce P, like Palestine. So they said, instead of Neapolis, they said Nablus. And how can you call yourself indigenous when one of your cities literally means new city? Like, where's the old city? Be like the United States of America claiming Mexico because they have New Mexico or something.
Or New York and New Amsterdam.
Right, yeah, exactly.
No, I get your point. I think, unfortunately, you're right. And you can replace the word Palestine for anything. Just say Group X or Group Y or Group Z. We have to acknowledge that they're going through some difficult times.
I agree, 100%. But I would say
it's a human dignity level, whether justified or not by politics, and just on a human level, that cannot continue. It's not sustainable.
Right. And so my argument for that, I agree with you. They're going through very difficult times. I don't disagree. But what I would say is that
self-inflicted, some externally.
No, I think almost exclusively it's self-inflicted.
I would agree.
Right. And so the problem is that when you say it can't continue, I agree, but it has to come from the people that are, at least most, as you agreed, are self-inflicting this problem onto them. We can't just say, hey, if you keep doing, let's say, terrorism or supporting terrorism, if not directly doing it, we're gonna capitulate and just give you what you want so you can stop doing it. Like I personally, some people agree with that approach. I'm not one of those people. I don't believe that, just like if my child is kicking and screaming because he wants a toy, I'm not going to just like give him the toy because it's just a fit effectively. Now expand that out to terrorism, slaughtering 1,200 people, kidnapping 9-month-old babies, killing 10 and 14-hour-old babies. That happened on October 7th. The youngest victim was 14 hours old, right? I don't believe that should be met or rewarded with a state or whatever.
No, I agree. And you have the Iran flag behind you. I'm from Iran. The Islamic Republic, we can make a lot of arguments for if not for the influence and the corruption of the Islamic Republic, if not for the poison that was the Muslim Brotherhood out of Egypt and the corruption of Islam and terrorism widespread in Arab, things could be very, very different. But if we zoom into the level of people, I'm sure you'd agree, Iranian people, I'm sure you've met a lot of them in America. Palestinian people as well, I'm sure you've met a lot of them.
Yep.
At a human level, coexistence and peace, I think, is inevitable.
And I hope that happens one day, but I'm waiting for them to make that distinction. My argument really is that Israel should continue to do what they need to do for the implementation of their indefinite security. If the Palestinians along that process want to fix the culture and start to aim at least mostly towards coexistence and peace, alhamdulillah, that's amazing, that's great, I hope it happens. But if they don't, then I think that Israel should continue to that process and they can get left behind. If they want to go with them in that process, great. If they don't, all I know is that I support that position, because regardless if they choose to go along with it or don't, I know that the conflict will end one day if Israel continues. What will make the conflict last forever is if Israel keeps trying to wait and be like, come on, come with us. He's not ready yet. We'll just wait right here. I don't agree with that.
Underestimate the power of religious conflict, and it's
trust me, I don't.
It's lasting effect, because this thing has been going on for maybe 1,000, if not 2,000 years.
I would say probably about 1,400 years. I wonder what happened 1,400 years ago.
Well, even with Arab Christians and Jews, would you say there was similar problems?
I would say Christians have done a lot of atrocities towards Jews, and if they were still doing it, then I would mention it. But unfortunately, it's actually not that way. And well, it's not unfortunate in that sense. Unfortunately, yeah. Sorry, I said unfortunately as if I was trying to say unfortunately they're not still attacking the Christians or Jews. I meant to say unfortunately, it's actually now the Christians that are being persecuted on pretty much the rest of the Middle East.
Of course, yeah.
Right. So if Christians were still doing it, I'd 100% agree with you, but they're not. So, and I can't go into a time machine. Like, yeah, sure. If we were doing this live, talking back during like the Crusades, when some of the Crusaders were just like slaughtering Jews just because they're Jews, yeah, sure. But they're not doing that anymore. Whereas Islam is still doing it today.
Yeah, it's a problem of To me, it's a spiritual problem. It transcends like politics and any sort of statesmanship or whatever, war.
Yeah.
And that's why I think like the human condition, I think humanity will reach prosperity when Jews and Muslims find peace, whatever that looks like.
Yeah, for
Because
sure.
that's, I think, the ultimate challenge of our time. And that's why there's countless prophets being sent to that very tiny sliver of land, because those people really need it, obviously.
But yeah, no, I mean, yeah, and look, I agree, and I love to see that. But when we go with peace, it's not going to be forced just for the sake of forcing. What I agree with is I have to look at it like I'm not Jewish or Muslim, but when I have to look at the peace between Jews and Muslims, I have to look at who is the crux or antithetical to that peace. Muslims have a problem, and when I say problem, I don't mean just like not liking. I mean violence towards Jews. Hindus, Christians, Buddhists, other Muslims, atheists, polytheists. Like when I see one that has this violent tendency towards everyone, including their own, whereas the Jews, even if we assumed everything bad about Israel, it still would not equal in terms of how many problems they have with all these different groups. In fact, God forbid if there was a true like Islamic caliphate, what would happen to the Baha'i Gardens or the Baha'i people?
Yeah, I think about that a lot. That's why you asked me, what do you think about Israel? The fact that we exist in Israel and we can thrive as a community is very directly thanks to the Israeli government.
Right.
So it's a conflicting thing, but yeah, not easy, and I don't know.
Yeah, so I hope there is
it'll be for our
peace.
grandchildren to answer.
I'm sure our grandparents said that too.
Yeah, they all thought, yeah, give it a couple of generations, but no, I don't think so.
Yeah, well, it was really nice speaking with someone that's Baha'i. Like I said, it's not common, so
Yeah,
that's
nice meeting you.
interesting. God bless.
For sure. We'll talk. Have a good one.
Nice guy. Needs to tighten up his hate. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. All right, you guys, I am starving. Every time it hits like 1 a.m., it's like on the clock. I get super hungry. I really shouldn't be eating this late, but just can't help it. Oh, I think my new peptides came in. I'm glad we were able to end on a good one. I was a little worried there, but that was a good one. All right, you guys. As Tony Monxana said, peace. God bless the United States of America. God bless all of you guys.